freaks in the chat? Any freaks present? Fuck, I forgot my water. What's the point, man? What's the point? What's the point of doing anything? Hello, everybody. Hello. They are still... They're like in a break right now. I'm gonna go get my water. I'll be right back. Okay, just trust me. Just trust me that they are still on a break. We'll go back to it as soon as they're not. I remembered I returned my water. ADHD is a prison. ADHD is a prison of your own creation, but you forgot that you're the one who built it. As you know the show Prison Break? Do you remember the show Prison Break? Where like the dude's brother goes to prison, and he gets himself arrested because he was like the architect of this prison, and he tattooed all of the blueprints to the prison all over his body. And so every episode he's like, this tattoo is the exact size of this hex nut that we need to unscrew to break out of here, brother. That kind of thing. ADHD is a lot like that, except for like if that guy forgot that he was the architect of the prison. So he's just walking around the prison all the time being like, this feels familiar. Like, I know I was supposed to do something. And then he sees his brother and he's like, oh shit, break you out of prison. That's right. That is every day. That is every day with ADHD. I did get water. I also got, water. Let's crack open a lukewarm one with the boys. Tasty. Do you chase your tea girl water with regular water, or do you chase your regular water with tea girl water? Or do you put them both in your mouth at the same time? Make a little like diluted freak drink? A white monster for a white monster. That's right, technically. I don't love it. I don't love what you've said, but I also can't really argue it. So here we are. Oh my god, like how much of a break do you even need? This is crazy. You're off caffeine for the most part now? Holy shit. Abzan Enjoyer, thank you for... Oh, you piece of shit. Not you, Abzan Enjoyer. Never you. This fucking Streamlabs, it keeps doing this thing to me. Hold on. I can fix. Thank you for subscribing. It keeps doing this thing to me where it changes like all my shit, and then I have to go in here and I have to click this stupid thing. Okay, we go to here. Then we go here. Stay on this one, you fricker. Sorry, guys, for swearing. Okay. Hopefully that fixed it. You think the round is still going? What if I just pull up the Prague footage? Which I think was streamed on Ultimate Guard. Twitch.tv/ultimate. Twitch.tv, search for Ultimate Guard. You are the freakiest, is the thing about that. Ultimate Guard. Ultimate Guard Live. Here we go. Regional Championship Prague. Day freaking 1, baby. Simon Nielsen and Philippa in the booth. What more could you freaking want? Yeah, they have like a 15-minute timer on the Canadian one. I'm just gonna go here. How's this? Can you hear this? Tell me if it's loud or too quiet.
As the choice to block there with the spawn, which he decides to do, and looks like Mango is going to follow up here with a top land surveil. I know there's a Guide of Souls in hand. I'm not sure if Andre is going to go for it.
Yeah,
Andrea Mengucci.
Is going to also be thinking about this possible
Boros
possibility of
Energy.
return, but he also needs to put pressure on Arthur.
Arthur
so he has to just develop
Legonvic.
one-drops, and then
Eldrazi Ramp.
I do see a card here in Andreas.
Ugin's Labyrinth, that's a fucked up card.
Might be quite relevant.
We do love Mingo.
And looks like Mango also decided to surveil that Ajani into the graveyard.
I'm really glad that Ragavan is still a guy. I mean, like, kind of fucked up in terms of design. But what a fun card to play. Am I right?
It's a draft card because I used to play it in my Modern Horizon street drafts, and I just.
Yeah,
$18. That's crazy.
But
I feel like he used to be like 80.
Sneak into a couple different modern decks, and the big reason is that essentially it is another 1-mana cantrip. We've seen these, like, you know, green cantrips like Ancient Stirrings also do well in the past. And the reason I say 1 mana is that Eldrazi spawn essentially buys you back that mana. So now we see here another
Mumble is a nice card.
Of Delirium here, and picking up that Utopia Sprawl.
How much mana is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana? On like turn 3?
Utopia Sprawl is really important in this match.
It is real Nile Hours.
Blood Moon. Now the Utopia Sprawl cannot be knocked off that forest. And
oh wait, no, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because of Blood Moon.
And Emrakul is right now costing
if Mingu gets Blood Moon on the field.
There. And I wonder if he's going to give up yet another spawn to prevent the Ragavan trigger, knowing that he is so close to that Emrakul.
And how final is an Emrakul when casted against the Boros Energy? I mean, on the cast you get to take your opponent's turn, but is it...
Has the Orzhov Blink deck showed up yet? I don't know.
Usually, I would expect that the Emrakul will be able to disrupt the Boros deck enough to prevent them from getting back there. You can also do stuff like exert their Arena of Glory, but not spend the mana for anything. Use removal spells to kill.
Let's check and see. Yeah, they're still chilling. They're still chilling.
Messing up you can do, and then of course the 13/13 is just really hard to deal with. So here we see something interesting. So Andrea did get
the Raven Charm,
making a treasure token, but decides not to play the Blood Moon yet. Instead, using the Thraben Charm to delay Arthur a little bit. What he's aware of here is that
typical Canada, typical Canada. Also, hello, my hands are blank.
So you do let Arthur play
creator of great
here,
little stickers. Thank you.
And a 7 cost. But the advantage is that now you get to use your treasure and another land to develop 2 Ocelot Prides, which is going to make so many tokens here. Does he even hit City's Blessing here? Let's see, 3. So no, it goes to 9 permanents. So
the energy deck is so fucked.
To copy the tokens, but still, this is a formidable board presence. And what he also has done is that he's taken Arthur off.
Guide of Souls is one of the magic cards of all time.
Talisman we see is tapping for blue and green. So he's saying, now I have an opening, I can develop super wide, and I take your
Nah, you should be
Cosmos
playing
to turn
Yogg. You
mana."
should all
And he
be
might
playing
not even
Yogg.
be interested in playing out that Blood Moon, just because
I'm
he'll be
calling it
countered
now.
access to
Prague and Canada both.
Let's see
Yogg in the
here
top
what
8.
Arthur can do this turn to stop what the aggression that Mango has been
Ooh.
showing.
I actually see
Yeah.
Arthur do another Ugin's Labyrinth for turn, but he doesn't have
I
a second
definitely
7 cost to exile.
Was
so
on team
if he had that,
Raptor
he would be
and
able to
Guide of
play the
Souls
Emerald
are the two
right
that need to
now.
be banned.
But he does have this Kozilek's return, which is available.
Do not talk to me about Yoggless Yogg. Do not talk to me about the new ways.
And
Yogg and Prague.
and that is kind of like Blood Moon protection. It'll give him spawns that can protect from
Discarding the Blood
As you can see
Moon.
Andrea here just discarding the Blood Moon. As I mentioned,
Making
like, not interested in giving Arthur
elementals.
access to red mana.
Let's draw new cards as well, making 2.
I hate the new
Is there-
Yoggs
Mhm.
that only play
Yeah, and now we definitely
any
have the
number
series
less
guys
than
active
4 young
already
Wheezies.
with 2 Ocelot Prides and like all
What are
these
you
tokens coming
doing?
in, like it is a lot of pressure here. So
Now that being
you see
said,
Andrea trying to
when
make
you're
the
running like
Dragonman
4
fly
Court of
here,
Callings,
and Arthur has
3
the opportunity to use
GSZs,
that Kozilek's
and
command
2 young
to
Wheezies, you're
kill
really
off
running
Arthur.
like
And if he does so,
9 young
and
Wheezies.
does not lose
So
his
that's
spawn,
cool.
He's actually able to play the Emrakul right away here. So he could kill the Ragavan and maybe try to steal the
Absolutely.
cards, try and
I would
fly
love
the
to sign
Kozilek's
your
turn.
Wheezies.
By scrying, you'll be able
It's
to
gotta be
scry
my favorite
more.
card to sign.
Looks like he's exactly considering that in the
Awoo.
face of this threat that Manguchi is making.
Don't
Manguchi's
tell
doing a
anyone I said
fantastic
awoo.
job of pressuring,
We can keep that between us. We can all be
Arthur's
really
game,
chill
and
about
this
that.
is exactly what the Boros deck does.
Yeah, exactly. I think actually what Arthur is doing here is just chump blocking with the spawn and planning to sacrifice that to play the Kozilek's
Do
command.
not.
To make more spawns.
I will
And
never
also
live it
take the
down.
damage from the Ragavan, so not interested in
The
killing off that creature.
associations with the puppy girls, they'll come for me. They'll come for me.
Oh, actually, it seems like I was wrong here that the damage is already resolved. So the spawn was chump block with, but did not sacrifice itself for mana. So Arthur's waiting until the end of turn to now play this Kozilek's.
Does Mengu not have a hand?
He might be able to kill. an
Shouldn't he
Ocelot
have
to
2
save himself
cards?
from a little bit of trouble?
Looks like they are
Oh.
calling a judge there.
I think I know what they're calling a judge about.
Did Mango draw the cards from?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Mango should have 2 cards in hand. He just
Yeah.
discarded 2 cards to that seasoned Pyromancer, made 2 tokens, but hasn't actually drawn any cards yet.
Yeah.
So that is a
Mango was too excited to attack.
yes. Knows what his game plan is.
So, looks
so,
like we're
yeah.
getting a judge.
Let's
there
check on our
just to make
Canadian friends.
sure.
Hates us.
But yeah,
Let's
Yeah, so
see
the feature match area here at the
if we can
European
skip the
Championship by
judge
Fanfinity
call.
is a beautiful area to see all the things you need. And actually, Arthur says,
Wait, I want to
"Look,
know, did they
none of
let
this
him
is what I
draw?
need." Sorry?
what deck do you think is usually favored in this particular matchup, like the Boros versus the Eldrazi ramp?
I think in general the Eldrazi deck.
Did they
tend to
let
go over the
Mango
top of the
draw?
Boros.
Something happened, even on the.
Is that imagine a scenario there's like slightly more complex than this, where like the cards could actually affect something. Do you then let the person draw?
I think it's just his thing, and he knows that he looks like sick as fuck when he does it.
Upkeep, and Menguchi draws a lightning bolt. Like it's kind of awkward. You could see how there's like a lot of like
I think that's really just
things
it.
that can be different about this scenario that would make it tough to do a partial fix like that. And
He's
so instead of saying,
Italian.
like, we use our own judgment to like what is the spot where it's fine, what's the spot where it's not. Instead, we just say we either try to rewind or maybe not fix it at all. So hopefully.
Oh, they don't let him draw the
rewind
cards.
Would be fairly easy, right? Menguchi gets to draw his cards. He has no more mana left over for the turn, so it probably wouldn't.
Those look
affect
like deck
anything. He'll
boxes.
still make the
It
same
is an
attack,
Ultimate
but
Guard
he'll probably
stream,
make the same
so,
blocks.
you know.
So effectively, a revert is the same as just letting Mango draw 2 cards now. But of course, he might be able to have something else to play in his second.
Alright, so
phase.
Mengu played Seasoned Pyromancer, discarded his 2 cards, just fucking forgot to draw 2. Well, so yeah, he has like an unresolved, like you can't resolve half of a trigger, but also like we have gone way past it. Like Mengu's opponent has like cast spells.
coming for your regional championship and round one.
And as far as
you're
I
facing
know, it is
Mango
totally
Chi,
within
and
a judge's
future match.
purview to
The
say
pressure
like
that
too much has
must be
happened.
for Arthur here.
You don't get the cards.
So very excited to also see new players on the camera and featuring new people here. And let us know, tweet chat, what deck do you prefer from these two, Boros Energy or Eldrazi Ramp?
This
Simon,
Arthur
what
guy,
is favorite overall
his
in this
hair looks
matchup?
kind of sick, right? Like
Sorry?
What deck do you think is
he's
usually favored in
he's
these
kind of
matchups
mastered like the
Boros
messy
versus
but
the
looks
Eldrazi
good
Ramp?
I
hairstyle.
think in general, the Eldrazi deck
It's really
tends
impressive.
to go over the top of the Boros decks. It's extremely well suited at battling these, you know, fair, aggressive mid-range decks, and especially because of that
Good
return as I
Tash.
mentioned. Of course, Mango Chi
Never
did a
call
great
it a
job
Tash
of
again,
putting Arthur off
please.
of red mana this game. So the Kozilek's return is not really a relevant factor, but something that Mango Chi can do then is if
The Robert
Arthur does
Pattinson.
not have access to the Kozilek's return,
I see it.
if you go wide enough, it might be too tough for the big Eldrazi to deal with, because they're only going to play a couple of creatures each turn.
Simon, my goat,
so
Philippa,
if you
my
have a
goat.
swarm of cats, which is what Mango Chi is about to make, like just so many like cats and
Is it? Can I like?
and Pyromancer tokens. Like if everything resolves here, right, and then drop, it will see that 4 high. So that could definitely be a danger point here. But of course, this Emrakul.
Okay, it looks like they did let him draw the 2 cards.
And
It
looks
just
like we're back to the game.
Whew.
Looks like Mango has the 2 cards.
That was
there,
scary.
so-
yeah. So it seems like he did get to draw the cards. And this is a Kozilek's return, that is Kozilek's command, that is cast probably in response to the
Kozilek's command is insane. What were they
No, so
thinking?
he's making Eldrazi spawn and drawing cards, so he's not dealing with one of the prides. That might have been a good thing for Arthur to consider, because making 12 tokens at end of turn is just so much to deal with.
He's got Flage, Guide of Souls. Is that what that was?
Could be enough. Alternatively, if he can set up so he can find a red source and a Kozilek's return, I think he actually has the mana to do everything. So both cast the return and then also cast the Emrakul, and that will definitely seal the game.
Mango positions his
Only
board
scoring
kind of
4 here,
weird.
so it's not that likely that you get to see all the things you need. And actually, Arthur says,
Like we have like all of
"None
these
this
creatures
is
who
what I need.
attacked,
I need to find red
lands,
source, I need to find Kozilek's
untapped
return.
creatures,
Let's see
also
if my
treasure
Boros
token just in the middle.
card of return can help me here. And so yeah,
It's kinda weird, right?
Resolving the trigger here,
Am I the only one that
making
thinks it's
2
weird?
Cats, 4 elementals, and then the second trigger, adding 4 more elementals and 4 more cats. to
Mango
that.
did get the
And I
draws.
guess
Hello,
this is why
Robin,
he's
my
got
queen.
Goblin bombardment, right? To just start sacrificing everything and finishing the game.
That would actually be the worst card that Andrea could draw here, is Goblin Bombardment.
You do it the same way? Who does this? This is
Oh,
crazy.
Arthur just use that bombardment to like.
Your
make a
brother-in-law
the
does
entire
that?
board dealing damage to himself.
Tell your sibling to
Honestly,
divorce.
not been an advantage to draw those cards off the season Pyromancer, because it brings you.
I just
closer
think
to
the
that
treasure
Goblin
token is like the egregious part
I didn't
here.
think about it, but that would be
Creature,
very
treasure
interesting
token,
to see for sure.
Peasy.
And yeah, Goblin
Creature.
Bombardment, another great card. As you said, these deck Boros took 3 bans already, but still being the aggro choice here.
That's
this weekend.
unhinged.
And yeah, probably going to be one of the most played decks.
You see what he. Arthur chopped the Kozilek's return and Wooded Foothills, so he's able to play both out here, and he can sweep up this huge board, and then
wow.
also still, I think he can still play an Emrakul as well, right? So he has 5, 6 plus 5, so that's 11 mana. Yeah, he has 11 mana. It's exactly enough to play a 3 mana Kozilek's return
Oof.
and then 8 mana Emrakul.
Oh
Ooh,
wow.
Mango, I don't think you're getting out of this one,
Look
buddy.
at that board now. Completely gone.
He spent so much time setting up all of his little game
He got
pieces.
a lot of triggers from that Guide of Souls last turn.
He just did some magician shit on the dice. Hold on.
It does not get turn, and then 8 mana Emrakul.
Oh wow.
I want to see the magician shit.
Look at that board now. Completely gone. Four
That was
cats.
brutal. Of course, Andreas
Are you talking about this?
He got a lot of triggers from that Guide of Souls last turn. Ragavan does get to survive this, but it does not get to survive the.
He gets
the
a third
Emrakul being
dice.
cast right
I'm just
now.
gonna trust you that that happened.
That was quite.
Oh,
the
face-to-face
play
has a
there
timer on
for
stream now?
Arthur.
Unless
Okay,
Arthur's
we got, like,
actually
2
able to
minutes?
cast the Emrakul. He has 2 mana floating. Yeah, he has exactly 8 mana. And
How many different card types in the graveyard?
I think he has land, creature, sorcery, enchantment, instant, kindred from the... He actually has like 6 different card types. So Emrakul is only
This is
7
brutal.
mana. So
Mango,
Arena
scoop
is
it
6
up,
mana,
brother.
I think, because you also artifact in the graveyard. So you don't actually even need to tap your Ugin's Labyrinth, which means that he gets to keep gets to get back that Devourer of Destiny next turn. And so we see Andrea here. He's sacrificing the treasure so that Arthur can't do that to him, and he is.
I think he exerted the.
Oh, he used the treasure to exert that arena so that Arthur can't do it on that turn, which means when Andrea gets his next
That's
turn,
smart.
the arena will be available again. So that's a pretty heads-up play.
You can always dash the.
This is why Mingu's one of the goats. I would have never thought to do that.
Yeah,
To
exactly.
use my
Right now,
treasures
what Arthur can do is
to
get rid of that Ragavan
exert
again,
my arena.
and get rid of the one in play due to just attacking.
That's
into
so
the huge
good.
Emrakul. And then we'll see how Andrea can manage from there.
Yeah, looks like that's exactly the play. Attacking there.
Yeah, that's really good.
blocking.
Of course, this is what is happening when Emrakul, the Aeon's, promised end.
Wasn't the
is,
arena
being cast
tapped?
here, controlling the battle.
Let's find out.
And tap your Ugin's Labyrinth.
Oh, that's so tapped. You're so right.
Means that he gets to keep
Well,
to get back that
this is why Claire's one of the
next turn.
goats.
And so
She pays attention to what cards are tapped and what cards are not. This is why we hate Mingu. We love Claire.
The battlefield, controlling all of Andrea's actions here. It looks pretty funny from the outside, seeing Arthur play with Andrea's cards, making him make incredibly stupid decisions. But
Looks like the arena maybe.
Would have been sick though. Can we all agree it would have been sick?
I was excited at the
If that's
end
what
of,
had happened.
Arthur's turn.
Oh yeah, that makes
And,
sense.
yeah.
So
How's
now
Canada?
back, and we have Flage there as well.
So yeah,
0 seconds on the
also
clock,
into
Canada.
Flage, and actually, this
Okay.
Flage will put Arthur down to 4 life. Once it's being escaped here with haste, that'll actually be another 3+3 damage. So Arthur's
Wait.
very much not out of it yet. He needs to draw something that can gain him
Does
life,
Mengu
or
win
somehow
these?
get rid of this Flage, and it seems like that's actually not in the cards for him right now.
Wow, and the Emrakul is not enough.
Mm-hmm.
Just shows how resilient this Boros energy deck also is.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's just not enough to deal with.
Mengu
Flage.
wins
Usually,
these?
The
This is why
Flage
Mengu's
deck,
the
it can
goat.
Go wide, do this impressive aggressive stuff, but then it also has
We
this,
love
long-term
Mengu. We've always
longevity
said that
of
we think
Flage
Mengu's the goat.
combined with Arena of Glory. So
You're just dead next
right now,
turn.
Arthur's really trying to figure out, can you do anything? You can bring back.
Yo,
this World Breaker,
Mason.
And if you have the resources, you will be.
Where's
able to kill
where's
all
the Canadian
Arena
RC,
of
buddy?
Glory, which actually will
Where
save
we
you
at?
Maybe even the possibility for Andrea to get back that Flage in the first place, but also at least give it haste, which does let you survive. And the World Breaker does have reach, so he can even block the Guide Souls. But it seems like Arthur was I think it was just a single mana short of bringing back World Breaker and playing it. That is 10 mana total, but yeah,
In
it wasn't
Ottawa?
wide enough to do that.
Okay.
And has to scoop up the cards here.
In turns.
Losing to
I don't think you
64
spelled
Ultra Menguchi,
Ottawa
also
right
Emrakul.
either
Was
time.
Impressive.
But I'm gonna need a
Very
Canadian to
impressive, as you
confirm
said.
that.
I thought Arthur had it after taking control of Andrea's Menguchi turn, but Andrea also playing very well around it, and overall a very interesting
You got there.
game.
Third
wondering
time's the
if
charm.
Sideboard we might see changes. Maybe if we can get the players' deck lists so we can see what sideboard options
Ooh,
they might have.
Nightbot.
We can also take a look here. So I see, for
That's a
example,
tough
from
one.
Menguchi side on Boros Energy. And
It's
also
called
they can look at
Otawara.
each other's deck list because it's an open deck list tournament, so they have the chance to see what are you playing in a sideboard. Let me change it, and we have
But
right
even
now
when you're
Boros
visiting
Energy.
family, you still remember how to spell Ottawa?
Yeah, that is perfect.
Yo, Ruin, 27 months is crazy. Thank you so much.
Some answers to the big
Nile
rocks in the
Jothi.
I think it's
Boy.
actually impossible for anyone to ever take down your streak.
The chain to the rocks is quite vulnerable to the land destruction.
Unless
aspect of this
you
rock
stop,
deck.
of
There
course,
is World
but-
Breaker, and there is the
That's crazy.
Myco spawn, which can also kick to destroy a land.
Your sub baby is
Then
like
you have,
ready to
obviously
start
story
preschool, I think.
silences, the ghostly vacuums, like all these things are not very interesting for him.
Who would
He
stop?
might
True, true,
bring
true,
in
true, true,
Wear
true.
Tear just to deal with some of the ramp pieces,
Okay.
like Utopia Sprawl and Talismans, but that's not very effective.
Where,
either.
when next game?
So
Ready for these game
We got
two.
there.
Now with Arthur on the play, does this change a lot, like being on the play here on Arthur's side?
So the great thing about being on the play here is that Arthur might get to like play his big Eldrazi before Andrea really gets to cope.
Before we get too far into game 2, I just want to say how fucking funny I think it is for your board to be so useless and your hand to be so nothing that someone can Emrakul you and they're just like, well, the fuck am I gonna do? Right? Like, you can't even cast the Flage. You just have like nothing. You just have like nothing. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so funny to me to just have like such a do nothing Emrakul. Emrakul kill 2 Ragavans is so funny.
Go completely wide onto the board. We see a turn 1 Utopia Sprawl.
Oh my god.
From
My
Arthur.
queen.
And it is met by that Wear Tear.
Is Oldenwald
So
Oddity
that's
coming to the
second card that I was
emotes?
mentioning,
It should.
Would be a
Yeah, I'll do that.
possibility.
Later.
From Mengucci, it
Sucker.
has the option to destroy target artifact for just 1 mana.
Land and pass here for Arthur. Now Mango has some options. We see Ragavan in end. There's also a couple of lands there. Actually, there's a lot of lands.
Yeah, what if he's just dashing this Ragavan just to get the effect right now because he has enough land that he can keep doing this turn after turn.
Ragavan is just fun.
And
It is
let's see what
just
Arthur has to
pure
answer here. So he does
wall
have
to
this
wall
Eldrazi Temple,
fun.
which does make Kozilek's command, or it can pay for mana for Kozilek's command. So he actually has 3 mana available here with these 2 lands, and can choose to use this Kozilek's command to just kill the Ragavan and draw a card if he wants to.
So let's see.
Is it possible that it would have been better
Takes the damage here.
to attack with the Ragavan that was already on the field, make a
There's
treasure,
another Kozilek's command.
use
So I think maybe
that
Arthur's
plus the
thinking
2
here
lands to
either
cast
save that-
Flage,
Ooh, spending the treasure to play out of the
Flage
surprise.
down the
And Arthur's
Ragavan.
saying, no, I just want to, like,
Or well, you just block the
play
Ragavan
with
so
my
it dies.
Kozilek
Flage
command,
Mengu,
more strong
so it's
cards
just
than
like
just dealing
net
with a
0.
Ragavan and drawing a card.
You're
And
at
he
7
also
life.
access to that Kozilek's return
So now
already.
you're not
So he
dead
doesn't
to like
necessarily
those
need to
Flage
do this.
turns.
Draws a Malevolent Rumble
I don't know.
return.
I think it's worth
We see
thinking
that he
about.
did bring in the Dismembers. That makes it more likely that he cut the cards, I think.
He does
Also,
pat his little
actually
lands
built over a
so
Kozilek's return.
tenderly,
So this
and I
is
do
a,
love that.
super key card because you can return it from the graveyard. Like if you play a colorless spell, colorless creature with converted mana cost 7 or more.
And it's also important for us to start seeing how many cards are, different card types are in the graveyard. There it is on the screen, the Kozilek's return.
Is
Yeah,
Canada
there's
back
4
yet?
Right now, and then
They
once
hate
the
us.
Kozilek's command is cast, that will be another one. We see here, yeah, there's an imprint from that Devourer of Destiny onto Ursus, Ugin's Labyrinth.
Ooh, another land from Mango here.
Ugin's Labyrinth is so crazy.
Dashing the Ragavan once again, attacking with both creatures. And Arthur has access to 2 mana.
And might just be taking this damage again. And so I wonder if Arthur is setting up for this huge Kozilek's command being cast next turn, trying to find something like Emrakul or even a Worldbreaker.
It's already down to 13, homie.
To get out of this situation. We also see this, like, how it plays out so well for Mengucci to be dashing this Ragavan, because Kozilek's return coming back from the graveyard is, like, a thing that happens at sorcery speed, and that means, like, Ragavan's dash ability can kind of get around that, returning to the hand over and over again.
Is he gonna
Looks
prison
like here Andre
this
Mengucci
token?
plays that Chalkland and decides to pay 2 life. Play that
That's
freeze
so
and-
sick.
Oh,
That's
oh,
so
oh,
sick.
Because what Mengucci can see here is that Arthur is 1 mana short of 7 here, right? The spawn The land in play and 2 lands to tap for 4 each is 6. So Arthur
10
needs to play a
Toad
land and a
Sloth.
7
Hello.
and he would be able to use that Kozilek's return. So now, by using this Static Prison in this weird, like, unorthodox way of just killing a spawn, Andrea buys himself another turn from that dreaded 7-mana spot.
Also got some energy.
Didn't actually get any energy because the spawn sacrificed itself in response, stopping the trigger. Though that's okay, because this isn't really an energy deck anymore. Doesn't really need the energy for much. Probably bought it out his galvanic discharges anyways.
Looks like now Mengucci also going with his cats strategy, starting attacking, making more and more cats. We see Seasoned Pyromancer.
Ooh.
Let's see if this time Mengu draws the cards.
Yeah, so actually what's happening here is that Mengucci is using the Arena of Glory and spending 1 of the 2 mana to play the Seasoned Pyromancer, giving that
And
one
then
haste,
play the
and also has
Ragavan?
the opportunity to play Ragavan with that other mana, which will also have haste due to Arena of Glory.
What a great turn here at
Well, not really, because Arthur was ready for this. Now he gets to fetch here and play out this Kozilek's return. Doesn't even need to fetch. Kozilek's return from hand. That was the spot where Andrea just said, well, I'm about to like die pretty soon anyways, to like you going over the top. I need to put on pressure here, and decided to just unload.
I like the way Mingu indicates that the Arena of Glory is exerted. I don't like when people pull it out of the sleeve a little bit. It feels unnatural.
You have enough pressure that you're threatening, but that you still have stuff left behind. You might have a poor enough draw, like Mengucci had here with a lot of lands, where you can't realistically beat the sweeper anyways, and so you might want to just commit to try and beat the other part.
You're a sleeve puller? Is it too late? Is it too late for you to change?
From your hand can threaten them and
do you think you could like do better?
But
Joaquin!
So it's based on how
Aw,
strong
man.
your hand is looking, how strong your hand is looking, are like those are the considerations
Joaquin,
you need to keep in mind when thinking about how to play around.
You would
Sleeper
never
here. And
pull a card a
now we
little
see
bit out of
that
a sleeve
Seven
to
Pioneer
show that
going
it's
up to
exerted,
7
right?
mana. And did he find some way to
Too far gone?
play some
That's
big
tough.
Eldrazi
That's
here
tough.
and take over this game like a world breaker or something like that?
Looks like not quite yet.
No, he has a talisman. I think
Exhaust
he might
does
be
feel like a
Emerald
nightmare to
Command,
track in
Kozilek's
paper.
Command. Right. That one is still in hand. So you could do end of turn here, Kozilek's Command.
You
for
sleeve pull the
4
enduring
and
cards.
hope
Gross.
that's good enough to
Disgusting.
find you a
Mods,
lead.
block
You
that
might even
person.
spend it here dealing with that Ragavan.
So let's see how Arthur decides to approach these when he decides to cast that Kozilek's Command.
You would
Really
just
the
tap it.
only thing
That's my goat.
for him right now. So let's take a look here. Another
There's
foul.
another command, but it's actually really good because that's another way to deal with the next follow-up
Do
creature from
most of the
Andrea and try
exhaust?
even further.
Oh,
So
sure.
what
I see what you're
actually
saying. I see what you're
Arthur might
saying.
want to do here is just keep that command and scry the rest to the bottom. He could also keep the sowing microspawn on top to deal with that Arena of Glory, which is the thing that cost him the game last time.
So let's see here what cards Arthur has.
We see here, and interestingly, Andrea is holding on to that Ocelot Pride, not committing it to the board.
That's
And
smart.
I
It's like
wonder
they
if
were
that's because
thinking when
he's
they made
trying
it.
to draw it
Canada
alongside
hates us.
a Flage or a Guide of Souls so that it immediately makes cats, or if he's holding it for
Glory Bringer also easy to track. That's right, you just lose.
because he knows that the Pride is not going to be good enough to get him there anymore. We'll see what the actual plan is here from Mengucci.
Uh-oh.
Using the kicker there.
Yeah,
Signing that land.
getting rid of that land, gets to find an Eldrazi temple if he wants to. Could also find Bojuka Bog. That seems what's being found here. Exiling Andrea's Graveyard. This is a quite heads-up play from Arthur here, saying, like, you might see, well, the Graveyard is not relevant right now for Andrea, but the way that Arthur loses this game is Flage. And by getting rid of the Graveyard in this way, it makes it much harder for Andrea to actually escape that Flage should he top deck it.
Very well played there, and now Arthur really taking the lead here. Only thing that he needs is to find one of those big Eldrazi's to finish off the game.
Yes, exactly. And he still has that second Kozilek's Command in hand to be able to do that in the future. So, you know, all Arthur needs here is time, especially now that he has eliminated the...
This seems pretty tough for the old
Look
Mango.
at that. So that can start exiling cards. I'm not saying because of this board state, but it's just an interesting card from Duskmorn. So pretty recent card, right?
Yeah, so this Ghost Vacuum here can exile specifically the Kozilek's returns, and also if it came down earlier, it would have been able to deal with the Delirium
Heyo.
cards for Emrakul, making that card more expensive. So yeah, it seems like a reasonable sideboard card to bring in here, and Andrea's just gonna get to work, start clearing out these Kozilek's returns.
Emma,
So, by the way,
hello.
turn there,
Everyone,
taking that to
act
Destiny,
better.
Devourer
Be
of
better.
Destiny
Emma's here.
in hand with his Ugin's Labyrinth, so that he's able to play that once Andrea presents a suitable target. But right now, Arthur is like in no pressure to play out that card. He's comfortable passing with just about a gazillion mana up, and that Kozilek's command ready to just, you know, start digging through his deck.
Does Mingu
Actually,
still win
Arthur's
these,
just being
or
even more
is he
patient,
cooked?
Knowing all I need is time. And so he's holding on to that Kozilek's command.
I feel like
waiting
he's
for Andrea
cooked.
to play any creature that he can hit with it.
And Andrea has a couple of creatures in hand, but not committing to the board, as you said. There's also Guide of Souls there.
Oh, I actually think we might see a main phase Kozilek's command here, trying to look for a thing to play right now. No, it is just the Devourer of Destiny, just adding a little bit more pressure to the board. Since Arthur does have the command to deal with any creature that Andrea might have, you know, you could definitely play it in this way, where you just like develop a bit more pressure instead. And now we see that Guide of Souls. Yeah, so that was Andrea's plan. He was holding on to that Ocelot Pride until he drew Guide of Souls.
Oh, but look at that.
Yeah, but
Oh,
here's the
scoop
Kozilek
him up,
just
scoop
going
him up,
This
scoop him up.
game. I mean, at this point, when these
Well,
ramp
you will
decks
not
start
see
doing,
Mingu
their
win
thing, and
this
it's very
these.
difficult to come back. We saw game one that Andrea was able to, but he already had applied a lot of pressure.
Is
and,
Mingu ratatouilleing?
yeah, a very game. These two
Game
have
3.
developed
Take me to game
most
3.
important-
is just being
Andrea Mengucci, do you your opponent?
Andrea has a card and resources
Let's go.
to deal with
People are
Arthur's
moving
ramp.
around in
Might have
Canada?
actually been Andrea's,
Okay,
interest
we might have a
in
game
interested
soon.
in just going aggressive. But on the other hand, he also doesn't really want these galvanic discharges in his own deck, and so that's like a very easy cut, right? You want to remove those like 4 galvanic
Yeah, but now
discharges,
Mingu
and
is on
you want,
energy
like,
on the
Blood
play
Moon
versus
and the,
Eldrazi.
Obsidian Charmos and the Ghost Vacuum, and so yeah, maybe that actually lines up 4 cards for 4 if you bring in the Blood Moon. But it in general, actually, Blood Moon is also way better on the play, so that might have been something he switched up. Not having Blood Moon on the draw, but bringing it in on the play here.
And I have to say, Kozilek's Command is a card that has impressed me particularly. I felt like both games, I really like the way that the card is super versatile, not being a sideboard card, but gives you a lot of different options. And looks like Arthur took a mole there, so
Yeah,
choosing
mulling to
what-
6 and seems to keep a 1-lander here. But with that Devourer of Destiny, so just like we talked about, like it actually increases your keep range. It can hold on to 2 copies of Kozilek's Return, or maybe he also has a Dismember as the card he's thinking.
I'm
of
not
putting on
asking
board
how
here.
Canada
He could
is.
Also ship that second Kozilek's Return.
America's
Keep
doing
that
too
as
shit
well.
right now for
Yeah,
me to
that's what's
be
going through his mind right now.
bothered with how
Let's see.
Canada's
So really
doing.
depending there, that the Devourer of Destiny will help find that.
They can
second
fly
land.
fucking solo for a bit.
Yeah, so let's see if it just
Uncared
does.
for.
Arthur did decide to put back the Dismember. This is a bit of a risk to take because
Unless they're taking in
Andrea
refugees, in which case
take
I
Guide of
care,
Souls here
Canada,
with
I
counters
care.
on before you get to Kozilek's Return mana. That is one way Andrea can get around that 2 damage to each creature.
And I see Guided of Souls in Andrea Mengucci's hand. Also trying to get a look at what else is there. Couple of lands. I think Seasoned Pyromancer
Let's
as
go,
well.
let's go. I'm gonna squat.
Yes, it seems like Andrea will be able to
Season peasy.
develop enough, especially with that Guide of Souls into Seasoned Pyromancer, just making so much energy. And now we see Arthur resolve the ability of that
Guide of Souls
Devourer
into
of Destiny.
Ocelot Pride is so annoying.
Finding that Ugin's Labyrinth on top and drawing it for turn. That is actually a huge draw here, because unlike the Eldrazi Temple, Ugin's Labyrinth can tap for mana for Kozilek's Return, so Arthur is able to play the Kozilek's Return on turn 2 already, which means that Andrea
He's got the
will be able to
vibe
get
for
enough
Warehouse
energy to
Party
activate that Guide of
DJ.
Souls.
Parentheses
That was an
compliment.
absolutely incredible draw from Arthur there, finding that off that Devourer of Destiny. And as I've been saying, you know,
How we doing,
that was not
Canada?
that important. It was
Okay.
absolutely game-breaking for this specific game. So
Yeah,
I don't know how you do it.
think the card was...
At this point, we're gonna watch the end of Mango's
You
match.
just set me up for failure.
Sorry, Siren.
Speaking of setting someone up for failure, here we see Andrea Mengucci setting himself up for success with that surveilling a Flage into the graveyard.
Oh, wow.
That is always what we like to see of our surveil lands
No
here.
arena though, but that can get very complicated soon. And Andrea Mengucci doing what he wants to do. A lot
With
of
them
these cats,
bombardment in
but
hand.
Of course, always scared of what might be on the other side, and we
Yes,
saw
it
as strong this
is.
deck as can be with Kozilek's return.
Absolutely. And the beautiful thing about this setup here is that Andrea doesn't quite have 3 energy yet, so he needs to commit on another creature before he can threaten that Guide of Souls, which means Arthur is...
I said if they're taking refugees, I care, okay?
Wait for Andrea to commit another creature and then swing that Kozilek's
And then certified Canadian in
Andrea does not
chat
have any
said
of it.
I
Now
could
we
be a
see Andrea,
refugee,
instead of,
so
like, committing,
I
to
care
that Guide of
now.
Souls, is trying to play it safe and just make the attack, force that Kozilek's return out of hand.
And paying off immensely here, because we see that Arthur did deploy that. So we will see what is the follow-up here from Mengucci.
Yeah, actually, this is a spot where, like, Arthur could have even waited more with that Kozilek's return. You get into this, like, little dance here, where he could have taken the damage, waiting for end of turn with Kozilek's return.
Season Pyromans are
Maybe
so
this
sick in this
Kozilek's
deck.
return also may signal Andrea Mengucci that there's a second one in hand.
It
or
might
something
actually,
like
yeah, because
that.
it was very quickly played. So Andrea might pick up on that and think there might be a second one. And Andrea has Goblin Bombardment in hand, which is not necessarily an answer to Kozilek's return, but definitely a way where you can punish someone who's playing those sweepers. And indeed, Andrea is deploying the bombardment before deploying anything else to his
This
board,
is good.
respecting
This is
that
good.
second copy of Kozilek's return.
So let's see here what Arthur also is going to do. Rumble, and this has been a great card as well. So let's mill the 4 cards.
And just picking up an Eldrazi Temple here, really developing his mana here. He gets a spawn, he gets the Temple. He could even spend that spawn to play out that Talisman, and just has so much mana available for next turn.
We see that Dismember.
They could also just dismember that Ragavan.
Talisman pass.
Oh right, he had a mana floating from that Ugrin's Labyrinth, so didn't even need to sacrifice the spawn. Yeah, so this is just a lot of mana development. And
Canada's on round
yeah, if you
5.
can,
That
like,
sounds right.
prolong the game, like it's looking like
Yo,
you can
they're
right
doing
now,
it.
then deploy
We'll
that
come back to
creep.
you. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you, Mingu.
Season Pyro, but really all of that is a sideshow. What the game is about is
Hey, Kat. Thanks
Okay,
for
well,
thanks for the kind
hey,
words.
We'd love to hear it. It's clean and clear. We're gonna have a big Titan off, and we'll have to see how it goes.
A big
Taking
Titan
look over
off.
these deck lists, is anything jumping out to you that's really
Curious words when it says Boros Energy versus Boros Energy at the top.
yeah. Well, so in game 1, I think the most important question
Yay,
is, like,
Boros
what
Energy
do the
mirror.
players have in terms of ways to permanently exile the opposing Titans, and it looks like both of these players have just the 2 Thraben charms. Sean has only 2 Static Prison.
Is it Thraben or Thraben?
Vic,
This is
as-
the second
as a guess,
RC
has
stream I've
Static
watched
Prison.
where
Maybe
someone
a
has said
small, like,
Thraben.
there's slightly more ways to exile the Flage in game 1, but nothing too huge. I think the lists are
But I say
pretty
Thraben.
similar for this matchup. I mean, there's a
Is
they
it
have a slightly
Thray,
different
like,
mix of the
hey, girl?
grindy
Or is
free
it
drops,
Thrab,
but
like,
which ones you have, I think, is not
ah,
that important.
a ghost?
And also, I think the grindy free drops are themselves not that important. Except
it's like a girl? Why are people saying Thraben?
Yeah, I mean, looking over, it does look like there's just a slight,
Thraben.
upping when it comes to Merkavic's deck, including in the sideboard. It looks like they almost have identical.
Thraben is
We
crazy.
have a Chain to the Rocks and a showdown in this one versus Sean's, but we'll have to see.
Thank you for
how these
vindicating
players
me.
play and
Slaben Inspector.
there are probably some games that are pretty, whatever, and some other ones where there's a lot of good posturing and maneuvering. So let's see how it goes. As Sean is gonna fetch and play Ocelot Pride. Oh, good shuffle. All the flages were at the bottom. That's big.
Fetch, Shock, Ocelot, Pride. What a line.
Yeah, I mean, and
Could be worse, could be
I
Guide
do
of
think
Souls.
The small stuff isn't too important. Usually, the game doesn't come down to it, but insofar as small stuff can matter, I mean, turn 1 Pride, I think, sneeze at. Nice to blank opposing Ragavans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ocelot Pride, real powerhouse card if it can get going. And it looks like Merkovic is just playing a land and passing the turn. Had a Surveil land in hand and thought about playing it, but decided to leave up mana.
I don't think this Sean guy is very good. He's already lost
Sean
3
really good at
life.
combat. Gonna
He's
deal
losing
one,
so quickly.
gain 1 as well.
Second favorite commentator. Let's go, baby.
Now has a couple options. Looks like the hand is Discharge, Goblin Bombardment, Static Prison, Seasoned Pyromancer.
Okay, no, he's back up to 18 life. I think he's
Got
actually pretty
Goblin
good.
Bombardment. And pass the turn.
Wow, and all of that just happens. Interesting. So Mirkovic definitely does not have any sort of interaction. I think if he did, you'd expect to see it fired off on the Pride pretty quickly. And now we do have the Pride bombardment engine going, which it's no Johnny bombardment, but it's something.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of extra damage. And we got that
Surveil
kind of
land?
stuff
This
can
seems
there.
like too slow of a start for Boros
It also
Synergy
means
v
that,
Boros
for example,
Synergy.
If Mirkovic goes to flip an Johnny, Sean can just sack a couple creatures and kill the Planeswalker before that happens.
But this guy's in round 5,
Right.
so
It means that
gonna assume
opposing
that they know
Pride
better
is
than I
taken out
do.
at the cost of cat tokens, which is cool. First strike is generally a nice combo with it. There's some nice stuff here. Again, at the end of the day, if Mirkovic has Flage and Sean doesn't, it's hard to say that this will actually matter, but it's something.
Yeah, and it looks like Merkovic does have a Flage in hand.
Graveyard
as long
off
as
screen
we're
is
trying, they're
tough.
Casting, and then a lot of lands. Our last 2 draw steps have been lands, so we have the card, that we're thinking matters the most, and we're gonna hope that's good enough as Johnny comes down and a passing of the turn.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think, we are seeing kind of the low end of the board's keep range from Mirkovic, but also because that Flage is so important, I think I would be inclined to keep a Johnny Flage 5 lands, assuming I've got some fetch lands, some surveils, so some ways to get stuff into the yard.
Yeah, totally. And Sean picked up a Johnny here, so has the chance to, flip this powerful Planeswalker and have it start to take over the game. Is a Johnny something that early enough can outclass Flage, or is it sort of a situation of like, if you get the Flage down, you're not dead on board, you're really going to stabilize?
I mean, I think that, well, I guess I would say I think that is unusual, but it also seems like the circumstances here might be right for it.
Yeah.
Dueling a
Johnny
Johnny's.
comes down. We're 2 away from the City's Blessing.
I mean, this is a totally savage turn, right? Like, Sean can kill the opposing cat token, flip a Johnny kills the opposing a Johnny, and then attack, make a token and step, and I mean, that's an insane turn.
Yeah, that's a really powerful turn.
Yeah, this is crazy. This
I
deck
think
is
that checks out, right?
crazy.
So Johnny makes a 3rd token, the opposing Johnny would have 3 loyalty after you ping the cat. Yeah, it seems
Yep.
like that just totally works. Now I guess that would not get you the City's Blessing, so that part will not happen. But yeah.
It's interesting. I think actually a weird thing is if you just static prison the Ajani and you attack with your cats, then you hit the City's Blessing and you get, like double tokens if that's something you want here. And then your Ajani, is probably pretty safe removal because the prison would be the 9th thing. The tokens would enter, and then 2 different tokens came in, so you get, the 2/1 cat and the 1/1 cat.
Well, wait. This actually brings up a pretty insane line, right? Then, because then you could sack your 1/1 cat to. Well, wait. Is he targeting the cat token? What's happening here?
I'm not exactly sure. I think it looks like Static Prison's being played. It looks like it's taking the cat token.
Yeah, they
So
really
there's a
need to
prison
work
off
on
screen,
the
so we have 9 permanents.
framing,
Which means if we
because we cannot
sack a
see
cat
that
to flip our Johnny,
static prison.
then we'd be and we tick up, we'd be back to 9, and then the Pride trigger would be the thing that puts us to 10 and have the blessing. So it should all still work out.
And this is a heads up play from Sean. So he's sacking the cat that came in last turn. This is because the Ozlite Pride trigger is going to double all cats that are currently in play and were made this turn. Pride only doubles tokens that are still in play when it checks the end of the turn. So what this means is both of the fresh 2/1 cats are going to be doubled.
Yep. And we're seeing the
We
2/1.
do have
don't
a solid
actual
view of their
those, but
laps.
We're going to have a backward
So
sleeve for it.
cheers to that, I
You're gonna
guess.
see Ocelot Pride connect for 1, get that life gain trigger, get another cat, and this is gonna be a lot of cats very quickly. It reminds me of my aunt in some ways.
All right. Mason's
I don't
aunt
think
making
Mason
appearance
has an
on
aunt
stream.
with.
So yeah.
I don't think he has a
anyways,
crazy cat lady aunt.
look,
If he
like
does,
I
he's
said,
never
I
told
think
me
it is
about her.
rare to see an aggressive start just completely overcome Flage, but look, I mean, Mirkovic had no one drop, just an Ajani on the draw. Not that great.
This guy's straight goofing.
One of the best starts his deck can produce. I mean, yeah, that might do it.
Yeah, and I mean it's looking strong here. Yeah, so we're having a bunch.
This
of
deck is
tokens come in.
stupid. This deck
And,
is
yeah.
stupid.
Pass the turn. Not bad for turn 3. Flage is the draw.
Yeah, notably, Flage not a card known for its strength in multiples.
Yes.
I mean, I think this is God. It's so much damage too, because next turn you have, this massive attack. You have the Ajani as a threat if he goes after the Ocelot Pride. But if you go after the Ajani, then the Ocelot Pride tokens can also be thrown with a Goblin Bombardment. Mirkovic looks pretty cooked to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just lethal any way you slice it.
Yeah, that was turn 3.
Because like the Ajani is representing it's kind of like you almost you're forced to go after it because of the plus, and it's also the thing when you gain the 3 life because you can't sack in response, obviously. And so, but even then, like you're saying, this is just a massive attack into bombardment triggers, and that's not even counting any cards we have in hand, like this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah,
You're taking minimum 12
I don't know
damage.
if this is literally lethal, but it's either.
Oh wait, no, that's
very close to it.
So this is an attack for 11, and then yeah, we were.
I didn't realize all those sleeves were 2 once.
So, all right, there you go. Like you said, this game typically comes down to Flage, but we had one of those.
What do we got to do to get
outsider
pronouns
games.
on these
That's why we
RC
play the
coverage
game,
streams?
It's not just like show each other. It's like, hey, I had Flage, you didn't.
You're
So,
fucking telling me,
Let's
girl.
check out these sideboards. We talked about it a little bit earlier.
First
Check
of
out
all,
Mirkovic first.
none here. Second of all, none here. How hard is it? I'll tell you how hard it is because I've done it. Not very. Not very at all.
Just doesn't really line up.
I'm gonna go piss girl while they talk about sideboards.
Or really anything that's going on.
I'm just gonna leave it running for you though.
Etc.
Emma's in charge until I get back.
Then after that, it gets a little bit complicated as far as making space. You could totally cut these Phalias, kind of against anything, sort of a mid card, but it's hard to cut that much more than that. Historically, people used to cut Ocelot Prides, but I think since the ring banning that has mostly fallen out of favor, people mostly don't do that anymore. And so there isn't that much space. As far as what people are going to be bringing in, mostly if you see a card that could answer Flage, it gets into the deck. So, these Ghost Vacuums, these Change the Rocks, this extra Thraben Charm in Mirkovic's list, definitely going to get in there. And then on Sean's side, we also do have the Showdown of the Skulls, which, actually, Mirkos has one too. Both plays also Showdown of the Skulls. I imagine those will get in here. I don't think they're that exceptional, but I still think that if you're going to play them, it's hard to imagine not boarding them in for the mirror.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense to me. Especially when you have cards like Blood Moon in your deck, you just have to cut something,
Yes. Oh, very much agreed. I guess the other thing I will mention here is I know people who like boarding in like Wear Tear in these matchups to kill opposing enchant removal because enchant removal is some of the stuff that can answer Flage. I don't know if this is actually right. I think it's a little narrow, but what I can tell you is I do know strong players who think this is reasonable. So you might see a Wear Tear get in there or something to that effect.
Fair enough. Yeah, and that makes a lot. Oh, sorry, go.
Well, I don't think it's really worth covering the players separately because their sideboards are so similar. That's basically how they're both going to sideboard.
I think that's a totally fair way to approach it. And I mean, I do think that it's going to go down like you said, and I'm going to be interested to see sort of, are we going to have a game where Flage takes over? Are we going to have like a tight combat math one, or is someone just going to run someone over? It is pretty interesting to sort of see. I'm curious, we were talking about this earlier in the day about how, some people feel like Boros Energy is the top deck in Modern, right? Like if you go around and talk to people, that's like a thing some people say. But you and I were talking about how we felt like, it's a great deck, but maybe not, what we were thinking as the best deck. And I'm kind of curious sort of, if you're someone watching this, what are some ways you can go about beating Boros Energy, right? Like you don't want to play it. What are some decks that you could turn to that typically have a good matchup versus this kind of deck?
Yeah, I mean, this is a sort of a tricky question, I think, because, I don't know, the nature of the Boros Energy deck is that it's pretty all of its matchups are pretty close to 50%. Which means like if you think the deck is bad, you're sort of saying you think it's 48% against a lot of stuff, and if you think the deck is good, you're sort of saying you think it's 52 against a lot of stuff. But I kind of fundamentally think that the energy deck is behind against most forms of combo, and not necessarily by a lot, but I would rather be on the breach side against it. I would rather be on play the Eldrazi deck than play the Boros deck, at least as long as they don't have like sideboard consigns or something crazy. I would, I would even like rather be on the Storm side against energy if you're a Storm enjoyer. Like those are the decks that I think tend to be good against energy. Generally speaking, if you're playing a fair deck, energy is happy to play against you. Is my take.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds to me like if you're trying to play traditional Magic, and you'd rather be energy, and if you're not, you rather be the other.
Yes, that's basically true. There's some exceptions. For example,
I'm back.
some builds of energy.
Anyone who didn't listen to Emma while I was gone is getting permabanned.
Out of like the Mardu lists, but by default,
Wow, thank you for the flowers.
Energy is behind against combo, ahead against fair decks.
That makes sense to me.
Sorry, categorizing Eldrazi as combo, which I think is reasonably fair, but somewhat debatable.
Ultimate Guard didn't bring their own sleeves to the RC.
Yeah, I feel you there. It's also, I think that deck is like
what?
Not playing a traditional Magic, quote unquote, / like it's just really good if you're trying to play fair Magic, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
That's crazy.
I will say though, the move to all the Eldrazi decks playing for Karn, I think, did meaningfully decrease their margin.
Yo, love this card.
Just because, I don't know, Karn's
this little guy down here next to the clock. This is my favorite guy.
For energy before. Now,
none of the vendors did either.
Heads, but
that's a tough look. That is a tough look.
That makes sense. And we're taking some mulligans here for our players. I think Merkovic is down to 6, if I was tracking correctly.
An Honorog stream would never allow this, is all I'm saying. You guys don't got Anus in Canada?
Too big a deal.
Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't run away to Canada.
But I don't think it's too attrition-y.
I see a Flage. Showdown the Scalds looking to get bottomed.
I mean, I think a lot of Magic cards kind of have
looking to get what?
You don't really want to see them in your opening hand, but you often want to top deck them on turn 4 or 5, 6, etc. And Showdown Scald's definitely that kind of card.
Makes sense.
Looking to get what?
And a passing of the turn. Looks like we have a Guide of Souls and some discharges here for Sean.
That's fair.
The Raven Charm really sounding kind of like a card that matters a good amount in this matchup when you were describing before, right? Answers some of the enchantments that can be removal, could theoretically kill a Flage, exiles the Flage from the graveyard, or maybe preemptively gets rid of it so it can't come back with Arena.
Alright, turn 1, do nothing but surveil. Didn't work out for you last time. Let's see if it works out for you this time.
That efficiently, but all 3 modes of the card are extremely live in the matchup. I think that, I don't know the exact breakdown, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was close to 1/3 each mode in the Energy Mirror.
I believe that. Looks like we're getting a Surveil here at the end of turn.
The glare is so tough.
Also, I do think it's a little surprising that we've now seen Merkovic play 2 games without playing a spell on turn 1 in his deck with like 12 plus 1-drops, but you know.
Yeah. Hey,
you hear
we
this?
just had the hands, and honestly, it seems like he's in the same camp as you as when it comes to
turn to a Johnny. Didn't work out for you last time. Let's see if it works out this time.
But no Flage. I think was maybe a little light on lands, but you know, is keeping these hands that are like, yeah, I've got a Johnny and a bunch of 3s and some lands, you know, and one of them's Flage. And
can you guys get a light diffuser? Can you get some umbrellas, please?
Well, this game maybe it will be if Sean doesn't have such a crazy strong start.
Yep. Yeah, and being on the play too of, you know, you get that chance to Flage something down before it gets too out of control. Marshflash.
This is the problem with Modern. Too much deck shuffling.
Snow-covered plains.
Yeah, these energy players really make this.
Wait, I haven't seen the Jake Boss lighting PSA.
You know?
Honestly, in my head, I was thinking, do I ask Andrew?
I don't know if you're allowed to post links in here, but try if you have it handy.
To break the ice in the matchup.
But if you don't, that's fine.
You know, like it's gonna be really good. As we're gonna see Thraben Charm target this Ajani. Bam. Take 2.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting how much stronger Prince Charm is than similar kind of deal damage equal to creatures effects. That twice as many just means it's almost always enough.
Yeah, it's a real MH3 moment. You know, like that card could probably be a standard card if you just took off the word twice. You know, but
Well, yeah, you might be right about that.
yeah. As we are going to see a shock into Flash, we're going to actually go up a life. Flash going to hit the bin and attack for 2. Sean.
I'm looking at the lighting PSA.
Takes a draw. Did we get a Flash of our own Arena of Glory? That's good with Flash, but it doesn't look like we have it. We do have a couple Showdown the Scalds in our hand. We actually have both of them. So that land was kind of nice for next turn. But this turn, looks like we're going a Johnny with a Gallop Discharge up. Potentially we could flip our Johnny, but...
Okay.
Right, but you can see already this game is going to be at a much slower pace. Cards are being exchanged. Both players still at pretty high life totals. Definitely set up for a game that Flage might decide.
Am I...
Yep. And Merkovic does have 2 of the 5
Am I
cards
too
in
stupid
graveyard
to
in
understand
right now.
this?
With things like fetch lands, we can get there pretty quickly, although it does look like we have a lot of spells in hand. Looks like Ghost Vacuum is one of them, Thraben Charm another. Sacred Foundry, and I believe a red card that I can't quite make out.
Yeah, it might be a Seasoned Pyro. I'm not too sure.
Oh yeah, that. I think it is Pyro, and I think that makes sense too on it like tanking, because you could just discard 2 of your cards, keep your land, and your Flash is like right around the corner. Or you could, maybe play some of your cards, and develop, and then next turn, Season Pyro for more. It looks like we are gonna at least play this Ghost Vacuum. And yeah, we're gonna play tapped Sacred Foundry, and then pass the.
Sorry, I'm still just looking at this Jake Boss thing, trying. I feel like when people are like rotate an apple in your head, that's what I'm doing with this diagram right now, and I can't do either.
Yeah, I mean that part makes sense. Mirkovic is definitely kind of milking his hand for all it's worth here, playing to get the most value out of his cards, rather than kind of being the most impactful on the board, which I think is pretty reasonable given the texture of the game, but definitely has some.
The red area on the pictures where you can't have lights. They need to be placed far off to the side.
Showdown the Skulls, how much they are gonna swing things, because it's a lot of cards and potentially a lot of power added to the board. But the board is so low on threats right now.
I understand.
I know it's just gonna be kind of an interesting game.
I thought he was just talking about like the redder of the 2 reds.
Setting up 2 cast Showdown the Skulls,
And I was like, no one would put a light there.
Obviously, this potentially
in either of these.
A Johnny could get killed, but
that makes way more sense. Thank you, chatters.
And technically not draw. Exile before Twitch chat comes at me.
Mason, how do you feel about describing Showdown of Skulls as the One Ring at Home?
I love it, actually. It is kind of the vibe it gives of like I miss. Honestly, it reminds me more of like when there's something you loved and then you kind of get the knockoff version and you're like, yeah, it's good. It brings back the feelings, It's like you used to play Pokemon Red and Blue, so you get the new Switch, you get the other game. Looks like we are getting a judge question real quick here about Showdown the Skull. Maybe if this is a trigger. Not exactly sure. But
I mean, it is a trigger, I believe. I mean, what happens is, as a turn-based action, the counter is placed on it, and then the Showdown of Skulls triggers when the counter is placed. So.
Yeah, but I guess I'm trying to think about why would you... What question could Merkovic be asking right now? Right?
Yes, I have no idea, but...
Oh, I wonder if there's a question about, like, does this enter and always flip the top 4 because we have a Thraben Charm that could disenchant it?
That's a good question.
How does it work? I believe with Sagas, the way it works is they come in with a counter and the first thing always happens. So you won't be able to, like, kill it in response to stop the draw 4, which is, a fair question if you've never experienced that before.
No, you're right. That's definitely what he's asking. And then the answer is no, you can't deny the 4 cards, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you see Sean there kind of moving his hands like, I don't know what's going on. I'm just hanging out.
Well, I think he might know, honestly. Like, if Sean is paying attention here to the timing of this judge call, I think he should be able to read Merkovic for Thraben Charm, like, almost for sure. If I'm Sean, I'm going to be playing around Thraben Charm as much as as much as is practical from this point forward.
Yep. Land, a Johnny, Season Pyro.
Land, a Johnny, Season
so
Pyro.
Those are
Jeez.
some good cards. A lot of gas in the tank there for Sean. So Mirkovic, I think, will be fine as long as he can get the Flage into play soon. You know, if this goes on too long, those creatures grow out of Flage range, then Sean might start to have problems. But, you know, Merkovic can get the Flage out quickly, then I think he'll be able to clean everything up.
Oh, this is round 6.
And yeah, I kind of like too the idea of like, let's get this showdown off the board, not let the creatures grow too much. Or the Ajani. Like basically, I want to use the Thraben Charm this turn to fuel my graveyard.
Oh, this overlay is also really tough.
Fighting either is pretty reasonable, but Ajani is definitely one who can go sideways. Looks like we're gonna hold on to it.
Face-to-face games, call
I do not
me.
like this play.
I can fix all of this for
He
you.
has exactly 3 cards in the yard.
You need help.
Correct, Flage and
I can
Challengers.
save you.
So, if he draws
Oopsies.
a fetch land, right, he could fetch, Surveil, bin whatever the card is, and immediately cast Flage if he had Thraben Charm EOT. Because he didn't, he's kind of locked out of casting the Flage this turn.
If I hear Thraben
think
Charm
that's
one
a
more
big
time
deal
today, I'm gonna
because
scream.
It might be too late by next turn.
I agree. Ocelot Pride comes down, and there's a passing of the turn. Season Pyro and Thraben Charm in hand. Sean, draw for the turn. Elegant
Yes.
Thunder, Fable,
Export
I'm sorry,
me.
Showdown, Galvanic Discharge. Gaia Soul's the draw for turn.
Import me.
Season Pyro has the Ajani in exile. Looks like Merkovic maybe is hoping to, kill an Ajani
Yeah.
with, the flip trigger on the
Yeah,
stack
it's just like
from the
Or-
Alleged Rule.
I mean, look,
The-
I
the
get that he's
positioning
going to get maximum value of this Thraben Charm by doing this. I just
of
think
the
this at what cost?
Yeah, I
the
agree,
things
I
on the
agree.
overlay.
There's something to be said about like efficiency
camera
and the chance to
framing.
get lucky too, right? And like the chance of like using that last turn, like you said, we
I
could've
can fix
potentially
them.
got Flage, which would have been a massive play.
For
But also,
real.
we didn't get to play our Season Pyro and just draw 2 cards. Killing this last turn at the end of turn. Yeah, maybe this next Ajani would be an issue, but our board presence would be much better. We would have more cards, be potentially working there. We are going to play a land from that showdown of the Scalds.
It's so tough. There's so much
Yeah,
space on the
we
left of
over
it
here.
too.
So Reign of Glory, Ajani, Season Pyro, the ones in exile. Snow-covered plains. That's going
Yeah,
to...
so Sean could just play Pyro Ajani here, but maybe he has different plans in mind.
Yeah, it's going to play Guide of Souls. I think Sean, like you said, maybe sniffed out the Thraben Charm and is trying to grow the Ajani outside of Charm range so that he can then flip the Ajani later if he wants to. Or maybe, just in general, make it so it doesn't die.
Mm.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's playing
This
some
is
numbers
really
because of the
tricksy.
card. He sort of does know it's there.
Yeah, and now with the Galvanic Discharge in hand,
You're
if
right.
it goes to
We are
kill
getting a
this
good
Ajani
shot of
with
that
the
card,
turn
but
stack, you can kill one of the creatures, and then it only does 2 damage, so it would not be lethal given the first counter from Showdown to Scald. Showdown counter
yeah,
resolves
part of
on
it is on the
before.
players.
It's gonna trigger, gain us
And-
a life,
but I mean,
gain us
like,
another life after
When
the
you're
turn.
on
It's
coverage
gonna
at
be-
one of these, generally they have that
Cat
shit
has
like
died,
laid
Ajani's
out.
very mad.
and they're like,
Or
these are
the
your
ones that died
boundaries.
and
Play
then
within
start.
these boundaries.
So he flips.
And if they're really good, the play space
Thank you
will
for
indicate
explaining
this
the
as
APR
well.
lore to
via
those
some
of us who
means.
are unaware.
It's that's why the card works that way. That's
And
actually. his
I
brother
don't
made
know
that
if
card.
this was communicated to them at all
So
or what,
Yeah, I
Looks
mean, I
like-
believe he becomes a Johnny Vengeance is what happens. Right?
but it surely does not seem like there's any play space indicator of where they can play and still be.
you're a lore knower
In
and a vote
frame.
for a winner. What can't you do? As we're gonna get the fake cat token once again.
I mean, what I.
So yes, it's a little bit on the players, but
Okay,
also
So
mostly
let's
it's
do
on
this as
face to
Travis Shaw
face.
response here. Yeah. Does Sean have a play in response to that?
Yep, the Galvanic Discharge.
There's not someone at the table to tell them is also
The
tough.
Ocelot Pride. Meaning only 2 damage will be done. And we get
Also,
another
Mason
counter. We
and
just
Alan
put that on.
Bogan are doing
Our cat
every
player.
single
We
round
play
of
from the
coverage.
Guide of Souls, we want to grow it potentially out of
2 guys.
Blade range.
All day long. That's crazy.
Lots of options here.
I'm just saying I would do things different.
Galvanic
Yeah,
Discharge
this
also
is-
gonna.
This is kind of a savage blowout. The way he set this up. He gets to.
It's a lot of
those
yapping.
creatures, save his Ajani. It still flips from the trigger that's already in the stack from the previous Ajani dying. At that point, Sean's kind of all set. Showdown's even a red permanent. He sort of got it all.
Yeah. Really tight play here from Sean. Picked up with what was happening in the game. Also, just a totally reasonable thing to, have known even without the judge call. The Johnny flips. This is going to lead to more energy, more life, and more damage.
No comment.
I'm curious if Sean will go face for, 4 or just remove the cat token.
Yeah, that's
we're actually
going to
tick up. Yeah, Sean's going up. We're going to +1/+1 counter on our cats, it looks like.
Interesting. So I would guess the idea of this play is to protect the Ajani itself from potential Flage flashback.
Yeah, it is possible that they are just looking at they're looking at the raw footage and being like, that's good, and not realizing.
Yeah, I agree. That makes it so you get to keep your
that
Ajani.
It's like,
you also need Velasco in your hands as showdown, so you have another red permit to potentially remove a Flage. Pardon me. And then this also, makes it so you do still a decent amount of damage. I like this play. Very heads up. Season Pyromancer gone now. And we're going to see Ghost Vacuum. You can get the Johnny. Make some 1/1 ghosts later. Oh yeah, put it over there. This game, if we're going to win, it might involve popping the Ghost Vacuum.
I would love to see a Ghost Vacuum
Static
pop.
Was the draw.
Okay, I mean, that's nice and all, but no Flage means no game win is what I think.
Yep, Static Prison coming down. Awkward, this removal spell that doesn't really go to the graveyard. We would love if it touched it, but Johnny is going to go into the prison, and then Season Pyromancer's the last card in hand. That's going to be a clean draw 2 here.
Well, yes, Merkovic has managed to milk all of his cards for maximum value, but in doing so, his rate of deployment has been so slow that I think Sean is going to manage to beat Flage despite not having one of his own again.
Yeah, I agree.
This is crazy. What a crazy deck. The iCads in the lab were on one
Part of the strength
when they cooked this one up.
I've always felt in this deck is that, okay, it's a red permanent, it can churn out additional red permanents, and it can fuel a really fast Flage. If you aren't using it to do that, I mean, sure, you get to cleanly draw 2, but that's sort of less what the card is about, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is kind of a turbocharged the Flage thing. Like, there have been plenty of games.
45-degree tapping is crazy. I'm glad that you and I finally agree on something today.
You get that board
but this is insane behavior.
As well, and then you're just there very quickly. So it's a really strong card when you use in the context of I'm trading off my resources, just spending things, and
Thank you. Yes. Pitchforks.
I kind of feel like we really did it with the Thraben Charm. I actually think that it tricked us into being inefficient, and then it's been a cascading effect since then.
Yes, I agree with you. Now maybe if Sean's hand isn't very good, then Merkovic can buy enough time to get his Flage going and cut back into this. I mean, that's certainly possible, but at the moment, I do think the advantage bar is clearly on Sean's side.
Oh yeah. Well, wherever the Ottawa is,
yes,
right there.
Illegalize it.
Pretty far at the advantage bar.
Have you never been to the great city of Ottawa, Mason? It's kind of a nice place.
I'm sure it's great. It's my advantage bar for today. It's over there. I've cycled Ottawa lots of times.
Oh my god. This fucking guy.
Chapter through the showdown, that means more counters and more cards. We're playing another Showdown the Sculpt with Governing Discharge as our last one in hand. And Steven Merkovic, the head shake.
Painful.
It's gotta feel like this game got away from us a little bit. We still get a counter because the first showdown popped. This Guide of Souls is now bigger than Flage can shoot, which definitely matters. We're gonna, in response to the targeting it, fetch here. Which I think the fetch does put us at Flageable spot now. So that means next card will be the Flage. Governing Discharge is going to target this Guide of Souls.
Lands above
energy,
spells?
So Governing Discharge in response can kill something and then leave enough energy behind to bump the Guide of Souls.
Upside down cards is extremely condescending.
Savage. Sean has leveraged them time and time again to just completely blink Merkovic's rule.
I accidentally upside down carded
really
Caroline Party
I personally
one
kind of
time.
was like, well, it's like reasonable
With like a very
yeah,
common
these things
card.
don't
It was
matter,
like
but how much
Pioneer,
these,
and I was
like,
playing like a
counters
Thoughtseize.
matter, and like, what if I just played another season Pyro, right? Like, what if I was more mana?
But it was
efficient? But
because
really
she
starting
had
to
already
see that,
Thoughtseized me,
you know, these counters matter a
and had
lot
seen my
because
hand.
removal is
So I
damage
turned all the
based,
cards
and I'm
upside
also trying to,
down.
you know, kind of
And then I went to
hustle
play
more,
one
outgrow a Flash
and
Zone.
forgot to like
Looks like
re-rotate
maybe
it.
actually decided not to
So I
galvanize
just like
discharge.
was like
Could be
Thoughtseize
a
you.
situation where
Card facing her. Oh,
we
it
decided,
was,
yeah, let's see if we have something better we can
it
do.
was so fucked.
Land,
The rudest
land,
thing I've
land,
ever done to
pride,
Caroline.
Flage. There we
Oopsie,
go.
sorry.
Oh my god.
I like this plan of putting them under our showdown. That's good for the viewers at home.
It was a good lesson to learn.
I mean,
I wish I had learned it on a
I don't know, I
man,
mean,
but it was a
that's
good lesson
great
to
for
learn.
Sean. Now, even if Merkovitz gets Flage, I mean, sure, Sean's will be a little slower, but the second Flage is not always the worst Flage, especially if you have Arena and your opponent doesn't.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, I think Sean will actually.
Also, I
just
played it, and she goes,
face
"Facing
Flage,
me?"
right? Like maybe our mana's a little tight because of the basics, but
I'm so
for me, it
sorry,
looks like
Caroline.
We have enough lands to do it. And the
Yes,
correct
I think
colors?
So.
Yeah, you probably just have to fetch a shock. Oh no, you know, I'll do it to get Flage, I guess. As we're gonna put a counter on this cat. I believe that is the angel.
She
cat.
should have gotten. I should have targeted myself with the Thoughtseize.
Looks to be an attack for 6, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and I mean, we have this discharge. I assume we're at the Sea's Blessing right now. There's 6 lands in play and 4
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
so
7, 8, 9. Yeah, we got there.
that means future Ocelot Prides will be going off.
Also, who knows what's on the top part of the screen?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for Merkovitz to get out of this one. If he has a road to salvation, it might start with heal his own Arena of Glory.
That makes sense to me.
Although, I guess, maybe that doesn't even do it. I guess then Sean can maybe just, like, deal 6 to the opposing Flage when he flashbacks and casts his own.
Yeah, because Sean will be able to do 15 damage with Flage next turn. If there's
These
no
dice are
Flage,
crazy.
right? Because the first one, the escape, and then the attack. So
Yes.
that's a lot, and we can only in the world where we go
Face-to-face games, call me.
Probably not killing everything.
Reach out on any platform
So,
at Nile
those
Joan
are
Rivers.
natural
I will
bounds,
fix
so
your
it's
shit.
A tough spot. I'm curious what we drew here. I mean, obviously this is all face up on the table.
I trained under the ways of Anurag Das. I know you can't afford Anu. You can afford me.
Locking up day number 2 here at the face-to-face RC in Ottawa. That's going to do it for this round. We'll be back as soon as the next round's up. So make sure to follow this channel. That way you don't miss any.
All right. Good round. I've seen better local shops. I've run better local shop F&M streams. It's crazy. I am going to contact face-to-face games. This is insane. This is nuts. Anyway, back to Mango.
Huge Kozilek's command, digging through his deck. That's a great spot to be in. Let's see if Arthur is willing to take this damage from Ragavan.
So Andre in hand.
Mason, I'm gonna be
and also
contacting
seeing
face-to-face
Pyromancer in a
games.
land.
The Blood Moon is really big here. So what Blood Moon
I can
does
fix their production.
is that it makes it so Arthur
No,
has
not
a
you.
really hard time getting to 2 colorless mana for that.
It's just like, lordy. The overlay, the camera position, the
lands
lights.
turn him into
They
mountains.
need
He
help,
can't
and
take
I can be
colorless
the one
anymore.
to save them.
Arthur still has the talisman and he has the Eldrazi spawn. And so
That was
gives him a
Andrew.
way to, like, deal with
Andrew was
things
saying
like that.
Thraben.
Oh, I just missed what happened there, actually. Oh, right. So because Arthur used that Dismember on Ragavan, that gave Andrea the opportunity to kill off that spawn, sacrificing Ragavan. And that is huge here, because then now, if he develops a Blood Moon, Arthur will not have access to double colorless, and is kind
Yeah,
of
I will. I'll talk to all the commentators and say it's
Talisman,
Thraben, by the way.
or I guess another Malevolent Rumble to even access this Kozilek's
So let's surveil here from the land.
Mason, you're lucky that you weren't saying Thraben. This chat is riled up. I have radicalized people. They are ready to kill. Andrew Ellenbogen should never step foot in here. I won't be able to stop people. I won't be able to mute and ban fast enough.
Arthur still has a lot of time.
And looks like Andrea Mengucci drew another mountain.
Yeah, just a windswept heath, but yeah, that is basically a mountain here. And now we see the dashing of Ragavan that probably will...
I didn't see the break the ice line. What was it? I saw your channeling Ottawa line. I groaned publicly.
So like that won't actually be that much pressure, but on the other hand, the ability of Ghost Vacuum to spend 6...
Ellenbogen! Oh shit!
Like, in a few turns, you might actually see that...
Blood Moon, awoo!
Because both players are in a holding position.
Don't tell anybody that I awooed.
Which is also, like, that's a 7-mana card, or a blue card, but he has...
That's our secret, again.
Or 7 mana. That is a red-green talisman in play right now.
And Andrea drew the Guide of Souls, but decided not to play it.
They play snow-covered basic, so break the ice can kill the lands.
Again, I think he's trying to combine that Guide of Souls with something else. He actually also
These
has the
fucking
Seasoned
guys.
Pyromancer to just make 2 elementals here end of turn.
Looks like that's exactly what he does.
Like to refute that it's a nice place comment.
What it is. Looks like wear and tear.
I haven't done it twice. I've only done it 0 times. And that's what we all agree on.
Still keeping the wear and tears.
I will.
Kind of big here. Dealing with that talisman is removing another. That's removing the green source from Arthur and removing his colorless source. So now this Blood Moon is just extremely effective. And even though Andrea's board is not that impressive, it's just 3/1/1.
Arthur, you're cooked,
Arthur only
homie.
has 4, like less than 4 draw steps, right? Because
Through
of
the forest though, so
he drew a forest. Okay,
yes.
that's huge, but still only gets him to, I think, 5 mana. So a bit away from playing that Null Drifter, which is, you know, still a 7 mana card.
Oh wow, and exiling the Flage there with that...
Sucks up his own Flage into the vacuum?
That's Andrea, if he draws a land, he can make a 1/1 copy of that Flage, dealing 3 damage to Arthur. And I think actually that would have meant...
Don't tell the puppy girls on me. Don't tell the puppy girls on me. They won't understand.
Jump with the Guide of Souls. So it's 5 mana, 5 damage from that, 3 from the Flage, and then 4 from the Goblin Bombardment. So if Andrea had drawn a land here, this play would have meant that he actually had lethal here. Oh, and it seems like he does have the 6th land. And yeah, he didn't even need the Guide of Souls counters actually. He can just do it right now, make a copy of...
Alright, well that's a Marsh Flits.
3 damage to Arthur, and then sacrificing that to Bombardment, sacrificing the rest of his board, and yeah, that is game over.
That's
that was
crazy.
A really nice spot from Andrea, seeing that you could do that with Flage, and yeah, Andrea actually like already has the kill here at any moment he wishes. Instead of just going for it, he's doing it until he's forced to, and now sacrificing all of his...
This is why Mingu's the GOAT.
Dealing 1 damage each and finding the win here right before that 3rd Cosmetics return was drawn.
I have to say, Simon, this was quite the way to kick off here our Ultimate Guard Regional Championship. We had an amazing first feature match. How did you feel about
That's
these
so
games?
sick.
And congratulations to Andrea Mengucci to advancing now 1-0.
Yeah, it's always a
Alright, great job, Mingo. Take me to the next game.
Well, a lot of
Blood Moon set.
Now this is professional
From the fantasy
coverage.
draft, playing that
Philip is such a queen. I love her so much. I'm so happy to see her
draft, my
commentating RCs.
most do that.
Pretty hard to talk about the sideboard without that. The previous draw card.
Selesnya
which is
enchantments.
Kind of a stony silence, maybe on theme, might be too slow.
Board also had
It's
both
gotta
of their
be
decks there,
Italian made.
and they still have 30 minutes left. So
Teamer Breach versus
See the
Enchantress.
full combo in hand from Stefan already.
Stefan
Grand
up a
Breach
game.
and Mox Opal, even the
How much
full
time for
combo in
Canada?
hand and 2 lands.
Ooh, a
he's
lot.
well set up to combo alongside that Preordain. He can combo as soon as turn 3 here if Alexandra has no pressure. And he
We
will see,
love enchanties
a very
here.
Interesting card from Alexandra with
I
the
gotta
Siege
change
Cradle,
that
which let's get
Nightbot
that up on
alert.
screen here. Seed
It's so
Cradle
tough.
Witch.
1 mana, 1/1 that you can pay 4. Target creature gets +3/+3 until the end of the turn. Untap that creature.
So I think so. The combo with the Seed Cradle Witch is that you have the Sanctum Weaver that taps for mana for each enchantment you have. Let's put that up on screen here. Sanctum Weaver. So actually, it's an infinite combo with this one, where you tap your Sanctum Weaver for 4 mana, and then pay 4 to give it +3 and untap it. And if you have 5 enchantments, you actually just go infinite. And so the Seed Cradle Witch might seem a bit weird, but because you have access to Greens on Zenith to find it, so you only need 1 copy in your deck. And actually, I think, yeah, Alexander is he's playing 1 main and 1 sideboard.
What a deck.
Means that
What a
you
sick
have access
deck.
to this combo much more often.
Second
Abs
mana
and
for
Sam combo deck. The like the cat, the Samwise
I remember
cat stuff.
One of my very first decks I bought was like, you know, an old used Shadowmoor intro deck that was like a green-white elf deck that had the Seed Cradle Witch.
It's a kind
It
of
was
sick
very
hoodie, I'm not
weird
gonna
ways
lie.
You could combo with it, and I absolutely like adored these like, you know, weird gloomy art
That's sick.
styles from Lorwyn there. So yeah, nice to see the Seed Cradle Witch again. Ooh, and here's the collector oof, just
You
all
were
of the
talking
one-ups
about it.
from Alexandra, and Stefan sitting there with the combo in hand. Preordained the first turn.
That
and,
oof is carrying the
announced
weight of the
combo on
world
turn
on
3,
its
but
shoulders.
Now has to find an answer to this collector
And what
oof.
answers can he have for the oof here?
He does have a couple copies of Unholy Heat in his deck, alongside a couple other removal spells, and so that's really what he needs to find. Oh, and the Lightning Bolt, which is milled over here. If Stefan had played
Rambo.
Preordain, he would have found that. But instead deciding to do this Malevolent Rumble, he was actually looking for more artifacts, so he could turn on potentially that Mox Opal, and if he then finds a 1 mana answer, he would be able to kill the oof, play out Grinding Station, Mox Opal, 0 mana artifact, breach, and go off. Getting the total to 5 mana on turn 3. But now there's also a Rest in Peace, so yeah, Stefan actually had...
Can he
Nexus
make
Oof
mana with
and
oof on the
Lightning
board?
on top
With
when he played
mobile?
that Malevolent Rumble, and of course, you know, it would be quite a bit of...
Is oof not
like
activated abilities of
sorcery
artifacts can't be
execution.
activated?
Not
Making Stefan's life easy here.
Absolutely not, yeah. And still, you know, like, the advantage of having these creatures, like having a combo piece that is just a 1/1.
That's what I thought.
1/1s can attack. And then when you're in these weird positions where both players are kind of like locked down of doing anything impressive, 1/1s can be quite good. And we might even see Stefan here develop this Thassa's Oracle just because it's a blocker. And then we might see Seed Cradle Witch. Ability to activate at instant speed as a combat trick, getting through the Thassa's Oracle. This is what I would like
Good
to
old magic.
How does it feel to draw all of your
And,
sideboard hate?
Looks like Stefan is trying to figure out what to do in the
Oh,
face
even-
of all of these going on.
Even has his Jace in hand. That's like the second part of his combo, which, you know, might come out this game as well. Or like the second backup win condition for his combo, Wielder of Mysteries, which, you know, like is basically another card draw engine, but it will be under pressure from these creatures. So I think what we'll see here is Stefan fetching now, and then playing the Preordain, trying to look for like more... Oh, no, he's just developing the Jace.
Just going for it.
Right, so
Yeah,
it's
why
1
not?
to
They
1
can't kill it,
to
right?
have target
Save
player
yourself a
mill
little
2
life.
cards, and then draw a card.
So do you meal your opponent in this, or you just meal yourself anyway? Yeah.
I mean, since he already has his Thassa's Oracle in hand, there's not really a risk to milling yourself. So I don't actually know like which one would be better. But if Alexandra has a land here, he could use that Seed Cradle Witch to pump a creature and kill off this Jace right away. And I wonder if that's exactly what he's going for. Here it is. Cradle Witch.
Okay, I was wrong. He
Oh,
can, in
this
fact,
looks
kill
like
it.
a limited game at this point.
It does. It absolutely does. And yeah, the Seed Cradle Witch does untap itself. And kind of a powerful card.
Yes.
How do you
Big
beat this in
oof.
combat?
I mean, I don't know. It's quite difficult for sure. Stefan needs to find one of the removals, but there's more things
He
to
has
move as well.
a needle, so he can shut off that Seed Cradle Witch.
Oh, okay.
Finally get back to blocking if he wishes.
But look at this Tamio also can start attacking, making
Yeah,
clues.
the issue is that the clues are also...
I
shut
got
off by
Godzilla
that,
is such a
collectible.
good
So
Twitch
what
name.
Stefan is doing here, like, he could use that Tamio as a chump blocker, or he might just take the damage.
What the hell is which card?
But he's developing out this
Seed Cradle
Grinding
Witch?
Station so that he has the pieces in play, making his combo less mana, more mana efficient once
Rest
you
in
find the
peace,
answers to
Seed
this
Cradle
thing.
Witch.
And taking the damage,
Sick card.
Alexander chooses not to activate it.
We might
Sick
actually see
card.
Alexander hold up this witch to protect Collector Oof from Lightning Bolt and Unholy Heat.
Oh.
That would be kind of a heads-up play, but also kind of costly because it does reduce his clock by quite a bit, right? If he attacks for 3 now instead of attacking for 6. Of course, you could also like just develop more things onto the
The
board.
oof
If he
has
a,
everything on its
what's this
shoulders.
card called? The giving all enchantments shroud. That is the Sterling Grove. I think that is in his hand right now. So that would be one way where you could protect your rest in peace, giving it shroud, so that so that Stefan can't deal with. And you also play the Sanctum Weaver, and now we count 3 enchantments in play already. So Alexandra. only needs one more
Yo,
enchantment,
congrats on
and
qualifying
then
for the
you
next
actually have a
Canadian
combo,
RC.
making the Sanctum Weaver
Hopefully by
into
then
a
I will have contacted face-to-face
Very
games and
funny, you
fixed
making
their
it so that it
coverage.
cannot be activated yet.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty huge that Stefan has this Pithing Needle in hand to be able to turn off that, or this Fire Spout. So, so this is dealing 3 damage.
I don't know
each
what the
creature
hell a
while
fire
flying.
spout is.
Oh.
Oh.
That's another Lorwyn card. We're really seeing a game of Lorwyn uncommon battling here in Modern.
We're actually watching the Prague RC coverage that aired late last night, because Canada
kind of a, kind of a wild
is
situation.
waiting
Yeah,
between
Alexander
rounds.
is back to having no pressure.
This is day 1 of Prague. We're also in day 1 of Canada.
Also, this Fire Spout, it deals with, like, it was dealing 3 damage to each creature without flying, which meant that the Tamio got to survive. And now these clues are online.
I don't know if
Alexandre
Alexandre still has
Sterling
this.
Grove has that other ability where you could sacrifice it to search for an enchantment.
Day 1,
That
real
is
one.
no longer available to Alexander. So now we might just see Tamio take over this game. And yeah, that Fire Spout was an absolutely huge draw. You could see if Alexander had just like held up the witch, you would have been able to save your Collector Oof from that Fire Spout here. But fortunately for Alexander, does have a Stony Silence now, and Stefan is responding by sacrificing a clue and milling, I think milling Alexander. But honestly, I wonder if Stefan could even mill himself and hope to naturally get his Thassa's Oracle online. Maybe
And
a bit.
Alexander's deck just has so many answers for what Stefan was trying
Yes.
to do.
There's even a second rest in peace in hand from Alexander.
Okay, I'm back
but I
to
think
believing in
because of the threat of
Alexander.
Potentially engineered explosives in Stefan's sideboard, which he might have. You maybe do not want to play it. No, there's no engineered explosives in Stefan's sideboard. Still, Alexander holds on to it.
And let's
Lorwyn
see,
was my
looks like
first
Stefan
set.
has
I've never
more
seen Fire
cards,
Spout
so
in my
more
life.
options.
Yeah, he again, like that Stony Silence is going to turn off the card draw ability of Tamio, and also turn off this this Mishra's Bubble. So
OG banger.
really, I think Stefan is trying to find his Ursa Sagas to put some pressure on Alexander in a way that is like less interactable.
And what a game of Stefan trying to find ways to get the deck back online. And I mean, you have all your pieces to combo, but you just can't.
Look at this here. Stefan has Preordain in hand, but decides not to cast it. The reason for this is that Tamio requires you to have drawn 3 cards in a turn to flip. And when she transforms, she's a huge threat, threatening her ultimate very quickly. So Stefan is holding on to this Preordain, hoping to find another way to draw a card. And by that means flip the Tamio. So this is a brilliant play here from Stefan.
A second grove there, I mean.
So this does mean that the groves are going to protect each other.
Oh.
So now there's no way to remove the Stony Silence. No way to remove this Rest in Peace. Stefan will have to win without the aid of Breach and Clues and Mox Opal and Grinding Station and all these other cards.
How many Jaces is
Stefan
Just to run.
has
That
his
one's
work cut out
also
for
gone,
him.
right? So, so basically, like, if you can slow down the game enough, you know, maybe he could get to a natural Oracle that's probably out of bounds. Instead, I think he's just trying to see if he can draw that second Preordain before Alexander does anything threatening. And that Spell Snare that was picked up from Stefan here is actually also huge. Because that's one way that because that is one way that Stefan can interact with some of Alexander's good cards in his draw engines. Oh, by the way, I realize now why Alexander is keeping that second Rest in Peace in hand. It's, of course, in case he draws an Enchantress effect, he will be able to draw a card from that Rest in Peace.
And Tamio here being also such a good card overall, just in this deck, and not only
What is Alexander's win cons? What are Alexander's win cons?
Playing that Preordain, hoping to find the second Preordain off of it.
And something else, but
Unholy Heat and Nature's Claim. Yeah, none of them do anything right now. Finding Ursa Saga. Okay, so that is not the second Preordain, but it was a really good payoff to playing out that
You can go
Preordain
infinite
right now. Because
with his mana?
that's a pressure, right? That construct, because of all the clues that Tamio is making, those constructs will
I don't know.
huge.
Use infinite mana to win the game.
With a 2-drop, but Stefan can
I don't know what the
just
actual
and
enchanties.
leave Alexander wishing for another top deck here.
Well, part of also
Like,
that
this
is
is
you can
exiled
go
now.
infinite and give something infinite +3/+3s.
And I have to say, Stefan navigating really well this game, and that Urza Saga now going to 2.
Yeah, Saga's pretty huge.
Yeah, so Ursa
Attacking
Saga.
the Tamio, making a clue.
So Ursa Saga will be able to make constructs like equal to the amount of artifacts you have, which are now, they're going to be, after everything has resolved, it has searched up another artifact, making a second construct. These constructs are going to be
Yeah, time is definitely an
10
issue
cents, I think.
here.
Yes, so
Like
it's going to
17
be
minutes
very short
left.
Work of Alexander's life total. But yeah, the 4 clues and 4 other artifacts and 2 constructs, yeah. So 2 10/10s are going to be in play for Stefan. One of them will be summoning sick. Oh, he drew that other Preordain as well. That was the next card under the Ursa Saga.
Wow, look at that. The construct is there already.
Mm-hmm. It is huge.
Using it again before going to the 3rd chapter. And
I mean, this is like what
do you think
1, 2,
Stefan
3,
might
4,
find
5,
here?
6, 7, 8.
I
These are like
wonder
9
if
nines
even
when
it's going
Tamio
to
attacks.
matter,
No,
'cause
10
not only
tens.
did Needle, all of his artifacts
Oh
are shut
my
down
God.
by that
Shroud.
Oni Silence. Yeah, so he just finds the thing that is a 1/1. He can't use the might, but he can maybe attack with it. But he might not need to, because this construct is floating in for 10 damage, reducing Alexander's life total to 9, and then he's facing 2 lethal threats.
And we were thinking about win cons, and I don't think there's a better one than this at this time. These constructs are huge.
They really are huge, and yeah, this is the resiliency of the breach deck. You see Alexander with this pile of hate down, but it just does not matter.
6,
because
7,
the breach
8,
deck has
9,
so
10.
many other ways of threatening. You have the Tamio, you have the constructs from Ursa Saga.
Take
you
10
have the
damage.
Jace sometimes.
Ooh.
And yeah, Stefan with a handful of like complete bricks doesn't even matter, because Alexander's deck is almost entirely bricks at this point. He draws a damning sphere. That's another piece of hate, but
But that's the thing, like when you sideboard so much to stop your opponent from what they're doing, you're kind of depleting yourself of your
Yes.
win cons. And when we see here Stefan finding an alternative win con and being able to grind back
Swinging
his
with
game.
2
yeah,
11
the
11s.
advantage of it from Alexander's side was that it would still use his payoffs, but trying to like utilize his dead cards to deal with it here. But Stefan just found
GG's
the win.
Stefan.
And yeah, so I was saying that like the Enchantress deck is better
Sweet
set up for
sideboard
this
cards,
because it can
nerd.
utilize its
Let's check on Canada. They are big chillin'. Just gonna jump forward a little bit. Is this a Jeff Foster production? Is Jeff doing the Prague stream? Hold on. Jeff. No, they're at MagFest. It's just got Jeff written all over it. Jeff is at MagFest, you're right. This is just a very Jeff setup. They're stealing Jeff's tag. I wonder who Ultimate Guard has running the production. I appreciate that Will Hall is very dressed up for this. I like the tie, I like the vest. Sometimes, I'm not going to name any names, people on Magic coverage do not dress up, and it always annoys me a little bit. Mengu stays scarfed up. All right, we got a new booth just dropped. Mengu's sweater is delightful.
The new cards, a lot of people building decks with the unbanned, and yeah, I think there are really argue. There's a bit of a
Eldrazi Metalcraft? Hold on. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What is this? What the hell? This is crazy.
Whether it's the one, you know, as I said, I've seen some lower.
Amulet Titan, let's go! I love Titan. I wish I could play Titan, but I'm too stupid.
Like Mox Opal. Who's gonna be the more successful player in this round?
4 main deck Chalice.
Some of the new cards
Jeez.
that are available in the format yet again, like Mox Opal and Green Sun Zenith. Looks like both players are ready. Kind of looks like maybe Canister Multi-6, and he's choosing which card to put in the bottom.
Yeah, I would expect Canister to be in a decent spot game 1. Not sure, you know, there's probably a bit of graveyard hate with Karn. You can stop that part, but you can maybe get a bridge to stop the Titan. But I would assume, you know, Amulet Titan has that nice little feature of having access to a lot of Boseiju who endures, and you can bounce them to your hand with the bounce lands, you know, tutor for them with Titan, then bounce them, so you have like naturally built-in artifact hate, which is nice. Chalice of the Void, not super effective in that matchup.
I love a lot of the new amulet
You have
lines.
Mox Opal and somehow get Metalcraft turn 1.
I love that the deck has
and
gotten
stop,
fuckier.
Canister from resolving Amulet on turn 1, but I think that's probably not very likely to happen.
Yeah, because
Like a lot fuckier.
Devourer of Destiny, sorcery speed removal for Titan, not super exciting. The Chalice of the Voids, not super exciting. You've got a bit of, you know, you do have Kozilek's Command, which is
Canister a wizard a Titan?
You know, it's hard to pick one best card in these
Let's go.
Eldrazi decks, but without Kozilek's Command, these decks would not exist. That card is just super powerful, super versatile, can deal with just about anything if you draw the right lands. So
Oh, a little pregame action.
we'll see if I'm missing something. But I've
Who
a
up
feeling-
pre-gaming?
Who would you give the upper hand in the matchup?
He only
I
plays
feel like
Titan.
Titan's
He's
the
part of the
favorite.
Titan
It
cabal.
pretty fast, and as I said, I feel like the Mystic Forge deck answers don't line up super
It's
well.
true.
But who knows? Maybe if he has a fast
His
enough
deck
draw,
just is
makes
there.
mana fast enough, he can just deal with what Canister throws at him.
There's certainly a lot of combo decks right now in Modern. I was thinking, yeah, there's Team or Breach, you know, that's not the whole lot. But there is a lot of other combo decks enabled by Mox Opal, enabled by Fateless Looting, you know, Reanimator decks. We don't have just Amulet, we have the Grinding Breach deck, we have Belcher, there's a lot of players playing that, Ruby Storm. Frank Carson's going to have the metagame breakdown for you, I think after this round, but a little teaser. Boros Energy, the most played deck. If you take a look at Frank's metagame mentor article,
How's
he
Canada?
pretty much nailed what
Canada's
the metagame is gonna
chilling.
look like, so make sure you give that a read. Looks like we're back in Canister's turn 2. Urza Saga currently on chapter number 2.
Yeah, Urza Saga, which is usually not a turn 1 play for most decks, but in Titan you're actually hoping for turn 1 Saga because you get the Amulet into play on as soon, you know, on turn 3, and you just get your mana back. So not a lot of downside. Usually most decks that play Saga want to make tokens out of them, and you usually can't make a token on turn 2 if you play it on turn 1. Even though now with Mox Opal on ban, you can get these like really nice draws where
That's right. That's right. We're on
we're
on Canister Amulet.
too, so it's a little more common. But in Titan, basically, I think you almost. I'm not a Titan player. I barely play Titan, but
A little
I'm
all
pretty
is
sure you
dust under the
always get a
labyrinth.
card on turn 1 if you have it.
Really slow draw from Amulet. What are you thinking if you're Uli? Because normally you play against Amulet, they always have the Amulet turn 1, and you're kind of thinking, okay, well, turn 2 I can already
Chalice on
see
one.
them resolving the Titan a lot of the time. So what does that?
But we're
signal
still
to you
getting
that
an
Canister
Amulet
is
out.
Willing to keep a hand that goes land pass, land pass.
It depends, I guess. It depends if Canister mulligan, he might have, had to speculate a bit, but
Maybe just keep a hand with Saga. That's gonna find the Amulet.
yeah, I mean that could just be good enough. Honestly, you don't have to have like the craziest first couple turns as long as you get an amulet into play. You do know Canister doesn't have another amulet into play in hand, which is nice because you're playing a 4 chalice deck, so Canister would not be sandbagging amulet. In some matchups, maybe if you're worried about card like prismatic ending, like
Big
Sorcery
chillin' in
Speed-
big
Sorcery
in big
Speed removal,
Canada.
you might sandbag an amulet, but not in that matchup. And we see, one of the reasons why I think Canister should be in a decent spot is Uli
GSZ?
turn 2 chalice for 1, which is decent in a lot of matchups, but not gonna do much here. Canister's getting an amulet. He's getting a Dryad into play. That's Echoing Deeps, I think the land's called. It's the one that copies a land from the graveyard. So copying a Saga here was the first chapter and passes the turn. So a little setup for Canister.
That was a pretty good turn 3.
Well, you're hoping to just either kill people on turn 3 or like get an overwhelming advantage. Was your good draws as a they can go off as early as turn 2 if they have the nut hands, but it's not unreasonable to expect big things to happen on turn 3. So we'll see if Uli can take advantage of it.
One important thing to note here is that this is a tournament with open deck lists. So both players know what they're up against exactly, and I guess that's also a very good reason for Canister to say, hey, I know your deck is not particularly fast. So sure, yeah, I'm multi-6, this hand doesn't look very fast, but I know I'm not going to be dead on turn 3, so I'm going to have enough time to use that Saga to find the amulet and take things slow.
Okay, exile the
in this
Dryad.
game.
Yeah, we see Devar Destiny takes
Jeez,
out
this
Dryad,
Mystic Forge deck.
one of the few cards
Fucking
can
ramps,
hit.
bro.
I'm assuming if Canister played the Dryad last turn, he was okay with that happening. Uli could have had a Kozilek's command, so it'll be interesting because if Uli can untap one more time, things probably get scary for Canister. Now Uli has maybe mana for Kozilek's commands for 6 to get rid of a Titan. Kozilek's command also deals with a graveyard, so can stop some of the loops, the graveyard loops.
Yeah, Uli's Chalice runneth over with
It looks
Chalice.
like maybe Canister just doesn't have that exciting of a draw. And then as far as Karn targets, if we take a look, we've got Ensnaring Bridge, which can be an answer to Titan attacking, but probably not your main game plan. You have Liquid Metal Coating, which is the land destruction aspect of the Karn deck.
How about Stonebrain?
Yeah, just Stonebrain. They do have these. They're not only rely on Titan these days, so I'm not sure if Stonebrain is the way to go. I'm not gonna lie, this matchup wasn't exactly on my radar, so I'm just kind of trying to figure out as it goes. And we see Canister go for it here because he just cast a Pact, getting
Grabbing
Lura.
Lumra.
yeah.
Let's put that one on the screen.
Lotus. The Lotus
Alright, so
Lumbra
Canister
stuff
should be able
is
to go
so
out here. There's a
sick.
Lotus Field, trigger on the stack, make some mana, sacrifice some lands. There's the Lumra.
All right, I was ready for some grinding breach loops and whatnot, but
Echoing Deeps is so sick.
Amulet, Lumra loops. They can generate a lot of mana. They can just do really silly things. So let's see, he's milling a bunch of lands, bringing them all back. Lumra in some ways replaced
No
Calculated Colossus
Titans?
Mm-hmm.
as like the alt target for Green Sun Venus. It's nice that it's one cheaper too, only 6 mana.
Is that
which can
real
be a big
chat?
deal.
Looks like Canister is.
No, this is
getting
modern.
3 lands out of the deal.
Sounds like Canada might be
Yeah,
almost
no,
back.
Yeah, he got a bunch.
Bounce
with
Lumra.
Otawara now.
Oh, and now you're just like, now you've just got it. Right, because now Lotus just comes in every
It's like some
time.
more mana. I think there's still a Lotus
Sacrifices
attack.
That sounds like
multiple
it might just be a
lands. You
loop, honestly.
bounce
Auto
one of
Aura
these
Lumra.
back.
That's cool.
All right, let's see. Lumra hits the battlefield again. Uli had an interesting choice with that Chalice of the Void. If your opponent doesn't have that amulet,
Damn,
know that
Joaquin
you're playing
baited all of
Chalices,
us.
you know that they wouldn't sandbag it, right? If they had the amulet, they would have most likely played it turn 1. Plus, they have the Saga to find it. So he had a choice to possibly play the Chalice on 0 to try to stop the Summoner Spects. But yeah, it looks like
That's
Canister
sick.
explains that this
What
is
a
gonna be
fucking
loop where I
sick
just,
deck.
keep
What a
playing
sick
until I
deck.
find a win condition.
Oh.
And Uli says, okay.
I wanna play
that
Amulet so
works for me.
bad.
Let's move on to game number 2. Yeah, so Canister didn't really do a whole lot in the first couple of turns. But then just
Canada in like 5 minutes.
as
Let's
soon
go.
as he was able to use the Saga to find his
He has the and I
uh,
where is especially or to bring in do keep Hexing Bubble, an extra
see.
Aurora, some graveyard hate.
They really did not put Titan in the picture. That's really funny. It's just not in here. Amulet players at 61 they can't even fit a Titan in. Oh, that's so good.
So Collector Oof decent in that matchup.
I do want to play it in
6,
lineup.
I'm not too sure what 6 is for.
yeah.
Kind of same that versatile card if people are trying to
Actually, that's a really good
6,
shit
I'm not
post.
too sure.
Snipping tool. Take a little snip. Take a little copy. Bye.
What 6 is for.
yeah.
Kind of same that verse.
Like you can find copies of 6 to
I don't. Some really busted opening hands.
I was surprised.
Okay, let's see. Is Canada back? Canada's back. Hello? Do we have sound? No audio? Question mark? No
Hello,
bitches?
everyone, and
Oh.
welcome back to round 7.
Face to face, call me. Face to face, call me.
By Face to Face.
Girl, call
I'm your host,
me.
Mr. Parker, my co-host Andrew Ellenbogen, and
I
we
can
are
fix
back,
you.
Andrew, and I believe we have Edgar Magalhaes on our left playing Breach, and I'm unsure what his opponent is, but I'm excited to see as we're kind of hitting.
Alright, I have to go piss girl again. You can't be mad at me for
Yes,
it.
definitely.
I
Thank you
drank
for sticking
a
with
whole
us this
T-girl
long.
water
You've
and a
been,
whole
here that
other
whole
girl
time.
water.
And I guess
I'll be
if
right back.
not, welcome to the show.
So Edgar is playing against Gareth on 4 Rhinos. So this is a pretty interesting matchup. Andrew, what are your thoughts about this one as we're heading into it?
Yeah, so at this point, we've sort of left the range of my experience in the format. I don't know how Four Color Rhinos is into Breach exactly. I can tell you that I know a big part of the original justification for this deck kind of picking up in popularity was that people thought it lined up well into Energy. I don't think that people are playing it because they thought it was good against Breach necessarily, but that doesn't mean they can't win or something. Just that it's sort of outside the design parameters of the deck, you might say.
Yeah. So my experience with the Rhinos decks versus Breach is that you have some real game but you're and they're kind of the recipe, right, that I feel like often is pretty good against breach is clock plus disruption, right? If you're able to kind of like we saw from the energy games, like if I can wear tear your combo a little bit and like put you on the back foot, that can be a really successful thing. The problem is Rhinos doesn't really do that till turn 3, but it does have a few cards that can like really matter. Leyline Binding can be a good thing to break up the breach. Your Force Negations go a long way. You have Force of Vigor in the sideboard of a lot of these decks, and that can be very helpful. So you have a lot of tools that can work well, and if you can like stick a Rhino and kind of untap and sort of play that tempo game from there, it can be challenging. But typically the breach decks do have lots of cards that can cause issues. I don't think Edgar's playing it in his build, but like some people are playing engineered explosives in some amount, and that becomes a huge issue. Portable Hole here can be a card that answers half these Rhinos. So it's a real sort of tricky matchup, but one that might be fairly interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think weirdly, if we talk about kind of like the classic formula being cloud disruption, I mean, obviously I don't disagree with that. I think Rhinos sometimes has trouble with the clock aspect into Breach,
Yeah.
just because I don't know, maybe your hand draws one Rhino Maker, they heat one of the Rhinos, suddenly you've just a 4/4 that's a 5-turn clock.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. In a
Yeah, I
few
know
turns, you'll
it's not a foolproof plan by any means, but you have the kind of the stuff, and things like Brazen Borrowers sometimes end up mattering in weird ways. It's a very weird matchup, has been my experience.
yeah. I mean, hmm, we'll see what happens.
We're gonna see a
It's
land pass for Gareth into Mox Amber. Sorry there, Andrew. What were you saying?
No, just that I sort of just think that since the ban of the instant speed cascade spell, the Rhino's deck as a whole is just so much less functional. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical that even if it might have been okay historically, if it's really still okay, but maybe Garrett's gonna prove me wrong here.
Yeah, I think there are moments where this deck does stuff that's really powerful. It plays a lot of free spells, and there are some games you just feel like, how could I have ever lost? You know what I mean? But you did lose, and that's kind of been my experience with Rhinos for a long time, and only really I would say like around right before the ley line of the guild pack got released, and in that time period when we had Violent Outburst, I feel like the deck was such a large and really dominant force when I was playing against it. The rest of the time, it always felt like I can kind of pick this apart, and it's got a little bit of clunk to it. But we are going to see a Surveil into a Triumph into a Leyline Binding. That's going to get cast and probably hit this Tameo, but let's see if Edgar has a response. It is going after the Tameo and a passing on the turn.
Yeah, and something I would also highlight here is that because Edgar doesn't have Preordain in his deck, the Mox Amber Tameo start isn't always as devastating because it's not that easy for him to spend the blue mana. I mean, sure, if he's a second zero and an Emry lined up, then everything's good, but Preordain is really the card you want in those spots, and Edgar simply doesn't have it.
Yep. Well, we're going to see a big turn here. Mox Opal into Mistress Bobble, into Cast Tameo, into Urza Saga Trigger resolves, and we're passing the turn for Edgar with a fully built board after, a kill spell, and threatening, to Urza Saga for the next couple of turns.
Yeah,
Fledged land for Gareth.
one of the famous problems Rhinos has had since time immemorial is the classic stat line 5/5. Uh,
It's very big.
I mean, look, Edgar's saga is poised to make constructs that are large enough to just simply take on these rhinos in combat, and that's actually just very good. I mean, not that Garrett doesn't have any moves against it, but it's annoying. He doesn't want to have to be spending entire cards on these construct tokens.
No, for sure. It's definitely a very real thing. And, you talked about it in some of the early rounds, but this Tameo basically attacks and grows all your constructs. So, it's going to be very big very quickly, as we are going to see a cascade into that future site. Crashing Footfalls. Yeah, randomize those two. Yeah, we're playing fetch lands too. It matters. Shuffle them up. Shuffle them. Yeah, put them on bottom. Don't ask for the cut.
Look at Edgar's hand on his forehead. He's like, I'm not cutting that. I'm
Yeah.
never cutting that. I'm tired of your crap.
Yeah. Honestly, if it's like the first one and you offer me to cut, it's a real moment of like, are they slow playing me? No, jokes aside, it is a moment of like, we have fetch lands. It's cool. We'll get there. But we're going to see these rhinos come down, and Edgar picks up a Mox Opal, a bit of a dead draw right now. but he does just have access to, 5/5s as soon as he activates the Urza Saga. And like you mentioned, 5/5 is bigger than 4/4. And speaking of bigger, portable hole, the rhinos, no matter how big they are, they fit inside the hole.
Yeah, and one other just small factor regarding this portable hole is so now the Rhino tokens will be, I believe, or sorry, the construct tokens will be 6/6, I believe. And that does mean they're out of range of something like Dismember, which Gareth does have a copy of in his main deck.
Yeah. So I want to point out something. I noticed this earlier, but I didn't really say anything because I didn't think it really mattered. But Edgar technically has a treasure token in Japanese instead of a clue, but he's using it like a clue. And so Gareth pointed out that that's a Japanese treasure, and that's why we flipped it over to Maria's face in the back, because it's technically not a clue. So that's what we have on the top of your screen there, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, let's get this guy some tokens. You know what I'm saying? But anyways,
Exactly.
Welcome back, chat.
Yeah, so
Not
once we
only
activate
did
Urza
I
Saga
go
here,
piss
I
girl,
believe it's 1, 2,
I
3, 4,
also
5,
got more
6
water.
now, thanks to the portable.
And then
hole.
ate a peanut butter
And
sandwich. So
that is incredibly large.
is this
and
rhinos
Gareth has stuff that
in the
can
year of our
interact
Lord
with it,
2025?
But like you mentioned, having to fight through each of these construct tokens is
In
huge.
round
Now that the
7?
Rhinos was answered, the clock is just so much slower, excuse me, as we are going to cascade once again.
That's crazy.
Are going to play a way to beat a 5/5.
Sort of, yeah. I mean,
legally speaking,
look, like, obviously, Gareth is fine here. He can attack, he can remove this Rhino token, or this construct token, and then he can keep on trucking. But if he can't kill both constructs, then he's going to be going nowhere slowly.
Also, thank you to everyone for the follows. Appreciate.
So we saw Edgar actually sort of just shortcut, hey, I'm making a construct. You're saying I might want to do something at end of turn when you're tapped out. So we're just rewinding there really quickly. No harm, no foul.
Why no attack? Great question.
Looks like we're chill for right now. Gonna untap. Pick up Aether Spellbomb. Now that's another good one against the Rhino tokens.
Was making a
And
construct
the thing about Aether
online?
Spellbomb is of course that
Yeah.
it doesn't only bounce one Rhino. If you have Emry, you can bounce 2, 3, 4, all the Rhinos forever.
Haywire might flick to the front. Edgar is thinking maybe I want this Tammy.
Oh, there just already is
Also
a
got
construct.
Mushroom
That's what
Bubble,
those
yeah,
are. I
that's
see.
out. Picked up Soul Guide Lantern. Might want to have that in case the opponent has any.
Oh, thank you for
issues.
subscribing to the
Now, we know that
YouTube.
Gareth doesn't have some, but we have seen
Some would
Rhino
say I
players have
appreciate that
solution to
even
that.
more
So
than
we are
the
gonna go
Twitch
Soul
stuff.
Guide Lantern. Bam! Gareth Crashing Footfalls.
Interesting. I wonder why he's going for that.
If you would have put me in that seat right now, I would have attacked into the construct, and then they would have been like, block with the construct. And I said, oh, that's a
makes sense as
construct?
thing. That would be a
Just
pretty
kidding.
logical
I'm not
play.
attacking. Bring proper
I'm gonna
tokens.
Play the spell bomb. I guess probably too is that Edgar just.
That's
is very
right, that's
worried about
right.
finding
Thank
things
you,
right now
thank
because of
you.
How big his constructs are, and he's so far away
/
from combo.
VIP.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you mentioned, this deck's real strength is that we're playing 4-color control right
/
now. and it's a
VIP.
good- It's good.
Okay.
And I think this is an attack for 8.
My queen.
10. Oh, this is 10, I think. Which means this would be 9 after the spell bomb pop, if I'm correct. Which means the rhinos are dead.
Jesus. That was an
Shardless-
incredible thing.
Yeah, Shardless Agent needed to die with its friends, but we're seeing Gareth here sort of take a moment. Looks to have Loring Reveal being cycled. Gonna go get an island.
Canadian tokens. Oh, I can see now. It's the
Yeah.
hammer Pokemon.
I don't think
What is that?
block
What's
worked out quite the
what's her
way
name?
Gareth
She's
wanted.
like
I don't know if
bonk.
There was some sort of miscounting if he thought the spellbomb would shrink the construct token to die to 8 damage or what exactly happened, but
Tinkaton, thank you,
we're
thank
out
you,
of
thank you.
resources now, and these constructs are going to end the game in a hurry.
Yeah, they really are.
I made a Tinkaton altar once on a
Just
Colossus
answer these
hammer.
constructs right
Magic
away,
card.
And yeah, we have nothing. We're gonna pack it up. All right, so game number 1 goes to Edgar Megalage, looking very strong with this 4-color breach deck. We've talked about it a couple times. We've had Edgar in the feature match area, so let's look at Gareth first here in this 4-color Rhino deck and see if it has the tools to potentially beat it out. We have 3 Endurance, 3 Force of Vigor, 2 Drannith Magistrate, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Obsidian Charmar, 2 Rough and Tumble, and a Brotherhood's End. Is there anything that's jumping out to you, Andrew?
You're right,
on
Hammer
that
is
pile?
garbage.
Definitely, I think his best card is going to be Force of Vigor.
Signed a
Force
Yogg
is gonna
Enjoyer.
get, two things with this card. He can also save.
Actually, more people should play Hammer. Everyone should register Hammer in
in
Portland.
Might be medium a lot of the time, but you still get 2. I mean, that card is just
Everyone but
in fact,
me.
I think it's kind of a major draw to green decks in this format if they can support Force of Vigor. It's an excellent card. After that, then he has a bunch of kind of more medium options. You know, I have to imagine the Dreadeth Magistrates make their way in. That's a fine card in this matchup. It stops him from comboing, but it's pretty... Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. Wait, he cannot board Dreadeth Magistrate. That will stop his Rhinos.
Was that 11 cards we're bringing
Well,
in?
you can. You're just gonna be living a little, you know.
Yeah,
might hit
I don't
Rhinos,
know if you can do that. God, that's aggressive. I mean, because you might have to do something weird, like board it in but leave in the Rhinos, except that you're not sure which one you're going to get. I don't know. Okay, I leave it to Gareth whether he boards that card or not. It seems borderline to me. It might be wrong. But Brotherhood's End and Endurance definitely going to get in here. Endurance can somewhat stop the combo. Again, it's not totally reliable. It's possible to combo through Endurance, but it matters. It costs 0 when you need it to. It's the 3/4 flash body is pretty acceptable. So definitely, I think Force, Endurance, and Brotherhood's End are going to get in there. We'll see about Draenith. I don't think you'd want something like Mystical Dispute. You could, but I don't think Edgar has enough.
Gareth's pronouns are they, them, apparently. Whoa, they're updating it live!
Makes sense to me. And yeah, I think
They
Draenith line,
figured it
this might
out.
be a spot where
They
you do
found
that
the
card to get better,
technology
something like Storm, where you're
to
willing
put
there
pronouns on
not- Because if
screen.
you get that in play, it might be a bigger headache for your opponent. And here, you know, maybe you're getting.
But
a
they're
little bit of
not
value from
putting
both deck lists,
pronouns
and you know, you just sort of keep your Rhinos.
for
I think
he,
that's,
hims,
like,
presumably.
It's a strong, like if it hits, it's a card I'm pretty happy to have into play against Breach.
Crazy.
Combo half of their deck.
Face to
Also,
face
Edgar's
games,
brilliance in a
call
match play
me,
is
I
you
can
know,
fix
Contra deck,
you.
It stops your main game plan. So it's really awkward if you know you're cascading the first time you hit the 1/4 and Edgar's like, cool, make a 4/4 saga, you know. But over on Edgar's side, we have 3 Consigned Memory, 2 Boseiju, 2 Galaxy, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Prismatic Ending.
Oh,
Life of the
lordy,
Lord, 15
lordy.
And Jace, Wheeler of Mysteries. What do you like in Andrew?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy from Edgar here. I expect to see
Watching them type in the they them was so funny.
Rhinos for 1 mana, I think is pretty important to slowing down their plan and buying you time to sort of figure out your situation. Maybe not all of them.
Because it means they're not even running OBS in studio mode. They're just like raw, straight out to the world. Any edit that happens live. That is crazy.
Yes.
Degendering memes is kind of base. True. Did Edgar have drama at a previous RC? Is that true? What's the T, Patrick? What's the T?
I'm not exactly sure. A common technique in matches like this is to board down.
You're not allowed to come into my chat and say that there is T unless you have the T to spell.
That kind of thing. But again, Edgar's already sort of preemptively done that. So there isn't that many cards you want to cut. Maybe the Soul Guides, but
Edgar is drama free. No T.
Maybe just the consigns in the middle of the sideboard. I'm not totally sure how Edgar's going to play this out.
Fake draw
Yeah,
for
I'm really
top
interested to
8.
see his approach.
What is
There's something
happening?
we haven't talked about earlier today, despite Edgar.
Oh,
being here
different
for
person,
so I think it's
different.
actually like a huge statement on the format, at least from his opinion. Is he does have 2 main deck guides.
Wait, but now I want to know, what do you mean fake draw for top 8?
But 2 Soul Guide Lanterns is a
What the
huge
fuck does
statement
that
I think
mean?
the graveyard really matters right now.
Yeah, I mean, okay. My understanding, just from hearing Edgar talk about the format, is Edgar just believes that Breach is broken, and his list is kind of built with the presumption that this is the best deck, and I want to win mirrors, especially. So that, I think, is why he's chosen to register these 2 Soul Guide Lanterns. I imagine in most non-mirror matchups he boards out the second one, and in a substantial number of non-mirror matchups he boards out both.
That would make sense to me. Looks like Edgar has a double Spile of Industry hand, Mishra's Bauble, and Holy Heat, some mocks, and one of the
Last round, Eduardo said they should make the match a 2-outcome match, and then didn't scoop when behind on boards
hard to cascade.
after turns.
So we are going to lead on Mishra's Bauble.
I'm sorry, what is a 2
Bottom's not
outcome
open,
match?
excuse me. Gonna cast.
What does that mean?
Gareth
Should I
says
know what that
resolves.
means? No draw.
Into Emery, it looks like.
Okay.
Lose a
Sure,
lot.
sure, sure.
Sorry, Spire Industry, pardon me, not Citadel. Mill 4.
That's tough.
No, a Mox hit the graveyard and a Bobble. Emery's gonna be able to, ramp up or.
That is okay. I do remember this. I do remember this.
How do you like these Spire?
I remember
so far?
this.
This is like I think our third time watching Edgar. They
That's
seem pretty
fucked.
solid. Maybe something you kind of have to do if you're gonna play 4 colors.
That's
Oh,
fucked.
I think if you play 4
That's
colors,
fucked.
you play 4 for sure. I'm not sure
My
if you
hot
play
take
colors.
on that T,
Yes.
it's fucked.
Absolutely okay.
Yeah, you have to buy into the 4 color, and then once you're there, they're looking kind of nice.
Right. I mean, I would say the cost of this card is I actually think not the life points. Is actually a bit more subtle. I think the cost of this card is, well, you're a 4 Mishra's Bauble deck, so lacking fetch lands matters kind of a lot in Breach, actually, just because that means you aren't able to check that card with your bubble, shuffle it away as needed. Also, I think there are spots where that extra fetch land can let you play around graveyard interaction when you otherwise couldn't, and Edgar's going to be slightly less able to do that due to having these Force Spire Ministries. But I don't think any of this is necessarily qualifying, just that's the cost. I don't think the fact that you take 3 is really a big deal, and I don't think the amount of time...
The good thing about ADHD is you do forget about a lot of things.
We're gonna see a Misty Ring Force.
So, like, I was there when this happened. I remember the Twitter drama. Totally forgot.
It looks like we're gonna
And I got to, like, I got to drink the tea again. I got to re-drink the tea just now. That's the blessing that ADHD brings to us.
Edgar did on his first turn there, which is Edgar thought very carefully about the order of his 0 drops, and the reason he's doing that is because in the face of Mox Opal, sometimes it is correct, I think, for opponents to force a negation of one of your 0s, and Edgar was thinking, how do I order these so that the one I want resolves? Like, which one is he going to force if he wants to do that? Just thinking through that small detail, even though, obviously, pretty frequently people just don't want to force any of them.
Yep. Yeah, I think that those little things, they come up every now and again, but when they
Sorry,
come up
what did
every
we
now and again,
ice?
Often you could have done something to play around it. As we are going to see Tamio cast here.
Oh, I think my cat wants
in.
in.
Hand,
Please hold.
Box Amber in hand.
And
yeah,
what you see is one of the real costs that Rhinos has had since the banning, which is that, okay, if Gareth wants to try to make Rhinos, he has to completely commit on his own turn. There's none of this, wait till your turn, see what you do, waste your mana, if you tap out, then I'll go for it. No. You have to cast at main phase, or they have the consign, you get got, they get to spend their mana. It's kind of brutal.
It is brutal, and we see Edgar draws another consign, so they are going to have a really hard time getting their Rhinos down. But Edgar attacks, gets a clue, and gets to sort of sit here and play this controlling game. Here's Amber. That Opal is going to be online, assuming Amber resolves. Looks like Garrett said it's cool. And now our hand is sort of set up to play this, once again, this 4-color controlling.
Welcome back. Here's Mitzi.
It looks like Edgar wants to take a draw.
Yes, ma'am.
Using the Opal, because obviously it'll be turned off.
Yes. Oh, he's so true, Queen.
Fetch land.
In fact, I'll give you Big Mitzi for a second as a treat. What up? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a sweet baby. What a sweet baby. What a sweet little baby. Mitzi is on screen as much as she wants to be. I don't force child actors to act if it's not her choice. So the second she's dipping, she's gone. Enjoy it while you have it. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sweet baby. All right, I'll show you the thing again. Sorry.
I think one thing that Edgar's got to consider here is when, if ever, does he want to flip this Tamio?
I do have the shadow LED in the background, yeah. I think it's actually cycling between a few. It might go to Mega Man here in a second.
Play around a future breach, maybe recurrent unholy heat if that becomes necessary. Not too sure, but
Mega Man.
He sort of has to consider, like, do I want to keep drawing cards every turn? Is there a point where I want to do that? It seems close to.
Oopsies.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you.
A couple of cards just
also,
fell.
Like,
Did you do that?
If you flip it over, the difference in the clock from the Rhinos whenever they come down, is pretty big here, right? Like, the difference in 8 and 6 can come up pretty quickly, especially if you take some incidental damage from your Spires. So, There's a lot going on there. We'll have to see how Edgar wants to navigate. I do think these little things you're talking about, this is what separates, the average from the good from the great Breach players, right? When do I want to do this? How do I want to set things up? How do I sequence my mocks?
That's a big graveyard.
Are what make and break tournaments, as we are going to see. I believe that's a commercial. No, it is just a Stomping Ground. Excuse me. It looked a little like Commercial District. But draw for the turn. Gareth is going to line up the mana.
Yo, Mega Man X is sick.
Third time's the charm. Ardent Plea. Can I please get these?
Did you ever play Mega Man Zero? Actually, I don't know if it's even called. It might just be called Zero.
Crashing Footfalls is
what
there.
is happening?
Endurance was revealed off the Cascade. So now
so many cards are falling for no reason. Well, deal with that later.
Do you have any idea what Emery has access to?
Bobble and Opals, I believe, is what we have right now. I don't think there's anything else in the graveyard of note.
Yeah. Edgar would kill for an Spellbomb here.
Yeah,
oh, what a sweet angel.
I think Edgar's deciding if...
Oh, man, the Zero games are so much fun.
Do we maybe even want to get this Shardless Agent before it hits us? And that looks to be what we're doing. Saving some life there. Yeah, so Edgar's actually at 13. We had presumptuously marked it down. That's on us. Draw for the turn. Picks up Shifting Woodlands. Tapped Forest.
Now, the Woodlands is interesting because, okay, Edgar's milled over a lot of cards at this point. I don't know if there's a breach among them, but if there is, he's got some moves here.
Yeah, well, there's a breach in hand. So, I think... I mean, I guess, to be fair, this breach in hand could be countered, whereas the breach in board could not be.
Right. I think if he had it all lined up, he could play the Woodland, copy the breach, theoretical breach in the graveyard, flashback a Mox, flashback a station, something like that. That would, I think, play around Force Negation pretty nicely. But
yep.
But we're just gonna get forced instead.
This breach
Oopsies.
is getting Force Negation. We know Edgar's hand is just Mox shifting. Theoretically, you could draw a card with your clue, but you're not going to have any mana. Edgar does have some Spell Pierces in the deck. Seems reasonable for those to stay in against the Cascade deck, but maybe they got cut for consign.
I mean, he just has the one, I think, looking at his list.
My bad, I used plural there. I meant one. Booble.
This fucking guy.
Play the Shifting. Take a look at somebody. Take a look at Gareth. We'll get a look at that in a second. And draw a card for Edgar. Looks like it was Prismatic Ending. Didn't quite make out what Gareth drew.
And you can see Edgar use the bubble on his turn, implying once again that he does not want Tommy to be flipped, or that he maybe does want to be flipped, but he wants access to the card immediately more.
Yep.
Hmm.
And we're seeing from Gareth something 3 mana, another Shardless Agent. If there is a Drance,
I believe the Rhinos are 4/4s. Uh-oh.
That we don't have to shuffle anything, luckily, because it's the second card, but also that's going to be something that Edgar has to work through before we can combo. Not impossible, especially with the Prismatic Ending in hand, but draw a card.
Pretty tricky though, honestly, Mason, because the Prismatic Ending costs 2, the Woodland costs 4. That's a lot of mana to invest before you can get anywhere.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, you can still go like pending Woodland, Mox,
Rhinos here, but it's not
win the game.
To me, kind of per our conversation before, but I think Edgar might be able to get through it all in combo. The question is,
hello, Emily R.
Think, that we're not quite
the rare Nile string.
Kind of value breach a little bit and hit it. Now we're under all this pressure.
I don't know. There's like 100 cards in the graveyard.
Yeah. Edgar's gonna lay the graveyard out. Thank you so much, Edgar. We appreciate that.
There's not one.
Bobble is the only hit for Emery that matters. Although hitting the Amber could matter because we're talking about needing mana as one of the choke points. We know Edgar has a Mox of each type in hand as well.
Force
So if they're
exiling
additional 2 lands,
ends up being very relevant.
we would need to attack with the Tameo if we're gonna have that mana though, because we need another artifact. And we're seeing just how impactful.
That's okay. This is a
Tameo
great way to
right?
learn a little bit
Like,
about Modern.
Let's uncheck this card can really take over the game if you have the ability to sort of use your resources accordingly. Don't think we can actually tap that Mox unless there's an artifact I'm missing on the table.
Standard Pauper EDH.
Yep.
Great
Yeah.
format.
Yeah, Edgar
Horrible format. Medium format.
So we'll.
It's
look-
not a big deal.
Just
Yeah,
kidding.
it's
I just
really
like
not a big
shitting on
deal.
Pauper
Yeah,
because
players-
Pauper
yeah,
players
Edgar's
can
gonna
take it.
attack. Gareth is like, yep, still can't kill this Tameo. That's been a thorn in my side. Loses the Draenith. Now, Emery can bring back this Bauble. So it does look like Edgar's going the Bauble.
Listen.
Not
Listen.
Breach. Or the Woodlands into a Breach, pardon me. Just looking at the
Listen.
top of the deck, seeing if it's something that he's interested in.
Listen. Chill.
Continue to play this game. That is to not end things this turn. He
Do
does
I
need to
hate
figure out
Pauper?
Some answers to Garrett's creatures.
Indeed.
Oh, what's Edgar doing?
It looks like we're gonna pop the clue. We'll see if that's because it's looks like another.
And the
Bauble.
Pauper event in Chicago. Let's go.
All right. Let's look again, I guess. This time at you.
Bobble.
Play the breeding pool tap so we have more mana on the next turn.
Well,
But
now she
I'm
wants
not
out, so
sure
I'm gonna let her out.
Edgar's
I'll be right back.
Drawing to. But we're
Everyone
gonna
say
keep
bye,
those Mox.
Mitzi. I'm gonna type Mitzi in chat so you know how to spell it. MITZI.
Reminder that only one of those
Everyone
is
say
off.
bye,
The other one is
Mitzi.
off. And yeah, Edgar doesn't draw anything. He's gonna pick up the cards, and yeah, a weird game there, but to show like sometimes it just doesn't come together, and pressure can close up the game quick enough. It-
Yeah. I
Such
can't
a-
help but wonder if he had at some point flipped Tameo to rebuy Consign, if that might have kept him in the game.
Yeah, that definitely would have been strong. I mean, it looked like part of what Edgar was trying to do was just like get lands to set up for the turn when eventually, he finds the breach or can like, maybe chain some rumbles type stuff and just kept drawing Moxes, which are like obviously these one-time lands, and it sounds to me, or it felt to me like sort of Edgar was like, please just give me like basic waste or whatever. I just want to have mana I can repeatedly use each turn to crack these clues, and kind of maybe got a little tunnel visioned on that train. Didn't consider,
Welcome back,
like, well, if I pick up
Chatterinos.
this Consign, how good would that be? Or also like you mentioned, maybe I flip it, set up to get the Consign, draw the Rumble, and now I'm like, oh, Rumble.
You all did a
Should I
really
get
great
there?
job
Yes, you're dead.
spelling Mitzi.
We'll have to see. It doesn't look like Edgar sideboarded anything that different. I believe Gareth was the same, sort of took a look. Didn't think I saw anything change. But we also now know that there are at least one.
Oh,
Draenith
update to
magistrate
Edgar's pronouns. Tied 1-1 now.
Fascinating.
Congratulations. You're gonna be so much
have
happier
No idea if it's correct. It's very weird.
now that you're truly yourself.
Certainly, if Garrett hits the Grand Magistrate at an inopportune moment, it could be completely game losing. But that said, it could also be quite important. I mean, it might have been the difference between winning and losing in that game.
Yeah, it definitely, it forced Edgar's hand a bit
The
there.
gay heart.
And the players are ready.
So
They're running
funny.
to their decks. Let's see who's gonna
Oh yeah, I was gonna
lock
shitpost.
up their spot in day number 2. A lot of Magic left to be played over the weekend, Andrew. I think this is the.
I'm
halfway
stealing
point in this
whoever made the joke earlier
So sick.
that Titan runs 61 cards and can't even fit a Titan anymore.
You're just reveling in
Can I
the
steal that
Magic
joke
movie
for a
you watched this
shitpost?
weekend.
Yeah, we're gonna be watching so many.
Holding
And
space.
also, it's just so sick to be like, I'm having this
Holding
great performance.
space is being
Yeah,
held.
Both these players are.
That was me. You
solid
donated it.
performances,
Thank
they're
you.
5
Thank you,
and 1 each.
Dreddy.
And that that's good.
I'm
We're in a
stealing
good
it and I'm
spot.
posting it to my
And
blue
yet we're
spot
only at the
sky
halfway point. We
immediately.
need to keep it up. We still have so many more games to play. The tension's gonna be high. It's just so
Sage
awesome. I
Titan
just love
runs
competitive Magic. It's so much
61.
fun.
Titan players
I hope everyone out
runs
there in the chat is
61
having as good a time
cards
as we are in the booth,
and
but,
can't
yeah, we'll be
even
getting this
find
next game
space
underway
for
soon enough here.
Titan these days.
Edgar on a mulligan. Speaking of having a good time, Andrew, make sure to click that follow button if you're watching on Twitch. That way you don't miss any of the action. You know, if you have to go to the store or something today and tomorrow, Andrew and I will be here all
And
day.
can't even
round 9.
fit
for the
in a
finals.
Titan these days.
As we are going to see a double consign spell pierce Urza Saga hand.
Yeah, that's good.
Not what Edgar was looking for.
Alt text MTG Amulet Titan deck list.
Saw earlier today, Edgar
No
multiplied
Titan is
on the
pictured.
draw. Put up a great performance still. This deck's definitely
Post.
not out of it just because it's on 5.
Thank you. Thank you for the donation.
And I mean, the completely busted breach draws don't need that many total cards to work. But I think it more means is that if Gareth has a piece of interaction, they're going to be all the more effective because Edgar has so few cards.
I think it's just doubled.
Makes sense.
It doesn't look tripled. I bet it's perfect hards. I bet it's double sleeved, but the inner sleeves are perfect hards.
Force of Vigor would be pretty backbreaking.
Yo,
here.
can we
I
focus the
almost
camera?
regardless of what exact 5
Face to
cards
face. Call me.
Especially as I see this
Call
Urza
me.
Saga in hand. Looks like Edgar very quickly started to bottom
Your
spell
overhead
bomb.
cameras should not be on
Has
autofocus.
Teferi in hand. Yeah, it looks like Spellbomb mocks.
Hold
Amber
on,
are gonna be
screenshot.
what?
Perfect hards are
Spellbomb. We
toxic.
have
Perfect hards
2
are goaded.
fetches,
Back to
another
back.
Breach, a Teferi, and an Urza Saga.
Perfect.
Maybe bottom
Thank you.
one of those lands.
I'm gonna make that a shitpost later.
Nope, decided against it. Back to Amber Spellbomb.
I mean, I do like keeping the Saga here, Medgar, because on the one hand,
You don't even know what a perfect hard is.
On the other hand,
Imagine an inner
it's
sleeve
backbreaking anyway,
that is
so
like fully
being able to
erect.
maneuver is
I don't know how else
look,
to describe
If
it.
they don't have it, at least I'll make some giant constructs.
Exactly. And it's gonna have to be a good enough plan. We are gonna see
Yeah.
Surveil from Gareth left on top, and Edgar's gonna probably Surveil here. No guarantees. Might need some different mana.
Love a perfect soft.
Edgar having one of his first and if he
Fuck.
actually find his only surveillance, not that easy a feat with the 4-color mana base.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
the
is
more
definitely a real tax.
the more
with the
sleevey
tax,
you get, the
Pardon me,
less
third time's
foily
the
your
charm.
deck is. You know.
just like Edgar's mulligan here. As we're gonna leave the card on top, take a draw.
Perfect softs is so funny. Oh, these 45-degree
Fire Ice
tappers.
tapping down the hedge maze. Get a little draw. I unfortunately enjoy icing lands too much. It's one of
Oh,
my favorite
icing
cards.
lands feels so good. You're so true for that, Mason.
I mean, it seems pretty good
Disgusting.
here. Like, icing that land is sort of like cantrip terminate on the construct token, in a sense.
And see, that's the problem. When you say it like that, and that's what I was already thinking, I just feel validated. You know what I mean? It's like, kill your construct, draw a card, feels pretty good. And, you know, then there are times where it's just, I don't know, it's just so much fun. I also love Tangle Wire. You know, it's one of my favorite Magic cards. So, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that one is a bit ruthful, I would say.
Force of Vigor. Lordy, lordy. Look who is 40. What has happened to the commentary?
Fetching up a Stomping Grounds?
Oh, they're still there.
Probably nothing to do on 3 mana.
Oh yeah, our deck of only 3 drops, you know, probably just pass, leave of all the mana, sigh.
Force of Vigor?
That was a-
Yeah. Force of Vigor,
That's
2 green, green, or you can pitch a
Sight.
green
All right. right.
card, you know, just like the other forces, if it's not your turn. Destroy up to 2 target artifacts or
Right,
enchantments.
there's Drannith Magistrate.
Mamma
And
mia.
This is, you know, a little
What a
bit what we were
card.
talking about before of the awkwardness.
Yeah, the problem with the Cascade mechanic, believe it or not, is that you aren't supposed to be able to control what card you get.
You have not
understand
lived
that
until
some
you've been playing
champions
Yogg against
are
Amulet, and they go turn 1 Urza Saga Amulet,
alternate
and you go
targets
Force of
use
Vigor.
one of your deck's main strengths
Destroy
to have
both.
reliability that's certain.
Oh, baby. That is being alive.
Edgar is taking a look at what was Cascade over that way and play around something in theory. I once played versus Living End in a tournament.
Oh, and then you
and
turn to
in their
Fulminator.
Cascade process, they hit 7
Mamma mia.
other Cascaders, which you might note as all of them, and I countered their Living End and just started jamming my spells. It was
Oh, that's
my
pretty
favorite
funny.
match of Magic ever.
Yeah, the look at the cards moment.
Yeah. Yeah, when it happened too, it was a real moment of like, did I just see all of them? You know, and I count and I'm like, all right. Jock in 3 mana here for Edgar. Teferi, Time Raveler comes down. No
A
more
little
Cascade
3
even if this
fairy.
resolves,
Oh
but
my
Force
god.
Negation is gonna get cast.
Edgar,
Gareth,
you're getting
I'm not sure which blue
hosed.
card we want to get rid of.
Force pitch,
Bigger to the
force.
second,
Oh,
Force
it feels
Negation,
so
okay.
good.
I mean, that's certainly bad for Edgar, but on the other hand, he's not really under any meaningful pressure from this 3 power of creatures that Gareth has.
Yep.
No,
Surveil, let's
Edgar's
pull up on top,
hosed.
and bam, 3. Tasty.
Edgar's Amulet Master?
5 more turns of this, and you'll be down. a
Chat, every time we see someone on screen playing Amulet, you tell me they're an
Go
Amulet
each
Master.
3 at a time, the old-fashioned way, you know? No
Mhm.
rush.
Yep. Slow and steady wins the race. We got Mystical Dispute hard cast up right now. Edgar's on 3 lands. What are you gonna do? You're stuck in here with me. As Gareth untaps and draws.
Oh.
Plays another land.
A true Amulet sicko would never not register Amulet. Oof.
Well, a big part was that you multiplied, Edgar.
Thassa's Oracle is huge here.
That's a 1/3 blocker with a Scry to attach. Don't underestimate the power of Omen Speaker.
I am not joking. It is huge here. The clock is ruined. We're all in shambles. Yeah, it never gets countered. No one ever counters an Oracle when you have, like, you know, any amount of cards in deck.
Cancer made a
Yeah,
documentary on Titan.
That's
The
right.
Oracle.
One of my favorite lines, Andrew, is when I'm on the play versus Energy, and they go turn 1 Pride, and I go turn 2 Oracle. It's just a
I'll have to
real,
watch
like,
it.
Get it. You're stuck in here with me moment. As Leyline Binding is going to come down, we look at no cards because our devotion is 0. I'm going to pass the turn back.
Gareth, they just have everything.
Broken. Had to get under the Leyline Binding.
That's right. Meanwhile, Edgar down to 7. Only 3 more turns of our clock required. Oh, Ardent Plea. That's going to speed things up. At
Cancer
least
has
by
a good
1
VO
more.
voice. Must be
It's
nice.
1.
Must be nice.
I mean, 4 power is very different than 3 still. That's a 2-turn clock.
It's massive. Edgar lost some time to think about what's happening. As we're going to take a draw step here, we have Underworld Breach in hand. Unholy Heat's the draw, and this second Drannith Magistrate.
Leyline
which we're
Binding
joking
without
about it,
beans just feels
maybe
wrong.
coming in
True.
clutch here now. We don't have Delirium yet, so we can't even Unholy Heat. But
4-color Rhino
we're
control.
getting close to getting out of things. Edgar
Yeah.
can Unholy Heat the Shardless Agent, which would buy multiple turns on the clock. Do you think Edgar was thinking if I should play around Hardcast Mystical Dispute there?
Oh, this is crazy.
I think Edgar's struggling to imagine how he
Edgar
can-
is so hosed.
As someone who has all the information, I am as well. But Edgar's smarter than me, so we'll see how it goes. Unholy Heat, this Shardless Agent, Edgar, we gotta cut the clock. I know it feels bad. It has keyword stinky. There you go. I love it. Fire Ice in hand for Gareth. That's gonna change the clock up for Edgar.
Beat to death by
Yeah, I mean,
magistrates.
it just has Fire Ice.
No, he said you gotta cut the
They just have
clock.
Fire Ice, that isn't going to change the clock all that much.
What
right?
would cut the fuck even
It
mean?
goes from 3 turns to 2, but it doesn't make it a 1-turn clock. That said, it just has an instant threat like the Brazen Borrower.
Hey guys, cut the fuck, cut the fuck.
Edgar's down.
Yep. Edgar does have Otawara.
Oh,
but
it's really
kind of
funny.
a losing battle there in multiple ways. Edgar also can't reduce, the Draenus to 1 because it's just the same. Or
Ace
sorry,
porno
reduce it to 1,
directors
just,
be
still
like,
power left behind 'cause of the Ardent
you
Fleet.
gotta cut the fuck.
We are gonna probably see this Otawara, unfortunately, on the.
You
Brazen
had a
Borrower
really
with
good
Edgar
thing
fan.
going, but you gotta get the fuck out of
Yeah,
here.
you see Edgar looking over too. I think he's realizing the writing's on the wall.
The problem is that these plays are what Edgar needs to do to stay alive, but they're just not winning plays. They're like he's not hunting. He just doesn't have any moves.
Exactly, yeah. And it's also a situation. I mean, I think you can see it from the way Edgar's looking at things too, right? Like, if I bounce this bar, or how do I?
Damn, GG's Gareth.
Seeing it, that's assuming I can even kill your Draenus Magic.
Bouncing
but
Brazen Borrower is
congratulations to
so
Gareth.
tough.
We're gonna move on to 6-1. Edgar 5-2, still live for day number 2. Some more matches to be played, but
Rhino's been doing it. They're in round 7 right
Andrew, I
now.
want to debrief with you really quickly here before we go on break about the 4-color Rhinos. We just saw a match. How do you feel about it?
Alright, you guys debrief. We're gonna go back to old Amulet
It was
Canister.
one of the unbanned cards because basically when you build your deck, you can always put 1 copy of Dryad Arbor in there, which means that Zenith is always going to be
Game
sort of a
2.
split card between
Canister up a
Dryad or
game.
Elf. You can always get the Dryad, so that means you can ramp with it, or something like a Primeval Titan or whatever your win condition is, which makes it a really powerful card. But yeah, if they're unbanning cards like Mox Opal, then yeah, Zenith seems fine to unban as well.
Yeah, Zenith is good. It's kept in
Ultimate
check by
Guard,
two
you
things.
guys do not need to call me.
Arbor
Your
is
stream is
not
really
good if you're
good.
playing against
But if you
Bowmaster.
wanted to call me, I would be
Opens
thrilled.
Turn 1 removal. There's also a little tension in Modern was the surveillance. Everyone's playing fetch lands. from
True,
most of the
true.
decks, or you have some kind of lands that's come into play.
Amulet
so,
Bear.
I played a bit of. I was trying Omnath. I didn't think it was very good, but I was trying it. It was Green Sun Zenith, and I have Dryad, but I also have Fetch for surveillance. And a lot of the time, you just end up your curse plays out better, and your mana plays out
Can
better.
barely
Just
see
fetch
their
for
laps.
surveillance.
Cringe. Oh sh. Thank you,
Rhino,
Mason, for
SOBR.
subscribing.
Dryad Arbor is not the worst card in the mid game. You still fetch, right? Maybe you get an extra block.
Rhinos
Pretty
go
sure.
burr, I think is what he was
Attack
going
Planeswalker.
for. I have to turn that down. Oh my god, that was
Alright,
so
only on the
loud.
play
Was that so loud for
in
you guys?
game number
It was
2,
so
so
loud
2
for me.
copies of Mishra's Bauble. Takes a look at Canisters, draws 2 cards. I think he
Oh
has
my
2
god.
copies of
Would you
Eldritch
say it was
Bauble,
too
so let's say
quiet?
something like
Would you
a-
say it was a reasonable volume? Where would you put it?
2.
Yeah, that would be
It's
ideal.
fairly
I'd
loud,
be
but
like
not
a
so
fast
loud. We're
block.
turning it down.
Alright, plays Urza Saga. Looks like that might be a Chalice. No, that's a Mind Stone.
We're turning it
Mind Stone.
down.
Alright, so possibly seeing a turn 3 Karn. Let's see what.
I'm putting it at
Canister has.
-9
Can
decibels.
Shifting Woodlands Pass.
You should up it like 5%. No.
It's funny. One of
It scared the
things,
shit out of me.
Despite the power creep, one of the things that Wizard
Like,
does
I
is
feel
willing to do is
sweaty.
Print a two mana stone into standard.
Okay,
Sometimes,
we're fine. We're
you
fine.
know,
We're
in
fine.
the sense
I'm
of
easily
Moonstone,
startled.
Yeah.
It's me,
you
it's
don't
not
really
you.
get that effect.
Thank you for subscribing, Mason. That's so much more manageable.
One of the light control cards, or like if you play control, if you play these artifact decks with Mystic Forge.
Thank you, Dreddy, for the
Canister has a
subscription.
Grultorf Pass.
Was that more reasonable for you
Passing
guys?
Bubble.
Yep, stops.
Are we all
straight up
happy?
Counters cards like Mox Opal, Mishra's Bubble.
Sounds fine. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you again for the subscriptions.
Whenever a player
Oh,
casts a
okay.
spell, if no mana was spent to
Felt
cast
about the
it,
same as
counter the
before.
spell, and you can sack it to draw a card. Note that it counters
Very
cancer
polite sound. I think you're lying. I think you're trying to get me to.
Just beat a one-man.
I don't know. What you're, I don't know the mental chess you're playing with me right now, but I
What
won't
the
have
Great
any part of it.
Creator.
All right, turn free card on the play. That's what Uli is looking for. Let's see if it's fast enough, good enough.
I wonder if he brought in both Thought Knots here.
Canister keep a one-lander.
Is he looking at this?
I'm
Sideboard
assuming
now?
he's just gonna go for coding. Yeah, he's just minusing it right away. It's gonna be like coding or Stonebrain, I assume. One of the two.
All right, liquid metal coating. Let me.
Ooh, look at that.
No, 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 no. No one's a narc. No one's gonna know. It's
Same for the
It's
bubbles.
like 2 seconds of boy genius. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone chill. Everyone chill. Everyone chill. I think if I could sit
Right,
in
canisters on
a
the
room with
pressure
boy
here.
genius for like 5 minutes, I think I could get
So,
express
how
written
does, you know,
permission.
what's the liquid metal coating? Was the idea behind this card?
So in
I'm gonna
combination with
unprivate
Star,
my
what you
Twitter
do
and I'm
is
gonna at
turn
boy
the
genius
land
and see
into
if I can get
artifact.
permission.
Okay.
You use the +1 ability of Karn to turn that artifact land into a creature, and since it has no casting cost, it just dies.
Okay, that's gotta be pretty good against lands like Gruul Turf and someone who's taking it LSO. But looks like the canister has a pretty good turn 2 again. Starts with a Dryad, plays an extra land. There's a Grazer as well. So pretty good
Dryad
turn for
getting
Canister.
up
Let's see
close
if
with
Uli
Karn.
is going to be able to do something about that with the Urza Saga going off this turn. Chapter number
Canister
3.
really creeping his cards over the line a
That's
little
nice.
bit.
Karn also stopping Vexing Bubble of being set, so if Canister ever did have that green pact, he stuck with it in hand for now. The Titan deck can outramp losing a 1 land a turn as long as you have the resources.
You're a boy genius
obviously,
LP hater.
He also can't keep that up forever, so maybe Karn coding is not the end all be all.
And we
but
were
now
just starting to
it's probably
agree
gonna
on
add,
things.
maybe a Stonebrain effect to that, so
How
Canister
disappointing.
needs to
It's
go
so
up very
good.
soon, before things get worse.
Just a reminder, the Spotlight Series tournaments are, I think the first one was already, the one already happened in the US. I think it was 2 weeks ago. There's one in Europe. There's one in Utrecht coming up in March, which is also modern. I think this is the first big modern tournament after the ban, so a lot of people, interested in the results. Interested
It
in
is technically by like 6
seeing
hours.
what's going to happen, how the format's going to look like. And in the Spotlight Series, there is a...
All right, I will
for
say the LP is
so
not
pretty
wall-to-wall
much the same GP
bangers.
structure, we
I'll
used to have
give
back
you
in the
that.
days.
Yeah, for sure. Over 1,000 players here. There's the Canadian RC as well.
But the
This
highs
weekend, I'm
are
definitely
so
excited to see what
high.
happens. My gut feeling, I don't know if some weird bias I have, but Oculus is the second most played deck. I feel like Blue-Black Oculus just not that great of a deck.
Yeah, I also, it is very popular. With Boros Energy, I get it. Most people played the deck before the bans. The deck is still very good. It's one of the, maybe, I don't want to say easy deck to play, but it's certainly easier than if you just picked up, the Breach combo, for example, or an Amulet Titan deck. It's much easier to learn Boros Energy, so I understand why that deck is so popular. But yeah, second place Dimir Oculus, being that high, that also comes off as a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, people do like their blue decks.
That's true.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
What would you have
7
played this weekend?
I would have played
for an
Blue-White
Eldrazi spell.
Artifact, but my own version. There's actually a lot of people playing that deck. I think, well, by a lot I mean over 10. It's like
Aggressive Grazer.
first 10.5 of the field or so. It's a list. I'm not sure where it originated really, but Spike has been playing. Aspiring Spike's been playing a version of Blue-White Metalcraft was Thoughtcast and Dispatch and Rebuke. And most people playing this weekend are playing something similar. I had a slightly different version. We have Uli, so we saw Canister lose a land, and Uli decided to get a Mox, taps for mana. He has Triple Temple, I believe, so he has potentially Kozilek's Command for 5, not quite enough to exile a Titan, but potentially exile some graveyard cards. Maybe, I'm not too sure.
Karn
exile
plus
Hells,
liquid metal
not sure about
coating is
stack.
so crazy.
He got rid of one of the bounce lands, the blue-green bounce land was coding, and yeah, it does feel like Canister needs to do something really good now, or else things are going to get extremely tricky.
Yeah, it's funny that he can't play his own pack thanks to the Karn stopping the bubble from being able to sacrifice it. So yeah, he's gonna need to find an amulet pretty much.
Yeah, we do know he has Boseiju in hand, right? So he can get rid of the coding if he wants
You
to.
can make a thing an artifact,
Does he actually have a
and
pack?
then you
How does
can
Boseiju use the other one to destroy the coding? Doesn't want to get stone drained every turn.
animate artifacts.
Really interesting that he played the second Boseiju. It might mean he has a bounce land. It might mean he has a third Boseiju.
But also just like
might just mean he needs some mana for next turn.
liquid metal coating. You know, I mean, just like shutting off
Boseiju
the
is
land
so
from
good.
tapping.
Not only
Karn's
is it a way
touch.
to destroy some of the combo pieces, you know, in the grinding breach deck, but also it's a card that helps you against your opponent's sideboard cards that they bring against you. Cards like Blood Moon, for example. Like, it basically gives you a card that's already really good in the format to destroy cards like Splinter Twin, but also helps you so much in
Damn.
those board games where players have all these cards like Blood Moon against you.
Boseiju, your mobile. Otawara, my own mobile.
Well, that's not even not a surveillance.
Oh my god, 45-degree graveyard? How does this guy sit? Are they like... Do they sit at a 45-degree angle?
The white orchid of the white, the 2/2/4/2 that gets rid of a land. That card sees play in the white black deck, bling deck. He just decided, you know, he wants to max out his busted draws and never wants to have that, you know, waste in his opening hand. We saw Otawara be used on coding, save it, bounce it.
Now coding is back, so back to Stone Raining.
He tapped his yard for mana.
Actually kind of works double duty, because with the bounce land, it's even worse for Canister losing.
Just moved
us in the
us.
process here. But Uli passes
52
again, so no
this timer
block.
can't be right.
He does have Karn, you know, he does have the Stone Rains going on, but other than that, no creatures, nothing to really pressure Canister. We know how explosive the deck can be, so even with just a couple lands in play, this is certainly not over for Canister, who just needs to find an amulet.
Yeah, we're silly. He does have an island in his deck, but since he fizzled the Boseiju, he didn't get to search a land.
I mean, 2 minutes for deck lists.
Is obviously what just happened.
They do something similar
Okay,
for
so
the
he
PT.
did come with a basic in the deck. Yeah, he has 4 temples,
Sure.
4 Lab, 4 Darksteel Citadel, and then he has 1 Gemstone Cavern, 1 Island, 1 Otawara, and 1 Abstergo Entertainment. I'm not gonna lie, I had to look that one up.
Dryad Arbor really
Basically,
creeping.
Rebuy is kind of a regrowth land for a historic card, so like an artifact or Karn.
Alright, looks like there is a Kozilek command being used on the Dryad.
Yeah.
And Uli goes for that looks like a Dismember.
Yeah, it looks like that might be it for Uli. He looks like he was able to just have a good enough draw and slow down Canister. Canister was missing a little action here, and
This looks tough for Canister.
you know, I don't want to count Canister and Titan out, but
It's not looking good.
yeah, this one's looking pretty grim.
Dryad Arbor, how do you feel about that card? How do you feel about all the nice versions and you know,
I was like, didn't we already just talk about Greenthorn Zenith, Dryad Arbor? That's
Yeah. Scoop them up.
you know.
Scoop them up. What a
That's
shutout.
it for
Jesus
Uli,
Christ.
And Canister says, all right, I've seen enough.
Oof the-
Let me pack up those cards and get ready for game number 3.
Yeah, so a little hope for Uli. I would expect Canister to still be a pretty big favorite on the play. But at least it's nice for Uli to know that if he does, you know, it is effective, right? If you do get a fast car and if Canister stumbles a bit.
For that, but
We're skipping.
different, like some
More Belch on really down bit. So there's gifts on
down in that kind of just
We made it.
on the radar a bit. John Breach, Grixis Phoenix. There's only one Goryo's Blink. That's also
How am I
interesting.
sleepy?
Well, there's Goro's Blink, but there's also just Esper Goryo. I think it's labeled differently. So there's a
Oh, it might just be a different name. Okay.
yeah, there's a bunch of.
Is
Goros
it my
Blink.
lifetime of sleep debt that I've
Most of the deck, you have more
accumulated?
synergy, then it's Oculus, Breach, Ram, you have Maria, kind of, you know, the usual suspects. Mardu Energy. Yeah, there's a lot of decks that, if you group them together by what they're trying to do, the metagame breakdown.
I've been commentating all day. I would knock all what I've been doing commentating.
Add Mardu Energy of Dimir Oculus. There are some players playing Esper Oculus. We talked to the dealers. Pest Control was one of the
I have
most,
one hold. There's a little bit left.
hard when players.
Oh, we are so back. We are so back.
A lot of players were asking for pest control.
Oh, baby.
Vile was also
I've had
one of the
one
most popular
Tigre water
picks, but looks like game 3 is underway.
and
Candace on the
amphetamines.
play now, yet again with
So,
no amulet.
how?
That's interesting. I think this is the first time I see an amulet deck not have the turn 1 amulet in either of the 3 games. Spelunking.
It's the only
was
good monster.
Dryad being fetched by Green Sun Zenith on turn 1.
Yeah, Spelunking does a bit of the thing. I believe Canister plays free Spelunking. It's someone's stock. Well, it's kind of a joke though now that whatever Canisters plays is stock for Titan anyways. He literally plays that deck almost every day on his stream. He just loves the deck and does real well. He came in second in a recent challenge a week before the mocks. We were talking about Energy doing really well. You know, we had the mocks last weekend.
This is a really nice start for old Canister.
Modern, but Mogged one was Energy, and in his
Yeah, Mason, how much longer is Canada going today?
he thought Energy was an underdog against Timur Breach and was.
Alright, you guys are gonna tell me
I'm
I'm a psycho. I drink
Okay.
most of my white monsters at room temp.
Yeah, I think we were discussing the Breach and
So what is that, like
deck,
2 more rounds?
the matchup yesterday, and I think it was Simon mentioned that they tried the post board games in a way where any card in his hand could be a surgical extraction at any time, just to see if bringing that in would help.
About to
matchup.
do round
Obviously,
8,
he was
yeah.
being,
You're
destroyed
doing great.
anyway. It didn't
You're
really
doing great,
matter.
sweetie.
The Breach deck can play around it pretty easily.
That's
It's kind
unhinged.
of cool to add constraints.
It's
like
so
that in your
European of
testing,
me, right?
Not only to see if it's good, but also to. I think it was also to train the.
It's
the Breach player to, like,
so
think
European
about
of me to drink
strategy
my
and play
monsters at
around
room
it
temp.
and,
That's good.
yeah, no,
Have you tried
that
it?
was cool.
Have you tried it, or are you just being a
So,
fucking hater?
only with a bunch of artifacts here. Mox Opal first, followed by Mishra's Bauble and a Chalice, this time for 0.
I'm
So
sorry I
yeah,
popped
when you
off
looked at the
for a
first
second.
game Where he also had
I take it
Canister
back, I'm not
without
sorry. I'm not
much of a
fucking sorry. Have you
range,
fucking tried it?
Canister knowing Uli plays
You're
Chalice,
European
but
and
certainly
no?
played it as
Curious.
fast as he could. So this time he plays it for 0 to try to stop
Curious.
Canister from playing Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, I think he's mostly playing as a 0 just to turn on his Mox Opal is the main reason, so he can cast.
We love
Mox
T-Girl
Opal
water
now.
in
We're
this
gonna
house.
Get a peek. We're gonna get a peek as well. Actually, there is a pact. Wow, that's huge because pacts get dealt with by Chalice, and now he gets to take the one other spell. It looks like it's a spell.
Natural born
There's
hater.
a Gruul Turf. There's a Crumbling Vestige.
I
There.
think that's an endurance, right? Or no?
I don't know why you would bring in Endurance in this matchup. I mean, I guess it attacks Karn, which might be good enough.
Oh no, it's Escape Shift. Never mind, it's Escape Shift. That's the special guest version of Escape Shift, I think.
Can you tell the
That makes
card
more
that's
sense.
you run behind the timer? Is it auto? Is it Tolaria West?
I think Tolaria has Gruul Turf Vestige, and I think the last card is Escape Shift.
So
Yeah, curious that you're European and don't drink room temp white monster the way that Europeans do. Curious.
this Canister can technically Tolaria West for Bestage, you get rid of the Chalice, which would explain why you would be more scared of the pack. You decide like Escape Shift's not that scary. Maybe Uli
Takes
has Karn
packs.
next turn, and he can just Karn for a Graveyard Hate piece, which should at least hinder the Escape Shift line a lot. And yeah, Canister playing off the top of his deck right now. Or he gets, I guess he gets to float a blue if he wants to in Tolaria West, but looks like
1,
he might
2,
draw
3, 4,
something.
$5, $6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, no. Did
We
Uli
float
just
2?
grossly underestimate the escape shift line. Maybe not familiar with the deck, but yeah, I guess I was playing the other day. I was streaming, and people were like, "Yeah, I think all they." need
Everyone
is
in
like
chat is
a
saying this is
Spelunking and
escape
now
shift
4 lands
kill.
and escape shift, and they can just start going off. So that would be a little rough if.
True. You guys do hate each other real good.
Thinking, oh, halftime, maybe half time. That was kind of my
Yeah.
first reaction, not thinking. Maybe he has a cause-like command in hand and thinks he can, exile cards from the graveyard if Canister goes for it, not realizing that 4 lands is all you need. Let's see.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of decks in Modern, and unless you really play Magic competitively and you put in a lot of hours, it's really hard to know all the interactions and, you know, all the loops and everything. So if you just play Modern for fun and you just come to an FNM every now and then, right, then Amulet is certainly one of the hardest decks to know what's going on at all times. It's also one of the
I mean,
hardest
you are
decks
kind of
to play
pincered
yourself,
here,
It's a
right?
super
Like,
complicated deck to pilot, seeing all the lines, you know, making sure.
assuming
what to
Chad
do
is
in
right
the
and
matchup.
Scape Shift is a kill,
So,
that kills
yeah,
you.
we'll see
Or
if,
they just go get
Lannister
Titan,
does have some
because they
kind of
had
loop
6
that
mana
he can get out of
with
Scape
the
Shift here.
Pact.
But certainly it's not something, you know,
And
that
then
everybody, is going to know.
that probably
with
kills you
the deck
too.
That is just, you know, one of the 50 decks in Modern.
Yeah, we'll see. Because it's possible that maybe Chalice, maybe one of the loops is, you know, bouncing Talaria West to your hand, generating some mana, getting Analyst, and going again. And maybe you know, you would assume like Canister would not take too long there to pick his 4 lands.
Yeah, I'm sure the Chalice is.
Maybe the Chalice is
Yeah.
like an issue here. Let's see.
Does he have enough mana to float, get rid of the Chalice, and still do the loop?
Yeah, 2 Lotus Field, a Saga, and Urza.
They
Saga
did
is
take
covered.
Pact
Might
with
step to
Chalice
tutor
on
for
board.
land. So he's floating
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
8.
One of the cards in his hand was Talaria West, right? That was one of the cards he revealed. So he can,
Great
he can certainly search up
point.
Boseiju or, you know, a way to get rid of the Chalice.
Yeah.
But is he going to have enough mana?
Oh wow, he drew Green Sun Venus. Wow, what a huge draw. That's so brutal.
Yeah, look at the Uli with a little bit of a smile. Yep,
Yeah.
that's gonna be pretty good probably.
Yeah, probably gonna get Loomer again. Oh no, just straight up Analyst. Even.
Sack all lands for Scape Shift, then sack all the lands you get. Well lucked.
So Analyst is, you pay 3 mana to get it and 4 to sack it, and you self-mill free. So it's the same mana as getting Loomery, right? Analyst self-mills free lands? Does...
Yeah, but Analyst,
what's the
Woodlands can
reason for-
become Analyst, and that matters. Whereas
what's
Woodlands
the reason
becoming
for
Lumra
getting
does
rid of
not matter.
Loomery? I'm sure like people in chats I know. Lumra, I'm calling a Loomery. Because Lumra mills 4 cards and return all lands cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped.
Get these Hall of Famers out the booth.
Does the same thing for the same, but it mills 1 less cards. I'm sure there's a perfectly fine reason.
So Canister milled 1 land, but returned what seems to be 9 lands in total.
Oh, it's
so
probably because of woodlands.
I don't know if Lumra does die right
if you
away.
sack the Amethyst, Woodlands lets you.
If you have 0
copy
lands,
go off again.
Alright, well.
He's certainly going to have enough mana now.
does
to
Lumra
really
does
flee this.
does the coming back of the lands from the graveyard occur before state-based actions are checked?
Than Titan in these decks, just 4 lands, a Spelunking,
Yeah.
and you can start doing silly things. I mean, he did have to have Green Sun Venus there. Not sure how much he could. It would have been interesting to see how much he could have gotten done just
If
with
no
Scape
lands, no
Shift,
Lumra.
if
But then the
anything, really.
lands still come back, I assume. Like that still
So bunch of
occurs.
triggers on the stack. Looks like Dryad Arbor gets bounced with the.
Cool. Heard chefs. Thank you,
bounce
chefs.
Land, a lot of mana floating.
Regardless, Canister just has the fucking analyst loop now.
Yeah, shifting Woodlands, copying the Analyst.
Looks like Canister's just explaining some kind of loop.
Or just ghost
Exactly,
quartering or
just
whatever.
Yeah, explains what he's gonna do to Uli, who says, okay, I guess you have so much mana and access to basically your whole deck that I guess you're gonna find a way to win. So yeah, congratulations to Canister 2-0 with the deck that I don't think there is an Amulet player that has more experience with the deck than Canister, who literally plays it on stream every day. Doesn't matter what the current metagame is.
Yeah.
He just loves his combo. So moves to 2-0, and I think we have a second feature match ready for you guys, which should feature the person that won the last chance qualifier yesterday. It was literally just
taking out the pact there. That's
Chris
tough.
Larson, who ended up taking down the last LCQ with his take on Eldrazi Ramp, and he's going to be playing against.
Oh, I do think we knew there was a Beseju in hand. Maybe.
Right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, more
Maybe that was last game.
Yeah, let's see if we have the players ready.
How's Canada?
Area, and we can,
Canada's chilling.
Move in Drizzy.
Have to pick a bit matchups. Or breach. You tab the storm off and kill people.
The Canada coverage. The Canada coverage is live, but they are between rounds. While they're between rounds, we are looking at the Prague RC, which occurred last night, late at night.
So some of the
yes, I mean the Talus, and then you have 4 mana on turn 2.
If you're a player who hasn't played Modern in a couple of years, is Eldrazi Ram basically the new Tron? Like if you're gonna play these, expensive cards, Emrakul, Worldbreaker, all these expensive cards, is Eldrazi?
Splinter Twin won a challenge. Had to sort of talk to each other and drown out commentary. Yeah.
Tron doesn't see a ton of play. I do know the trophy leader on Magic Online. They were neck and neck. I think one had 22 trophies. So trophy is when you go 5-0 in a league. And another had 23.
I think more importantly than the bans were the unbans. Mopal has made Breach. I mean, Breach was already good. It's made it like really good. It's put Hammer kind of back on the map, which is great if you're a Yogg enjoyer.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what the majority of players played. The Ugin's Land, maybe some fetch lands, some surveil lands, the free colors. Whereas the Urza land, you don't get to play as many colors. You usually play just green for make a spawn.
So Christopher starts with
the Pog RC.
Destiny and a Misty Rainforest, so not exactly the perfect start. There is also Shifting Woodlands for Oscar.
Yeah, the Eldrazi Realm definitely looks way more fun to me than just Tron. Like, you're not mulliganing to 5 every other game to try and assemble Tron. You have a way bigger range of decent draws you can have,
messages
and way less non-games. So
yeah, the mulligans with Tron, there's always this funny joke. When your opponent moves to 6, you're like, yeah, tough luck. They go to 5, you're like, oh man, sucks for you. Then they go to 4, and you're like, oh, you dirty Tron player.
Yeah.
I'm shitposting, sorry.
That, and it used to be Dredge like years ago, and then it became Tron, and you don't see too much of that anymore, which is kind of nice.
It's like the players have a question for the judge, who's taking care of.
I think maybe it was the headphones that weren't working very well. Not sure we mentioned, but Christopher had to grind in yesterday.
Yeah, he won the very last.
Gotta get noodles. Have fun with noodles.
How many he played before that?
I know he played at least one more, I think, because I saw him in the hall earlier. But he kind of always hangs out and.
Yeah.
Oh god, a Thai iced tea is such a good fucking idea. Oh, Mason should get noodles. Curry.
The players are discussing.
Curry always bangs.
The game, really. Okay.
Panning Curry
Right.
fucks.
So yeah, we're getting the word from production. Looks like it is about the headsets, about the white noise, and maybe something wasn't working right, so they just figured it out. And hopefully they're going to be able to start playing soon. So I already asked you what you would play in Modern, but what I would play is something I also considered. I would probably play Hollow One. I just love the deck.
Hollow
I had
One.
experience with it.
A Hollow One enjoyer.
Before Faithless Looting got banned, before all the cards got banned, that was still when KCI was a thing when Matt Nass was winning
so
every tournament
sleepy.
with KCI and Mox Opal.
What if I went and made a little Thai
it's
iced tea
just a
real
fun
quick?
deck. Plus, I like that.
What if I made a little
Gray
Thai
is
iced tea
a card
real
that
quick?
not just sets you up, but it also kind of messes up the plan for the opponent.
There was
You
a
know,
judge
you
call
play
over
great,
the.
greatest
You're right.
card
I should just be
lands.
skipping this. I forgot this
You can
one's
see
not
it on their
live.
face.
That's on me. That's on me. That's on me.
Rooting for the. It's so hard to say because the variance is probably much
Yeah.
higher than most decks.
Oh, they're just doing it raw. They're just
All worse
ears
draws,
to the
so
world.
It's hard to say, and it's a little frustrating when you do lose to good draws. But we'll see. We'll see if you're rooting for the Hollow One players. I'm rooting for the blue-white artifact players.
Yeah. But looks like we're back. Oscar with
Did
turn
Mumble?
three, turn 2 Mox Opal and a discount.
Oh no,
and
Emery
which
hit
was to
3
give
mumbles.
Malevolent
That's
Rumble and
crazy.
Tangio. So definitely not what he wanted to see.
Yeah, notably no artifacts, obviously, and he also hasn't sacked a bubble or played a bubble this game. So the rare potential, breakish Emery.
In the meantime, Chris finds one of the survey lines. The survey lines have been such a great addition to Modern. Just in general, the fact that you can use your fetch lands to grab a card that
I would never have a raw,
not draw a card, but
exposed
let's say
conversation with my
worth
opponent.
half a card. If you're trying to find something, you're trying to put cards in the graveyard in something like Gorios, you can hit the Atroxa right away.
The
Yeah,
breach deck is
sometimes it's,
crazy.
Worth like 10 cards or whatever.
Yeah.
You can be in spots, you talked about Gorio, you can be in the spot where you have an Arena of Glory in play and you literally surveil a Flage and bring it back right away. It can be, they're so good. They make deck building interesting. They make early turn more decisions. It's fun too. It's like less getting screwed or flooded.
Yeah,
'cause
Emery is
of
crazy
the,
strong.
Yeah.
Manipulation effect, so not great. I think players just love these lands.
I have an Emery print
Chris
hanging on my
uses
wall.
a Kozilek's Return.
I'm pointing as if you can see it. It's in a totally different room.
But it makes sense. Oscar plays
Is it the best deck in Modern right now? Who's to fucking say?
combo pieces, and he
It's
does have
definitely
a piece
up
of
there.
Breach in his hand. So, unfortunately for him, that Emery brick is very likely not going to allow him to start comboing off right away. But with that Saga and Mox Opal
Is that
in
3
play
breaches in
already,
hand?
he's relatively close to finding all the right pieces. Chris has a Karn on his own turn, getting himself a Tormod's Crypt.
Karn is tough.
Yeah, just exactly what Christopher wants to see. Looks like
2 breaches
Oscar's
and an
didn't
unholy
quite
heat.
pan out. He lost the Emery, but we
You're
see
so
the
right.
artifacts. I was
You're so right.
wondering why. I believe Christopher played Kozilek's Return on his turn to get rid of the Emery when there was no artifacts.
Well,
in the
there's a 3rd
graveyard.
breach.
I'm not sure Oscar has, there's a timing where Oscar can get an artifact in the graveyard. So I was a little surprised he did that. Maybe I'm missing something. It doesn't seem to matter.
Oh,
much
it's
either
Grape
way.
Shot.
Let's see if the Teamer Breach can get out of the
Let's see how
corner.
Canada's doing real
We
quick.
saw Canister,
Canada's chilling.
scoop fairly fast after.
As soon as we get back to Canada, I'm gonna go make a Thai iced tea.
Last match, so
How does Breach win? Oh my god. They mill their whole fucking deck out. They cast they grinding station,
Yeah.
replay mobiles and Mox Ambers and baubles and all this bullshit. Dump their whole deck into the yard, cast like 100 spells, and then they either play Thassa's Oracle and just win the game, or they play Grape Shot and just win the game.
I think he has one card left.
Or
Has he used Karn this turn?
they just make a bunch of Urza Saga constructs and just beat you to shit. Commander ass combo.
Just makes the Urza tokens smaller.
Mm.
But it looks like he's gonna get something, maybe a ballista, maybe some chum blocker.
Well, he does have engineered explosives.
Lordy, lordy, look who's 40.
So that's gonna help him not just get rid of the Mogs, but also the construct tokens, which Oscar does make at the end of turn. Draws a beautiful copy of an island. That's think
Which
there's
modern deck is
Arena,
most like a commander deck?
that you could get in the old like FNMs.
Yeah, he could have gotten bridge. He got explosives. He has coding. He has the stone brain. Crypt he
I'm
already
tempted to
got.
say
He got the
Titan.
disruptor flute as well, and a couple soulless jailers as options for Karn.
Ironically.
So Oscar, chapter number 3 on that Urza saga, and looks like he's close to fetching a Haywire Might here. Or that was at least the card that he pulled to the top.
Yeah, he needs to get
Eldrazi
rid of
Ramp is a very
He doesn't have
commander-ass
Unholy
deck.
Heat in his deck. No Unholy Heat in the graveyard yet, which means that if he has a Breach in hand, for instance, he can't just go Breach, Unholy Heat, and then try and go off. That's what makes the Breach deck so good. It's so resilient. You kind of have answers to most of the things people throw at you, and you can win a value game with Emery and Tamiyo and Urza Saga. You can combo off really fast as soon as, well, technically as soon as turn 1, but it's not.
Red deck do be
Nice.
winning.
It does happen.
Although,
sometimes.
to be fair, red deck have a much harder time winning in a 4-player
So it looks like
format.
Soul Guide's Lantern is the choice, targeting the Kozilek's return. In response, Chris blows
That's
up the
true.
explosives.
Mana Rocks,
He doesn't
red
wanna
deck
give
loses.
Oscar Metalcraft.
Mana Rocks into Big Eldrazi is extremely EDH coded.
Wait, but what happened to the exile trigger? Or maybe he exiled the World Breaker
Yeah,
instead?
Another Warbreaker.
Okay.
Could have gotten Kozilek's returns, I guess.
And there's another Emery, this time milling.
How
a
many was
Mox
it?
Bauble plus, I think, another Mox Opal.
Yeah, we were talking about which win con to pick, and we see the Grave Shot can super handy here, getting rid of the Karn.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Arena
much better
96
than Oracle
basic.
would've been. Let's see if it's
Is that
enough
the
now.
island?
As Christopher has any kind of follow-up, he has access to the War of Destiny, but just says go.
Brawl and go. Looking at his graveyard, though, so quite likely that the last card in his hand could be Emerald.
57? I wonder what the other 4 are.
There's an artifact, there's a Planeswalker instant, there's a land.
A little
so
Loch
that
Ness
means
on it? Aw,
at
that's
least
cute.
4, and how much mana does he have in play? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8. Yeah, I guess he's getting pretty close.
Yeah, he's
Lordy,
even
lordy,
more
look who's
short
40.
so last turn.
Yeah, probably just
We do
Splinter
see
Twins all the
Breach
way
in
down.
Oscar's hand.
Probably 4 more illegal copies of Lumra.
Maybe no grinding station yet.
Probably fucking 4 more Lotus
Yeah, I think
Fields,
that's the
knowing
card he's
these
missing.
goddamn modern
He
amulet players.
plays the Soul Guide Lantern, this time getting rid of Karn. But Oscar also just plays a tap land and looks like he's about to pass the turn back to Christopher. So let's see. He did not return the Devourer to his hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
So now
6,
Is he one short now? Because he doesn't
7,
have the Karn?
8.
There's 2 artifacts.
$8.
So Emerald costs 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think he's still a little bit short, and I think now the jig is kind of up. I think Oscar now knows.
Yeah, I mean, he could have had Temple, right? If his last 2 cards are exactly Temple Emrakul, that works. We see a Kozilek's Commando. That's surely huge.
Okay. Targeting
K Command
Emery
X is
and
4.
Scry.
Breach is such a sick deck.
Emery gets exiled, and what does he find? Oh, there is the Temple actually right on the top. Karn also one of the cards available to him.
Yeah, so no extra mana this turn. He did decide to keep 2 mana up.
Chris being a little sloppy with, all the cards, putting something on the bottom, something in his hand, but I think he was able to figure it out. So Emery hits the exile zone, and
That is a
was the pickup
Karn.
from the-
Yeah, so he does have He
Yikes.
has Emrakul and Karn in hand. 8 mana in play. Might be go time for Oscar here. Does Oscar have a self-mill effect in the graveyard? I don't think so, right? He doesn't have Rumble, he doesn't have Emery.
Yeah, I think Oscar kind of got to go for
Get
it.
here potentially. I think he needs some kind of self-mill effect of the top. An Emery?
Wow, he
That's
bought
an
it.
Emery. That's pretty
It is
huge.
Emery, that's interesting.
That makes sense. He knows he's under a ton of pressure, and Emery is a self-mill effect. The problem with Emery is can be a little expensive if you don't have artifacts. We see Mox Opal, we see Breach. He can replay a Lantern first with Breach, and then cast the Emery for 1 mana. That would, so that's 2, 1 for the Lantern, Mox, Emery would leave him with 1 mana. Let's see if he can, if he's gonna try and go off, maybe even just play the Breach for value this
For value,
turn.
yeah.
At the worst, he maybe gets Emery into play a few cards of Soul Guide, but that might not be enough if he gets Emerald.
Oh, this
That's
is
the nice thing about that. It's not just,
tricky.
you know, typically you have combo pieces, you
Utopia
can play,
Sprawls, that's so good.
Show and Tell and Omniscience. Drawing each card without the other copy isn't really going to do much. Here, Underworld Breach, you can sometimes just use for value, draw a couple of cards, you know, replay something from the graveyard, and then use a second one later on for the kill. But looks like Oscar is considering possibly getting back the Soul Guide Lantern. You know,
What's
trying
the
to keep
pressure?
his graveyard in check so he doesn't
Yeah,
lose
the Emrakul is pretty
Probably
like
the most efficient way to mill
face
him,
up,
trying
I
to get to
believe.
that elusive grinding station.
But also Oscar has
So he's
like
exiling 2 lands and a
minimum
Spellsnare to
2
get that
breaches in hand.
Mox Ember. Plays Mox Opal. And let's see. Looks like Emery would cost 1.
Yeah, so he needs to hit an Emery, a Rumble, or you know, the actual grinding station. Obviously, he doesn't want to exile Grape Shot. I'm not sure how effectively he can still win the game if he does. We see no luck. We see a bubble. We see a blue spell bomb coupled with Seju. So I guess technically he can Unholy Heat his Emery and cast it again. That's one option. The problem is, does he have enough mana if he does that?
Looks like he's replaying the other Spellbomb, exactly the other 3 cards.
Okay, so he's just going for like 1
Draw a
cross
card.
strength.
It's another land, yeah, it doesn't do much.
Yeah.
This Karn next turn is gonna be
He
devastating.
used Unholy Heat on Emery and cast Emery. It costs him 2 mana. It gets an Unholy Heat in the yard and a bunch of extra card. Wasn't that just a better line, or I feel like you just see more cards, right?
Doing commentary like
By the
this
way,
is
the Breach
crazy.
is now gone. Chris can certainly, you know, sigh of relief here that didn't go.
It's just
as
crazy to
well
be
for
like,
Oscar as he would have hoped.
this was
And
strictly better, even if you're
is
correct.
Here revealing
Even if you're
Karn and
correct.
3 unexciting cards. So he picks up the Karn. Still has that Emrakul in hand, but not quite enough to play it. Eldrazi Spawn gets made. Alright, hang on. He's counting again. So we have a sorcerer, you have artifact.
It is very like
instant.
not what you're supposed to do when you're commentating.
Oh wait, okay. So he's still considering what to do with the Rumble, which card he's gonna take. Counting his mana first, trying to see if there is a way that he could still cast that Emrakul this turn. Seems unlikely though.
It just makes your player look stupid.
Can do.
You know, like we're all looking at
All right.
Oh, did he not take?
Oscar right now, like, oh, why didn't you do this thing that like Nassif called out? You know,
have
like,
to take something.
why didn't you see that silly guy?
He had
You
a
know.
Karn in hand. He had Karn and Emery.
Whereas you can still talk about those lines
Confused as to what happened here, because he's sort of
in a way that doesn't
casting
do that,
Emrakul, but I think
where
there's
you're
still
just
Rumble still
like,
resolving.
you know, Oscar had the option to Unholy Heat his own Emery and then recast the Emery and get more things in the yard.
Right?
So clearly he is trying to play around something in Christopher's hand, or like is looking to like play around this specific card. Like you can do it in a way that like explains to the audience that there were other options here, and also making the player look smart for choosing not to do it, even if they did not see it.
Does he have enough mana? That's the question. Looks like the answer is yes. So he was eventually able to figure out.
He has 7 mana, so you need 6 types in the yard. The command counts for 2 because it has the like Eldrazi type.
He also had the spawn. There was a spawn from the Rumble that was sacrificed.
Yeah, that's 7 because he had to pay 2 for the Rumble. He had 8 minus 2 plus 1 7. Yeah, it sounds like he had the 6 types. Even when taking a card was Rumble. All right.
This is tough for Oscar.
You have in Magic taking your opponent's turn. It's not quite Mindslaver. Your opponent does get a turn after that.
Yeah. You can talk about the lines, and you can pontificate about
like the grape shots,
why they're doing it the way that they're doing it.
Some fetch lands, not find anything.
Yeah.
But straight up just being like, this is a better line, right?
That was my experience with a team.
Is
I mean, it was obviously
crazy.
Bad, but I was a lot of these games I was just not able to find my grinding station, and I remember playing a game where I was like rumbling, casting Emery, rumbling again, and kind of squeezing out every resource I could, replaying in some mocks, and just sometimes you just don't find your grinding station and your plan B is not good enough.
Wouldn't something like Fateless Looting, could that possibly make the deck a little more consistent at finding the right pieces, putting more cards in the graveyard?
They usually play Preordain, 3 or 4 copies, Oscar has 3, and there is a question where maybe some amount of looting is good. You do have the self-mill of Rumble, of grinding station, but I think Preordain is just the short answer is Preordain is just a better card almost always. You especially feel it as soon as you start mulliganing. It's also a deck that just kind of uses all its resources.
Damn. Let's check on Canada. Oh shit, Canada's back.
You have all these cheap artifacts.
I wish Vincent had drawn more cards, especially when the coast was clear on Bowmaster. There was a real world where maybe Tim.
Okay, I'm gonna go make a Thai iced tea.
A little complicated. Regardless, here, Overlord's attacking.
Claire's in charge until I'm gone. Okay, so listen to her.
I mean, 5 life in the Necro deck is 5 cards, so I imagine there'll be a chump block.
Yep, we're seeing the chump block. Tim allows it. Has a Solitude. Looked like it was maybe thinking about solituding there. Still might. Gonna move to discard.
Surprising.
Yeah, decides to discard what I believe was a MDFC there. Probably not Witch Enchanter though, but could be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're in Tim's seat here, you need to hold on to your Solitudes, because the main way the Necro deck ultimately wins the game is to put children to play with Necro, and then that's kind of it. Then every life you pay gains you 2 life in some sense, which obviously gets out of control extremely quickly. So Tim needs to make sure every Shieldred Vincent draws gets Solitude. And that might mean he has to Solitude 3 Shieldreds over the course of this game. But because his deck can recur Solitude, he can tutor for them with their Recruit the cards, I think that is somewhat achievable. But it also means it's kind of hard for him to just fire off Solitude just to avoid discarding.
All right, Vincent drew 5, found an Orcish Bowmaster, found some Soul Spikes.
So I will say here, I think it's more acceptable if Vincent draw not that many cards because there's no target for March. So he's only going to be able to pitch the cards if he finds specifically Soul Spike. And if he doesn't have that all lined up, then maybe he wants to keep it conservative. I think that's pretty reasonable. In general, I think you should draw big when you know that you have a way to pitch the cards lined up. And when you don't, you should draw small.
Agreed. We're seeing Necro Dominance and a Swamp Flick to the front for getting rid of. We're actually kind of low on swamps in deck. This fetch land might be running low because of how many we hit the first time. The deck does run 8, but I think we've already seen 5 or 6. So, irregardless, Vincent needs to figure out when am I going to Soul Spike. If I'm going to Soul Spike, and probably will be. Going to discard 2 cards and pass the turn. All right, maybe it wasn't Soul Spike. My bad. I imagine you would Soul Spike face, but Does have March of Wretched Sorrow in hand. We're going to see another Overlord here from Tim. Tim, maybe you should consider Thassa's Oracle in the deck as an alternate win condition. Violet in.
Yeah, so I played a lot of this tour deck in my preparation, or sorry, the Blink deck in my preparation, and what I can tell you is this comes up a lot. Like, you actually have to worry about decking yourself more than you would think.
I believe it. Andrew, you played a Thassa's Oracle in your Phoenix deck at the RC, right?
I did do that. Yeah, I think with
This,
Artist Talent, it was useful in some matchups that we said to be popular at that tournament. Most notably, like Enchanties was the big one.
Sure, time to back it. That's all I'm saying. As Flickerwisp comes down. And we're going to be Oh, it looks like, yeah, we might be flickering this Witch Enchanter because we went and grabbed the real MDFC. That might have just been for coverage. But yeah. Boom, blow up that Necro Dominance.
Yeah, now, I think there's a pretty decent chance that Vincent has at some point during his process of drawing and discarding and exiling and general zone changing that he has found a backup Necro. And if that's the case, he will probably hold on to it.
Yeah.
But
you know, it does force the hand a little bit, and it's a situation where I think, you know, especially in an open deckless environment, Vincent's going to see all this flickering and Witch Enchanters, and probably, you know, maybe in some other matchups would be more willing to pitch a Necro or discard it, you know, but here knows we need the second one to really be safe. But Tim seems rather, you know, a little stressed by the whole situation.
Well, I think Tim is losing, to be clear. I mean,
yes,
it's a little ambiguous. I wouldn't say the result is not in doubt, but I think Tim is losing.
Yeah, but it feels like Tim's not losing. You know what I mean? Like, this seems like a winnable game.
Absolutely.
I'm back.
Yeah.
You all did such a good job listening to Claire. I'm so proud.
On the Witch Enchanter.
Also, I fucking love Thai Ice
Vincent
Tea.
gets to do the best part of the game now. Have a draw step, now the Necro's gone. Looks like we're maybe...
The eggheads in the lab were on one when they made Thai Ice Tea.
Got word from production. It is a quick judge call question. It might just be the interaction of something.
Yo, people are still playing Mono Black Necro?
It's really nice to see Felia sort of see play, Andrew. It was a card I really liked. And, you know, the One Ring, there's just no time for stuff like this. But now there's time.
Well, I also think... I think this Philly is being pretty highly subsidized by the Overlords.
Yeah.
Griefless, ringless Necro.
It does some cool stuff. I do really enjoy the tricks where you blink out your Flickerwisp and then can Stone Rain your opponent for a turn. That's some good clean magic right there.
Nothing like it. So it looks like what happened is Tim accidentally saw the bottom of the deck, so we're just going to shuffle and make sure the deck is random. But yeah, the Overlords do a great job of this, for sure. Kind of remove this impending counter. Which I think we actually already did, but, you know. Soon enough, Andrew. Dauthi Voidwalker in hand here for Vincent.
How did he see the bottom of the deck?
That's, I guess, a little annoying for Tim. The Dauthi Voidwalker lane, I think you're absolutely great. It makes a lot of sense to me. Definitely what I would play if I was going to play Necro in this field. But I don't really think it's going to be impressive against Tim's deck. Sure, maybe you stop his recursion a little bit, but mostly the damage has been done on that front.
I agree. If it's early, it feels like it's going to be really impactful. At this point, you know, I think we even maybe know there's a Solitude hanging out. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do. As it does look like we're going to start with Boggart Trawler.
All right. The Boggart Trawler hits the battlefield.
Sir, a Boggart Trawler has hit the tower.
I call it. And here's Dauthi, no graveyard left. There will never be one now. And it looks like we're going to play... we're going to play the other Boggart Trawler?
That's Boggart Trawler's home.
A lot of faith in the Dauthi. I like it. Jokes aside, we're gonna draw here for Tim.
Here we're just playing a normal value game. I mean, again, Tim is able to compete with that. You know, if Tim just, for example, just kills the Voidwalker, blinks his Overlord with a Flicker Wisp, like he's off to the races again. He doesn't necessarily need to do anything crazy to overcome this sport.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is also why like I think this matchup is winnable, because unless Vincent does the Necro thing and really overwhelms
Fatal
Tim,
Push
these are the
goes
kind
to
of
the
games Tim
graveyard
wants to play, right?
if
you
it
pull
kills
Tim
a
and you're playing
Dothy.
against, like, Jun Sagavan
But
every round,
a
Tim would be
lightning
salivating
bolt
about going to the
would
bridge,
be
you know?
exiled.
And you're
Correct?
kind of worse Jun Sagavan when you're playing not Necro
Because of
games.
how,
Well,
cards
I think
don't kill
that's
creatures,
somewhat
state-based
true.
actions
I
kill
will say that
creatures.
I think,
Hell yeah.
as Necro, I
Yeah, I know a
more
couple of the
equivalent to
rules,
Necro or
you could
Purple
say.
Intruder. Like, the Necro deck isn't really a fair deck. I think it is the illusion of being a fair deck. I think it's much closer to
Sure,
a
Fatal
one-card
Push kills
combo,
creatures.
and the combo is like
Damage doesn't kill
Necro
creatures,
plus
state-based
one
actions kill
spell.
creatures. That's
yes,
maybe a better way to
So,
say it.
If you have 5 cards, but one of them is Necro, I think this option could be better than a 7 without it.
I agree. Yeah. But Tim's doing a good job making it not that kind of game, right?
What if I
think
made
Vincent here maybe was
one of
hoping to
those,
kind of
like,
apply pressure
guns
to
don't
Tim
kill
and
people?
make the game a bit more of the fair one, but unfortunately, Tim's ready
Guns
for that battle.
don't
As we are going to get in with a Boggart Trawler,
people.
holding back our Bowmasters.
Poster. But I made it say damage doesn't kill
It's really
people.
hard to top the black-white blink deck when it comes to just value in fair games. It is really out of hand the things this deck can do.
Okay, which one of these is the most
I
unhinged?
played it with 4 color piles and was had games where I fell behind, and I was like, that's not supposed to happen. As we are going to see Necro Dominance hit the battlefield.
Oh, these are all so shitty.
All right, time to draw some cards.
Yeah, if Tim had access to either vial here, maybe we'd be talking about an instant speed answer kind of before Vincent draws cards. But as it stands,
Who is that handsome commentator?
For Tim to mess with this, I think Vincent.
You
gets
think
the draw.
Andrew Allenbogen's handsome?
I think so as well.
He'll be so happy to hear it.
So it looks like this might be a moment where Tim's saying, "Yeah, I'm passing priority. You can."
If you fatal push a rest in
name
peace,
what
I'm
your
calling a
number is. I think
judge.
Vincent's now saying, "I didn't think I'd get this far. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna draw."
Looks like I didn't get this far. Yeah.
Photoshop.
And it's like, I feel like I want to draw at least 4. Like I want the full grip. And I kind of like the idea of a 5th, live a little. But maybe Tim is responding. But I'm not sure what responding would really help with. All right, we drew 6 cards. Children is one of the finds.
Why don't all of you just become fucking judges then, huh?
The Children is
Huh?
good. It's not the be-all, end-all, because I think Tim is still nursing that same solitude.
Okay, so if
Yep.
you if
Like,
you
what's
are
found?
targeting
Literally
a rest in
Tim is at
peace
10, so we're getting dangerously
that is a
close to
creature with
striking.
Xur on the battlefield, I'm definitely calling a
Bowmaster
fucking
also
judge.
in hand here. Tim's more at 5.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. They did it in the judge program. That's tough.
Yeah, I think that's definitely how Tim loses this game, is just getting soul spiked out, essentially.
Yeah.
We just want
I
a
mean, that is,
good.
one of the nice things. This is kind of like why I like the Dothies in the deck, and one of the nice things about this is like
It's fine.
often your opponents put themselves at like 16 or 15 in Modern via fetching, right? And so, like you're saying, it's a 1-card combo. Necro
As a little
draw
treat,
cards and then
chat.
kill them, and then Dothy is something that just does a really good job of either being
Window
very annoying
capture,
or getting those 3 points.
Create a
you
new
kinda need somehow.
source.
Thalia comes down in turn. Oh, a
Yeah.
little stop.
You're not going to get to untap with that Thalia here. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah, this might just be a March of Wretched Sorrow for all the mana. Yeah, I was gonna say I was curious if we would pitch a card just to maybe even draw more, but we're fine with our gain 3 up to 13. And with Shieldred, like you're saying, it's just doubling our life total
I
essentially.
think it's like, why do you look fucked?
Tim untaps, as it does seem to be getting away from them. There was a moment there I was feeling pretty good. There might be some confusion about life totals, it seems. Looks like Tim's looking at some paper.
Transform. Fit to screen. Shrink that bad boy down.
Right.
Why don't you
We
see?
can Recruiter for Bowmaster if we want. Obviously, a lot of times against the mono black deck, that's gonna die. But you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I'm Tim, my biggest worry is running out of life points, and I guess that only sort of helps, but it does sort of help.
Yeah. All right, Witch Enchanter blows up the Necro.
Well, I'm
and
trying.
a relatively big body.
I mean, on this board, a 2/2 dominates.
Yeah. Now, notably, you know, if we might need to Solitude one of these around Soul Spike.
Can you see this?
But, you know.
Why isn't it updating?
Yep, Shieldred, Dolthy Voidwalker, Land are the cards in Vincent's hand. Dolthy comes down to the battlefield. See an attack just for 3.
He's running out of life. He's running out of cards. He's running out of time here. He's got to make something happen.
Yeah, and great, you know, I think sequencing here from Vincent sort of put the Dolthy out so that, you know, if a Solitude comes down, it might catch it, or it has to go to the Dolthy. Sort of incentivizes all this, and then now you follow up with a Shieldred, which even though we don't have Necro, is still going to be this huge thing on the battlefield. Obviously, Tim can fight through a Shieldred, but it's still a tight play as it comes on down.
Yes, I mean, I think Tim is going to need a way to blink his Overlord, or maybe like a hard cast Solitude. He certainly has.
Okay, I fixed
it.
it.
Do something special this turn. He's dead.
What about Aether Vial? Does that sound good to you?
Doesn't sound great.
Overlord comes down. Time to mill 4 cards too. There's anything else we want?
Okay, chat.
Hit a boat. There's the 1E.
You get to watch me make this shit
Last card
post.
in hand, Overlord the Baelmer. Gonna pick up a full art Solitude. Gonna play another Overlord.
In a teeny tiny picture-in-picture. This is your Subway servers. This is your clips of Family Guy. Alright, this is... You see the shit that I do for you? You see the shit that I do for you?
Overlord this game?
I think that's very plausible, yes.
Okay, we're just gonna block out the
Tim, you
text.
got-
I'm not keeping exact track, but I think you might be.
Warning.
I hate also that I might be right too, by the way. That I'm just like, yeah, it's been 9 times. You know, someone goes back and watches, like, how does he know that? And I'm like, I don't know. I wish I knew useful things in life. Anyways, Aether Vial coming on down. The game keeps going. We're gonna get stuff
240.
for free. And yeah, you're seeing Tim be
that's
like, I
good.
think I just need to Solitude this Shieldred now, not give you any more life. You're gonna do it anyways, might as well.
Mm-hmm, that's
Right,
really
I
good.
mean, look, that's good, but and I guess is
We're
Tim
gonna
out of cards?
shrink it.
Yeah, Tim's out of cards. So
No.
Tim has an Overlord next turn that will be unimpeded, and Tim will be at 2 after this attack step. So
Oh my god.
you know, Bowmaster here is lethal, for example, but Vincent still has 2 cards in hand. Now one is a land.
What do you...
Yeah, I'm very concerned about this spot for Tim. I mean, I don't know what Vincent has left in the tank, but
Oh!
it's not going to take much.
Meat Hook Massacre for 1, kill my own things, drain you out.
I'm
Time to
arting
get
in the
game
corner a
for
little
you.
bit.
That's
I'm making a
nice
shit
flashy way to win
post.
it all.
Agreed.
All right, so let's
Hey,
start
brain
here
rot
with
stuff.
Tim's sideboard and see what we might have from the Orzhov Blink deck. We have 3 Wrathless
Okay,
Guys, 3
now-
Thoughtseize, 2 Draenith Magistrate, 2 Stony Silence,
Behind
2
this, we're
White
gonna
Orchid Phantoms,
put
a Fairy Macabre, a Plague Engineer, and an Aven Interrupter.
a
Andrew, you mentioned you're
rectangle.
liking this deck. What would you bring in if you were in this spot?
Yeah, so I would definitely board in the Thoughtseizes because I want to take Necro. I would also be inclined to have Aven Interrupter on the play on the draw that's less clear to me, but I would definitely
Don't freak
want
out,
it on
chat.
the
Don't
play,
freak
again,
out.
to just, so that I can pass with 3 mana up.
We're gonna
and
make the
counter their Necro
fill.
and stop their deck from doing the thing that it does. All of that seems pretty obvious to me.
Like a very
the
red
rest
red.
of the sideboard, I don't think
We're gonna
does
curve these
much.
corners.
So I imagine it's just that. No other like changes.
Okay,
but-
that did not curve the corners,
Yeah, I
I'm
might be
afraid.
missing something. I've certainly never played against Necro with the black-white deck before.
Yeah, I don't think I have either off the top of my head, but
100.
it's all right. I believe in our abilities, and what you said makes sense to me. Let's check out the Necro sideboard here from Vincent.
Stroke,
You
I
have
don't
4
want to stroke.
Leyline of the Void, 3 Damping Sphere, 2 Break the Ice. That could come up against that energy player, Andrew. Don't forget our lines.
Why
1
are you
Damnation,
not-
1 Disruptor Flute, 1 Engineered Explosive, another Meathook Massacre, 1 Necromentia, and a single Force of Despair. Anything here jumping out to you?
I mean, I think you're definitely going to want the Damnation. I think little sweepers don't work that well against this black-white deck, but I think bigger sweepers tend to work pretty well. So I imagine that means the Damnation and the Meathook Massacre. But again, I think it's going to be pretty light sideboarding. Most of the sideboard I would describe as combo.
Fucking
which makes
10,000.
sense. Again, the Necro deck is naturally good against fair decks and naturally bad against combo. But the combo hate's certainly not going to come in for this matchup, so...
Why aren't the
I
corners?
think I would sideboard very much.
Oh, because it's down here?
Yeah, I feel
Alright,
like
whatever.
Force of Despair might be kind of good here.
Okay, that
Interesting.
actually did it. That actually
Yeah,
did it.
might be. I mean, you're saying like, oh, I flicker with my thing out, and then on the way back, Force the Despair, like type.
Yeah, I think 100's good.
Exactly, yeah, like Zanphilia. Like, basically,
And then I go back to this
it isn't
text.
a perfect answer. Whoa, the technology's evolved as we now have the deck list on screen here.
We're
as
getting
well.
somewhere.
But it just feels like, you know, there's gonna be some amount of flickering and stuff like that, and like there is ephemera, even though we didn't see it in game 1, and it seems like you're saying, there aren't a ton of
Warning.
things that
I
we
never
really
need.
want, but I also feel like there's a couple cards I'm not super excited to have in my deck. Like, I'm not over the moon about, you know, having all these discard spells, for example,
Whoa.
but I only have a couple cards I want to bring in, so maybe I bring in this situationally kind of good card.
No, I mean, I think you might be right. I mean, I guess I'm not exactly sure how many cuts the Necro player has, but there's probably something worse than Force of Despair we can get out of the deck.
I believe that's a fair statement. It looks like
Let's
there's
try
5 cards for Vincent.
120.
Vincent believes we have 5 to bring in. So,
Okay.
I don't know.
It's probably too
5
big.
cards.
Let's just try 100.
I cannot identify the 5. Maybe the Engineered Explosives getting in there?
EE
Not sure.
Meathook, Force, Damnation, Disruptor Flute, naming Vial.
Oh my god.
Disruptor
Disruptor Nine Vial's a deep cut, but you might be right.
You know, your opponent goes turn 1 Aether Vial, I'm fluting. You can't stop me. But yeah, I mean, you know, I guess that we saw how annoying those overlords were. Like, naming that maybe is the idea, with basically being like, I have all these discard spells I don't really want, or maybe there's some other card that Vincent doesn't like in the matchup, you know. Believe it or not, I bet Vincent has played this matchup and has thought about it, you know. We have a pretty solid record here, and we're playing this deck. People who play this deck only play this deck.
No.
We need, like... We need to be
I'm not trying to say
smaller.
Vincent definitely has a plan. I just don't know what it is.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm more just saying, you know, for the people at home, I'm sure Vincent has good plans. We're trying to figure them out here. And, you know, why do they have us in the booth for that? We're just here to look good.
Yeah.
As a Tim is going to take a moment.
Actually, delete this. Delete that. Computer, delete that. Control
What's
J.
interesting thing about this matchup is that because I sort of think, you know, if you imagine kind of the theoretical game, I don't know if that's the right terminology. Like, if you imagine the game in the sky,
Okay.
Damage.
what I'm getting at is, I think sort of inherently
Doesn't.
the Necro deck.
Okay, these can
is
both be
favored
bigger,
if both
is
decks
what we've
quote,
learned.
do their thing. So the
Which means
onus is on
this
you
can
as
be
the,
bigger.
Black White Blink player to stop that
90?
from happening. And that means you want a hand that ideally
120?
has that even eruptor, that Thoughtseize, some way to stop
120 is
the
too
plan from just
big.
going off without a hitch.
110?
That makes sense. Or has maybe like a really fast clock.
100?
Right? Like the turn 3 Overlord, for example. We saw that game, it was a little slow, but I believe we were also on the draw that game.
Yes, I mean, I imagine you're never
Damage.
mulliganing, fast Overlord.
And then
games,
this
like,
one,
basically,
we want it to
like I
be
said, anything.
red.
Yeah,
Actually,
if
we just
that's
want
not
to
good
color
enough, why did I
pick
come up with
this.
this deck? As we are
Right.
taking a mulligan down to 5.
Damage doesn't. And then we want to control J this one.
Yeah, and so I'm really glad you like the Black White Blink deck too. I wasn't really sure. I watched a little bit of your stream when you were doing it on System Magic, but I didn't really know your stance on it. And I've been like talking to people, and I kind of feel like I'm a
Alright,
pariah,
bye. It was good to
I'm
see
like,
you.
"Oh,
Thanks
this
for
is
stopping
kinda good,"
by.
and they're like,
Doesn't
Black White
kill
sewer stinky,
creatures.
you know. But the deck is impressed. Like every time I play it, it's like, yeah, it looks really bad or whatever. Like, you know, like someone talked about it, but when you
We
like play and really
try
think about
90.
it makes a lot of sense.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say about the deck that I think is kind of the strangest aspect of it all is that it's fundamentally a deck that has almost none of the best cards in Modern.
Oh, you're so right.
If you were to
Great
make
call.
a list of the strongest cards in the Modern format, I mean, this deck has none of them. Literally none. Like, you know, Solitude maybe cracks the top 10 list, you know, on a good day, and that's maybe the most messed up card in your deck. So it's interesting to see the deck kind of succeed with a lot of
Mamma
role
mia.
players, no kind of powerhouses, is how I would phrase it.
Inquisition. We've got a land, an Overlord, and Ephemerate, and then one of the MDFCs.
That's
if
good.
that's Boggart
That's
Crawler,
good.
Okay, it is Witch Enchanter, so we can't take it. So we gotta take Ephemerate.
Damage doesn't kill creatures.
You and I found the line that time.
State-based
Well,
actions kill
But there's
creatures.
only one legal play that does make it easier for sure.
Is there a
Virtual
hyphen
publisher
in
become-
state-based actions? Are those just three
That's
different
where we're gonna
words?
pick our hand up here.
Yo,
Probably gonna say
Kuro,
surveil,
what's
I'm
up?
not
Thank
sure.
you for the raid. We are watching the Canadian RC, and also I am making a shit post in the corner.
Of note, Vincent, I believe had a
It's like your
double
little
line
Subway
in hand,
Surfers
kept one in hand. For
Family
those
Guy
spike March
clips.
reasons. I like it.
videos of people making bowls or whatever.
I
It's your
guess
brain
this is
rot
how we got
spot.
to 5 cards, by the way, Andrew. It was the ley lines.
Yes. I mean, Leyline does something
Oops.
on Vincent's side. I'm not sure it does enough to be worth bringing in because, I don't know, when you don't draw Overlord, the card just isn't that impactful, but it certainly is very good against Overlord, and that is the less card.
State-based.
I don't know if I would do it.
It
but
is. There is a hyphen.
I
State-based.
believe that. Yeah, mill 4, Tim. Now, I believe you still
I
get
think
the
I want
card,
this all to be
correct?
one
Or is
big
that-
one.
I know some of the
No.
cards work this way. Okay, not this one.
Action.
Overlord is not from among them, it's from your whole
I
graveyard.
want
so
this
you
to
must
be
check your whole graveyard.
bigger.
That
Let's
means
do
that
100.
Weirdly, Weird Hate does work.
Yes,
That's
thank
kind
you.
of how that one goes.
I want it to be 110.
Makes sense. Thoughtseize, Flicker Wisp, Witch Enchanter are the options.
State-based actions. I want you to
Feels
be
like a
even
moment where you
bigger.
take the
Let's say
Flick Wisp.
130.
But also, I can't pass up a Stone Rain.
Well, yeah, I mean,
We're gonna change the color of this. Don't worry.
definitely the best thing to do with this Witch Enchanter
And we're gonna
is to play
change
it as a land
the
and
vertical
flicker it out,
spacing?
right?
Yeah.
You believe there's no hyphen?
Which, I mean, I guess no matter which one you're taking, you're going to stop that. But maybe you're afraid of just Tim hitting some land drops and hard casting the Witch. I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, everyone
it's
loves
gonna be
brain
the case.
rot.
I'm
The
just a
sooner
little
you
worried that the Flicker
accept
Wisp,
that,
getting
the
Overlord.
sooner
Okay, we
you
did have a land drop
understand the
this time.
world
Okay, we're
truly,
good.
fully.
We had missed, a land before, I believe, so I was a little worried about just getting run over.
Okay,
Looks like Tim's removing a counter.
paragraph
There we go.
settings.
Bowmaster's the draw for Vincent. Has a Fell the Profane.
No,
hand,
not like that.
And I believe a Necro as well.
Okay. I mean, that's the dream. And to be clear about when I say the dream, I mean drawing
Is
the
it
card
you?
Necropotence in your deck.
That's you. State-based actions.
People have different sized dreams, Andrew.
I think I want to underline actions as well.
I'm not being a hater. I mean, again, that's the joke.
Yeah, I'm just joking too. I'm not, I'm not judging.
State-based actions.
Top 3.
Duplicate
Add
this.
to our hand. I may be hitting on that.
Take
I
it
don't
straight
know.
down.
3 cards. It's got
Yeah,
level 5.
You really want him to draw more cards, is what you made clear.
Yeah. I love card.
Do you think there's any way?
And it looks like we're just going to have to go straight
No.
to discard here. But we do have Shieldred in the grip. Looks like.
Do you think there's any
Orcus
way that we can
Bowmaster, Leyline
actually
the Void.
move? No.
Oh, it was a Soul Spike that was happening.
No.
Looks like, okay. My mistake. Felia.
Okay.
No.
Felia's big.
It's fine. Sorry. Simply cannot call the state-based.
So he's going to attack. Flicker. the Overlord.
Okay.
This will also
Yeah,
grow
I was
Felia.
also thinking of a small graphic on either side of
the
actions.
Overlord,
I don't know
honestly,
what
no
it should
joke
be,
here.
though.
I mean,
Mhm.
you do just get a 5/4 still, despite.
Ooh,
the fact
a
that you
lightning
can't
bolt
draw
or
any
a
cards with it.
chevron, both pretty
Yeah,
good.
it's very big. Get a counter on our Felia. does make it so March needs to pitch another card. Now, normally you kind of want to do that anyways.
Is there any like magic symbol that would really work?
We'll take a little look at what we've lost. Looks like we lost some.
I guess I could just do the Planeswalker symbol. It just kind of feels like it doesn't hit hard enough.
Switch, but most of them are Witch Enchanters, so.
Yeah, Vincent just thinking, like, you know, if for example my opponent milled over all their copies of card X, then I don't need to worry about him tuning for it anymore. Makes my game easier to play. Not a huge deal, but might as well take a look.
I also think I want like shitty road
Gildred, the
sign
Apocalypse.
blank.
All right.
Oh, this is
Is
perfect.
there Solitude in hand is the real question now.
I mean, he's got to respond to the trigger, which means that Vincent gets to kind of know whether or not, you know, it's in play at the time he decides.
Copy image.
He also gets to know if there's a Bowmaster in play as well. So he sort of just knows coast is clear, draw as many as you want, go up
Their
to 20.
triangle thing?
I think that might be all she wrote for Tim, our black-white blink player here.
Yep. And
Oh, this
that's
might be a little
lot of
too
cards,
low res.
A lot of life gained and. Oh, I thought we were
Something
picking
like
up our cards
this.
for a second. But we'll have to see how it goes.
Let's get the lines out.
I mean, I don't think Tim should concede necessarily, but he's not going to win.
Yeah, you can play it out. Other point, maybe not play it out. Go hang out a little bit between rounds.
You ever just hope your opponent drew like 12 lands out of their, you know,
And if we take all of this
normal occurrence.
and we just shift it down a little.
Yeah, I hope they do that, and I hope I draw the answer to this thing because they'll just do it again. Oh, there's
I mean, do you think Tim can win if he stacks both?
It kind of goes.
It's
No.
close, I think.
They're
the problem
trying.
is
Oh, the
Vincent still
Azorius
gets to make
triangle
choices in
thing.
that world. You know,
I
we
want the
need to,
text. We're gonna have to fuck up the
overrule
text
ourselves
a
and
little
not
bit.
allow it to go like to 0. I think. But
But
Tim
we'll
did
handle
pick
that
up
in a
Fatal Push
second.
here, which is big.
We do
you
need
know.
a little thing
We
to
can
put next
kill
to
the
these.
Shieldred thanks to Felia flickering
And I
something.
don't really know what that should be.
It's like Tim's deciding.
New
Like,
group from
Flicker
layers.
out the Overlord
Text.
to get Revolt to push the Shieldred. I mean,
We're gonna
it ain't
duplicate
pretty, but that
this.
sounds reasonable.
Yeah,
We're going to merge
Looks
this
like-
group.
Tim's thinking.
Picture of a lightning bolt crossed to the right of
Yeah, it looks like
actions
Tim
and
was
along
maybe wanting
impossible to
attack
read
with the
rules
Overlord,
X
but
turn.
decided not to. Potentially, you know, not when actually mills. I know.
Okay, we need.
Looks like at Word from Production, we're getting a quick judge call on how does Felia work with the ley line of the void. If I flicker this, can I like stack my triggers?
That's what we're gonna do. Hold on. Let me cook.
And maybe that's Tim's plan here is like flicker the ley line, get a card off the Overlord. Vincent will block my Felia, and then I'll push the Shieldred. That could work.
Yeah, I mean, I guess define work. But,
Oh, duh.
yeah.
Okay.
We make inroads up the mountain.
And then we change
Have you
this
ever heard of
thing's
Sisyphus?
opacity.
It gets a real that moment. Felia, Emperor of Bones, Fastland, even Interrupter.
No. What if we unhook it?
Gonna pick up another Felia, it seems.
Then we change the blend mode.
Besides against it, Emperor of Bones.
Sorry,
We're gonna
I
get
just,
there. Ooh,
I just keep staring at this game state and thinking,
that's almost
what are
something.
our outs? How do we win? Not really coming up with anything. I don't know.
Listen, here's the thing I learned in coverage a long time ago is it's good, you know, we have to talk about stuff, but sometimes we can just let it sit, let it play, you know, and I think this is a moment where it's like we've talked about the lines, we're letting it happen, and I'm really
Okay, so we're
interested
gonna
to see
turn
sort of
this
like
back up to
what
100.
Tim can do, because there have been plenty of times in the past I'm commentating a match, feel like it's done, and the player, you know, works some magic. I'm not sure how that
Works
could look
some
here. And I'm
magic.
really excited to learn. As
Right.
Vincent's hands just all kill spells.
It's just not.
With the
It's
march
just.
lined up, it can
What if
afford
I just
to
change
once
the
again
fill?
dig deep from the Necro Dominance.
Nah, it just doesn't really do what I
Yeah.
want. Okay,
And-
we're gonna
and
try a
then,
different.
gain a bunch of life on the Overlord. I
What
guess.
different means
I
here?
wonder if there's any weird lines where Tim could like try to run Vincent out of
Photo,
winning conditions in
shop,
check or something
make,
bizarre.
text, look,
I don't know.
scuffed.
Yeah,
Like-
maybe.
If he drinks too deep for the Necro Dominance, exiles too many cards, then you solitude him out of win conditions. I don't know. I'm
Distressed.
definitely grasping at straws, but straws
Yeah.
are all I have.
We're seeing Vincent here take a bit of a conservative line. Excuse me.
Filters.
Not, you know, the full amount of cards. Wanting to respect Ephemerate on the Overlord, blanking the March.
Filters.
Seems like a good way to lose the game. So we're gonna discard another March, but we're gonna gain 6 life here and leave our mana open just in case there was an Ephemerate.
I think that makes
Filter
a lot of sense.
gallery?
Play from Vincent. I mean, the last thing you want to do when you're substantially winning in Magic is throw.
Distort.
Like, you just really don't want to lose a game you're quote unquote supposed to win.
Sketch.
Yeah. The best players in the world win
You can't
the
see the
games they're supposed
filter
to win,
gallery,
and
I'm
then
sorry.
They also win the games they're not supposed to win every now and again.
I mean, kind of block your
just
Simon Guilty. But
texturizer.
anyways,
As we are going to see a planes on the
Okay, let's
fetch.
do a little
Aven
bit of
Interrupter
this.
live. Flicker Wisp live. Flicker Wisp target my sewers. A play I can make.
all
Wait,
right,
are we gonna-
we're
Oh, I
Torn
think we're Flicker
edges.
Wisping one of the spells, like the Fell the Profane lands. Oh, yeah.
yep, no,
Stone
that works
Ring.
great. You absolutely can flicker us to destroy a modal DFC. It's one of the weirder modes of the card. It's one of the reasons why, despite the fact this black white green deck is sort of inherently behind against combo decks, it actually is very good against Belcher specifically.
Yeah, that makes sense. You can just Stone Rain them, and then
Okay,
if
not
you
that
ever draw
one.
a Knight, you just blow them out of the game. Solitude the pickup
Take
here.
it back
another
to
Flicker Wisp in
texturizer.
hand. Emperor of Bones.
Now,
Texturizer
Emperor
is
Bones
definitely where I wanna
interesting here
be.
because although it's unable to hit any of Tim's
Texture
cards because they're also
brick?
on the
No.
main line,
Texture
if Vincent had
sandstone?
any creatures that hit the
Yes.
guard green Necrodominance, it would be able to get those. I don't think that's the case though here.
I don't think so either, but Tim does have the Felia from when that one Overlord flickered the ley line.
Okay, that helped. That helped
Alright,
for
looks like we're
sure.
gonna fatal push after targeting the Felia.
We're gonna
so
make
now
the
graveyard
opacity
is,
just like
I believe empty. if
not
any more Emperors
100.
come down. Those are also now a Dothified creature. I guess actually you get to choose the ley line, excuse me, so they're not under the Dothi. But here comes Necro, draw a bunch of cards.
what if we did some
We
blending
get a 10
options?
one time for the 1.
We do a little bevel and
Or-
emboss.
Depression.
Emboss.
Tim untaps. Takes a look. Plays Overlord. That's something we can Flicker Wisp. But Dothy is still applying a lot of pressure to us. Ephemerate, Vile, some other card, Disenchanter, I think. All exiled.
Contour. Texture.
Land for turn. Another Dothy in hand. Fellow Profane also in hand here for
Oh,
Vincent.
here we go. We're onto something.
Attack for 3, knocking Tim down to 6 if it connects. Tim does have a
Yeah.
Solitude Flicker Wisp.
Well,
Oh, baby. We are
Sure.
cooking. We are cooking.
it's not like Solitude this Dothy Voidwalker is that exceptional.
It's not. I'm not saying it's exceptional. I'm just saying it's
A
the
pillow
play that Tim
emboss.
has. You know,
Yeah.
it's a
No,
real.
I mean, you might be right. He might have to do it.
Yeah. Now Vincent gets 3 more cards. No one at the table except Vincent's happy about it, but you know, Vincent does also seem to have a Soul Spike in hand.
Okay, that looks really
Can this
good.
be the time we draw 10, maybe?
Let's scale back the texture a
Drew
little.
3. Discards a land, passes.
No, that made it way worse.
Recruiter the Guard, nice draw here from Tim.
Oh my god, chat, we are doing it.
Anything you'd like, dealer.
Now we just need the stupid little things to put next to actions.
Skyclave? White border Skyclave.
Would you prefer your Skyclaves to be black bordered? I guess. Wait, did Tim white border?
Yeah, absolutely. Once I post it, you can do whatever you want with it.
Gavin Verhey hates us and puts these things in his like commander products, or if Tim did this. It looks to me.
Tim did this, but I'm not sure.
Oh wait,
Chat,
I know what
let
it
me
should
know.
be.
Is this in the Mystery Booster 2 thing? I gotta know.
Nautical
But
Star.
we do have a Skyclave apparition either way that theoretically can answer this Necro. We've played a land, and Dothy's going to get in for 3. Down to 6 goes Tim.
I also see a Soul Spike in hand for Vincent. So one thing
Copy
Vincent could do
image.
is draw a bunch of cards as Necro, try to find
Yeah,
a Soul
baby.
Spike. If it goes wrong, shrug, play the first Soul Spike, don't discard hand size.
Yeah. I like that. This does feel like a moment we're tapped out. We know all the things. Let's just go to 1. We're going to draw 6 cards. Okay.
We are edgelording now.
We know there's at least 1 Soul Spike happening.
Okay, now we need to apply the same. Let's merge
We
these
got
for one.
Massacre flicked near the front as well.
And
I'm
then
not
let's
sure if he found the second Soul Spike, but
copy layer
that's,
style,
really not
paste layer
small comfort
style.
for Tim.
Yeah. Tim's going to have to Skyclave this Dothy at this rate so we don't die.
Yours needs to be edited a little.
And then, yeah, it looks like we have a March that we can pitch the rest of the cards. Honestly, just use our mana on as well.
Yeah, you could pitch some cards to it. You could hold up mana for something else. I don't know. You could stand
Deck
on your
list
head,
for the mono
direct
black.
recycle.
Let me
Yeah,
see if I
these
can
are
get
all
it
legal
for
plays,
you.
all pretty strong, too. I really like the idea of just tapping out, you know? Just be like, hey, I'm going up a bunch. You gotta kill the Dothy
Deck
where you're dead.
lists.
I'm gonna draw more cards. I'm gonna Soul Spike you. I only have so many cards left in deck.
Well, right. I mean, one of Tim's problems is that there's not really a if, it's a when. Like,
Yeah.
Vincent is going to see the rest of his deck throughout the course of this game. At some point, he finds a Soul Spike. But honestly, just Fatal Push the Skyclave, get my token, kill you is good enough. And Mono Black Necro will be advancing to 6 and 2.
Yeah,
I see a bunch of
solid
people doing
performance here.
exclamation point
Great for the players.
standings.
What a wild round.
I've
that
not seen
Necro deck,
anyone do
you know, in
exclamation
these kind of,
point
like matchups where
deck lists.
it's normal-ish Magic.
I don't
it
think I can
really
get it
does
for
some
you, I'm
impressive
sorry.
Stuff. So congratulations to Vincent. We're going to have to see how that run continues across this weekend. But with only 5 minutes left in the round, we're going to
Damage
take a
doesn't kill
quick
creatures,
break,
state-based
and
actions.
we'll be
kill
back
creatures.
with more Magic here in just a couple minutes to the last round of day
This
number
is
1.
huge.
See you
This
soon.
is huge. Okay, let me get us back on to... Yeah, watch 2 games, you'll see all the cards in the deck. So true. Let's go back here.
Attacks and yeah, I guess
Welcome back to Prague.
You know, that was one of these decks where you would think looting is at least a small upgrade, and the more people played the deck and the more
Quick
they figured,
export is
I
PNG.
don't need that effect. It's obviously like gets worse against Graveyard Hate, which is just everywhere, even game ones these days.
Yeah. Okay, eventually, Oscar untaps. Discovers that Chris was able to basically
Proggers.
exhaust all his resources, you know, sacrifice all the...
Yeah, that was a lot of back and forth. It looks like, you know, Oscar had an early window, didn't have much going on. Then Christopher had got two activations out of Karn, and looks like maybe that would be good enough. But it wasn't. Oscar got out of it. All he needed was to find, grinding station in his top 25, 30 cards. Couldn't
Downloads.
do that, and then Christopher was able to just finally end the game with Emrakul.
Let's take a look at Christopher's sideboard.
How do I caption this,
Is
chat?
that something you would consider bringing in? Like,
The
how
state-based
big is
actions
Emery? How
picture.
big of a player is Emery in a matchup like this?
Or is it the
considering he has
rare
more
no
complex commands? Like, do
caption?
you feel like you need more answers?
Yeah, I think the cheap cruisers are really good. I would assume he brings in Dismember. The interacting the early turns is a big deal. It is tough because he probably doesn't have a ton of like awful cards, but he does have a lot of expensive
Mason, I made a
cards
bangin'
in his
shit
deck,
post.
and the matchup is a lot about the first few turns.
No caption?
So I would assume you just board out some of the.
You're
less
driving to
like, inexpensive
Chicago?
Eldrazi, but at the same time, it's
Aren't
also
you
tough
like
'cause
a
you do
month
have,
early?
Ugin's Labyrinth, which is your best card. and you don't want to make that card too weak.
You're right.
How about
It
something
stands
like Kozilek's
alone.
Return?
Yeah, I mean it's a choice, right? Kozilek's Return and Dismember. I would assume Dismember is just better. Kozilek's Return is nice. 'Cause
We're
you can sell
posting
something
it.
and get the free value later in the game, but you're probably more worried about the early turn. So, yeah, I could see him cutting all the Kozilek's Return. What else could he cut? Worldbreaker's decent.
It's
Worldbreaker's
so
good.
good.
maybe trim on Emrakul. That card is,
Hold on, I'm gonna
is
post the
probably
link.
not
I'm gonna
greatest
post the
in
link. Don't
matchup.
freak out.
And then yeah, I don't think Consigned to Memory is very
On a
effective against the
Vespa.
Breach deck. That card should not come in. Dismember in. Jailer, I believe, does stop the breach to some extent, even though they're pretty good at getting rid of it. So
This sign
you'll probably be
is so
seeing,
good.
to Dismember, maybe a Barrage, maybe a Jailer come in for Christopher.
I'll even post it
What
to
about
my
Team Breach?
locked down Twitter.
Is there? I guess this is open deck list, but is there, for example, some kind of a sideboard plan where you could, change gears, board into some kind of, transformational sideboard? That used to be a big thing back in the days, right? Like,
What a
Illinois,
piece of shit.
My preferred way of playing combo is my opponents are going to bring in all these, Tormod script, whatever
What a
graveyard hates.
piece
I'm
of
going to board
shit.
into, something crazy. But with open deck list, this isn't really a thing anymore. Other than
Yeah,
that, I mean,
please
I guess
enjoy.
Consigned to Memory or
Tag me in a
obviously coming
post
in,
when
but,
you do it.
Yeah, in theory, you could almost turn your deck into a control deck and rely on Tamiyo, Saga, and Emery as your engine, and just play a lot of cheap removal, a lot of cheap interaction. The little I played the deck, the only matchup where I completely took out the combo was against Rhinos, because I had access to 2 explosives, which is not
What
something
a
that
piece
explosive
of
as
shit.
removal, and my opponent had, they had endurance, they had force of negation, they had bindings, they had a ton of interaction. And it did work out. I did lose game 1 and win the 2 sideboard games that way, but I believe that's something you basically never do in almost no matchups. What you do have access to is, in Oscar's case, he has 2 life from the loam, an Urza, Lord High Artificer, Jace Wheeler of Mysteries. So, I've seen Ren and 6 in some people's sideboard. So you could have like these 2 or 3 threats that kind of dodge the artifact hate, but still, keep in most of your combo. We see free Consigned to Memory. That's obviously an all-star against Eldrazi. You get to counter the spell and the trigger at the same time. That card's a staple. It's
I think Mason was right. I think I
common
should
for,
order
like,
some Thai food
70
for
euros
dinner.
in real life, and I think it was 19 takes on Magic Online.
Consign?
Or an uncommon, I believe so, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that card is basically the reason you splash blue in Modern. Like, you'll see
Yeah.
They
Energy or
should.
Boros Energy just splash blue for that card. That's how good the Eldrazi is, I guess. That
What if
you
while we
need
were
people
doing
to
this, I
have,
played League of Legends and put it in a tiny little window in the corner?
Nature's Claims is an option.
Nothing. I'm just thinking about also
There's
ordering Thai
Smithing
food.
Needle for Karn, but the Karn itself is kind of annoying. And Spell Snare is not the worst. It does counter Rumble and the Talismans. So definitely tricky to sideboard was the Breach.
What if I
deck.
picture in
I
picture
think
League of
often with these combo
Legends?
decks, right? You don't want to dilute your combo too much. You kind of need just the right amount of interaction and the right kind.
So Christopher starts with a Devourer, and Oscar has a turn 1 Tameo. I think I saw an Urza in Oscar's hand. The actual Lord Artificer.
Yeah, he has
Or
one.
mana.
Yeah, he
I
has
fear it
one
would be a
copy.
nightmare
It's a
viewing
way to
experience.
just-
Or
It's a nice thread.
possibly
Attacks Karn and
an
Is it
incredible
stuff?
viewing experience.
I'm not sure if that's the best one. You could consider 4 mana is still kind of a lot, especially when people are messing with your mana. And you have Kappa Cannoneer. I think I've seen in some sideboards. You have a few expensive. I would guess. Urza, Kappa
Robin
Cannoneer are just
suddenly
big ones.
chimes in the second you mentioned League.
If you want some dumb Fred that dodges kind of
Thoughtseize
dodges
Duress
Meltdown,
Bug. That's a good
kind
one
of
for the
dodges
bingo.
Stormy Silence.
I'm like 40 items deep on my bingo.
Labyrinth plus Talisman was the play for Christopher on turn 1. Pretty good opening draw. Oscar, in the meantime, makes a clue after attacking with a Tameo. And let's see if he has any good.
What if instead of Thai
Yeah.
food, I just ordered
So we're
Taco
going, yeah,
Bell?
Preordain.
Yeah, the clues could be nice. The extra clues was
Oh, I would
Urza
love a
Extramural.
bingo brain blast.
Always a good feeling.
That should be my
to
picture in
have this
picture.
to me and start making clues.
Yeah, I was looking at the breach lists before.
Hold on.
After reading Frank's article, which
I can do
mentions that
this.
to get a consistent, metalcraft on turn 2 with your
Drive.
Moss Opals, you need at least 26 other artifacts to get
Bingo
to 90%.
items.
Obviously, this deck isn't really trying, necessarily to have Mox Opal on turn 2 to make mana. But there's a lot of ways to, make accidental artifacts. So there's Tamio, there's Urza Saga, there's all the card selection pieces, Preordain and Rumble, help you find more. So despite the fact that the deck runs just Mishra's Bauble, Grinding Station, Mox Ember, and a couple one-offs like Soul Guide Lantern and either Spellbomb, there is a lot of ways to still make artifacts with the other cards.
We see one of the downsides of Tamio as opposed to Emery, a little easier to get rid of with Kalzak's command. And Larson says, I don't need the card, I'm good, I want that extra silent token. So that's always scary if you're on the other side. It means that Larson feels like he's somewhat set and he's got what he needs, just needs the extra mana.
Oh, I see. Automatic.
So
I think I've done it.
Mills, I think that's a Soul Guide Lantern, Bidding Needle, no, that's a Consign and a Breach. And this
Here we
looks
go.
like a Micah spawn for.
Now you have a tiny picture-in-picture.
Yeah, one that the
Oh, I
key
fucked
card
up the
that he
stream.
used for
Hold on.
The Bajuka bug right away. Hoping to
We're back. We're back.
hinder
We're
Emery's
unfucked. We're
ability.
so back. We're so back.
Let's see if Oscar can find something maybe like a bubble. in
Oh,
his
it does
top two.
not.
Any artifact of the top. would be
Okay, we're
nice.
back. We're so back.
We know he has an Urza.
I fixed it. I fixed it.
I believe he has the fur land. So if he can
Thought
find a
sees
zero mana artifact,
bug
he turns on Mox Opal,
IRL.
gets to cast Urza. We saw he has a lightning bolt too. Just respecting the current, I guess.
Creature land kills.
Frame the one sideboard lightning bolts. Canister had it in the main deck. Sometimes people play it in.
This is for PT Aether Drift. Standard. Standard and limited.
So Surveillant gets fetched with the Scalding Tarn end of turn, puts another one in.
Oh, this
the
got
graveyard,
tiny.
Draws a
Hold
second
on,
copy
sorry,
of
that's my
Emery's
bad. It's mommy's fault, not your fault.
For Ness here in Oscar's draw, we see he has to play an Emery just for the self mill effect. Does find the bubble.
He can attack with Tamio. Oh wait,
Hit
there's
me.
no Tamio, never mind.
Claire on coverage.
He does find a Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah, that was really big.
That is a
'cause
good one.
He needed something, like his draw is kind of getting a little
Vehicle
anemic.
crude
So that turns on the Mox Opal, but
cruise
he's still one mana
vehicle.
short
That's really good.
of activating everything and having enough mana to play the
Yeah,
Urza here.
yeah, you've got that tension in some spots where you sack your artifacts to try and
Oh,
redraw
lordy,
card,
lordy.
you have more cards, more lands,
Look who's
artifacts,
40.
or do you guarantee that your Mox Opal stays on?
I was ordering food. You can't trick me.
Alright, float one mana with Mox before sacrificing the Bauble, which makes Oscar
20
lose
plus cards in
more
the
craft.
graveyard is good.
Draw a card with the clue. So yeah, exactly what you said. I want to dig deeper into my deck, but at the same time, I'm losing Metalcraft, I'm losing mana.
That makes a ton of sense to me though, because you want to sag the bubble anyways, because you have
Oh,
Emery.
actually,
And at this point, like if you find any land, it's
I think the
as good
roads
as
might be
turning on
shitty
your
here.
Mox, so it
So I
seems
think I'm
likely
not
that
gonna
you're
order
either
food.
Redraw an artifact, or you're gonna draw a fourth land, or you're gonna draw like a bunch of action, which is, potentially.
So I don't
just
want to
as
make
good or
someone
better.
drive on the shitty roads. I already
So
have
if you
Sunfall as a
scroll-
single creature. Or were you reading it?
On a land, follows that up with a
Number
mana
33,
Rumble
Sunfall for one
2.
creature.
It's got a green floating. Not or make a spawn. Ooh, Karn. No hesitation.
Wow, yeah.
I'm gonna take a different approach here. You think we can
Minutes
read that?
until
I'm
spawn.
sorry.
How much mana does he have? 1, 2, 3,
It's the green floating.
4. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right.
Can
That's
you
the
read it
green
now?
that he had
I'm gonna
floating,
take the
right?
opposite.
Or do you
I'm gonna take the opposite
Oh,
approach.
no,
Wow, he
And
sets
say-
a spawn instead, so he keeps green mana floating. What does that
Player plays hand
But-
revealed.
Okay.
I mean, you would think he would cast Rumble before casting the card if he had another Rumble.
Hold on, I think I can make it even better.
Or maybe he wants to get...
I know what to do.
Yes,
I
sure,
know what I
he
must do.
wouldn't that. He was maybe playing
Hold
around
on, hold on. I'm
with
making it so
Fetch Drink.
good.
That could be consigned in Oscar's
Mm.
plan, I guess.
I think Oscar said, wait a minute. But I mean, Chris still has priority, right? So
I'm
he
making
plays
it
card, and then
amazing.
there's
You're
a
gonna be
way
so
to
impressed.
play an unholy heat somewhere in there to try to stop him from getting a card.
Yeah, he's just gonna get the Crypt,
Oopsies.
cast the Crypt.
Control Z.
Yeah, now Oscar can fire off the lightning bolt or that unholy heat.
Yeah,
What about that?
Oscar probably has
What about that?
Delirium, so he's debating whether he should use Unholy Heat with Delirium or the
Hold on, I'm gonna
Bolt.
make it even better.
At least an artifact to land
I made it
for
so good.
Emery, and I think there was a preordain, so he should have delirium.
Yeah, looks like his value is the Lightning Bolts.
Ultimate Guard jersey, that's really good.
We're probably gonna see the Crypt getting sacked here. Oh wow. That's my like grindy player approach where I see Emery targeting a bubble and I'm like, gotta get,
Yeah.
can't let that happen, which it's
Kept
tough because it's only one card now,
a
but
one
it kinda
lander.
depends
That's
how
really
good
good.
your last card is, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if Chris feels like, you know, next turn he can just play an Emrakul or something and win the game, then sure, you can have your bubble. But if you feel like the game's gonna go on for a bunch of turns, then denying your opponent the extra.
I don't think you'll
every
be able to
turn probably
tell
makes more
if the
sense.
player's wearing
The thing is,
open-toed
I'm not even
shoes.
sure how like super effective a Crypt is if
2 plus
if your opponent goes up for
counters.
breach and you know worst case they draw a bunch of cards with bubble
2
and then they
plus
draw into a bunch of
spells
consigns and
countered
soft lock you out of the game that way.
in one
So-
turn.
Oscar starts with Urza, follows that up with a Melvin Rumble, looking at.
No, that's good. That's good.
where's the
Channel Fireball
stationary
jersey.
picks? Urza Saga instead.
Are there
Did he
any
have
other
another
big
breach in
team
his hand? Or was there
jerseys?
another breach, right?
Oh, I
I
should.
think that was that the last game where he had 2 breaches? And
Are
he
there
had
any
one
other
for
big
value?
team jerseys?
I think he has Unholy Heat in hand for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah, right. So that was last game. So
Does VML
yeah, one
have
more breach
jerseys?
for Oscar here,
Yeah.
unless that was a card he saw that was there. No, I think that's a Mox Opal. So
So last card in
Does the
Chris'
pin
hand
trick?
was Rumble when he decided
What
not to
is
use
the pin
there.
trick? Does Handshake have jerseys?
yeah, so you were right about that. Let's see
If
I
Heavy
can
Play
find
has
something
jerseys, I'm gonna be
quickly.
pissed off.
Turn.
Hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored.
What does Chris Graveyard have? There's an artifact, there's Karn, that's a planeswalker, there's a sorcery, that's a rumble, there's a land, so at least 4, there's a creature, I think, one of
The
the...
Cosmic's command, right, which counts for Citizen
Jersey.
and Eldrazi.
Okay. Rumble, there's the
Team
Emrakul, does he have enough
Handshake
mana?
jersey.
We're about to find out very soon.
I'm just saying if I'm hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored by hashtag Heavy Play, I should get a hashtag jersey.
Cosmic's Return was their last game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 even. Like, yeah, I think he's more than good.
Cracks a Misty Rainforest.
Class reaches level
first.
3, probably too narrow.
1, 2, 3, 4. Misty's 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, it's normally
Yeah,
partnered with
that's
Ultimate
20,
Guard?
10 mana.
Money costs 6.
Okay, I'm gonna take the handshake one off. Oh, that's so good. Lands tapped at
I wonder if
45
the Team of Breach
degrees.
deck is gonna be
Infuriating.
Like Celestia mid-range at the last RC we did, where the deck was really popular. I think it was like the 3rd most played deck, but somehow it just failed to produce in all the feature matches we picked throughout the entire weekend. I don't think we had a single win out of the Celestia deck because somehow they always had a bad draw or didn't have.
That's
the
just a
strong
free
mana roll, or
space.
they
Wild
did, and
Sanctum
they-
deck piloted
their
by
opponent
Jason
had
Yee or
had a
CFT.
removal spell, and then they were stuck with a bunch of 3-drops. Yeah, so far Teamer Breach hasn't really done a whole lot this this game. Sure, you get some value every now and then. in the first game, I think Chris was, you know, close to possibly dying if Oscar would find the station at any point the last couple of turns, but eventually find the Emrakul. What about now? There is Urza and Emry active, lots of mana.
So there's Unholy Heat. You can get rid of one of the creatures if you
Players
The only
token
problem for Oscar is
gets
Chris is playing this turn, not him.
replaced
So,
want to. Yeah, but
by
Siege, you only get rid of
judge
your
token.
opponent's permanents.
Turn 3
And,
win. Is that possible?
Lantern only gets rid of your opponent's graveyards.
I guess it is.
Looks like he might just be activating Urza.
That's a
first.
tough one.
I don't think there's.
I'm gonna
anything
say
super exciting
win
Christopher
by
to do.
turn 4.
So he's gonna activate Urza. Hope to.
You
hit
can turn 1 in
Breach.
standard?
I would assume.
We're talking
that
about
would be, like,
standard,
the best
fool.
card he can hit. A lands. You're allowed to play a lands. He's probably just gonna leave it in exile, or I guess he's gonna play it, fetch it.
yeah, you can fail to find, and he also has a way to check how his opponent sideboarded, so
Yeah.
that makes sense.
I think we saw Chase Wheeler.
Turn
was
2
pretty-
in standard with Gruul aggro?
he
That's
can actually- he
crazy.
can actually
I'm gonna
find
I'm gonna make a win by
something.
turn 3. I'm gonna
He's
make a win by
going
turn
for,
3.
like,
If he sees a land on the top, he can leave it there.
yeah, that's kind of.
I think I already have.
Or is there anything he can find?
I have
to
card
still
with 7+ counters.
do something this turn? If it says Surveil 1, doesn't the owner of the deck see it too?
There are
Or do you
magic
just look
themed
at it
hockey
as-
jerseys
as
as a random
Chris?
swear. That's true.
That's actually pretty interesting.
I'm not sure what
Hmm.
Surveil says.
Let's just walk through what we have so far. Mirror match, Kaido
So he attacked
Ninjutsu,
one of the
Simon
creatures in
Nielsen
Emrakul,
top 8,
killed
Nicole
the
Tipple
other
top
one
8,
was,
Kaladesh
Strike
mentioned,
creature.
Pro Wrestling reference,
He's
Max
Unholy
Speed,
Heat.
Chrome Mox Blade, Gold Border Card
Oscar got
Blade,
13
Manifest
to
Dread,
no debt, Emrakul 13
Aether
for
Spark
2
Blade,
flags,
Planeswalker Ultimate, Infinito
Not
gets
the
spotted,
greatest
Judge
of
Call,
turns in
someone
terms
gets
of,
milled,
when you take control
Temple's
of
Damage
the
Attacker,
control,
matches and
That's something you just
turns,
win the
Yeah.
game.
Bloodghast
Sometimes you
returned from
just, like, leave them
graveyard,
kill
trophy
themselves,
spotted,
with
top
the-
8
with the
determined by
great shot and reach
breakers,
everything,
sleeve
but
breaks,
yeah,
Wiltleaf or
killing the-
Bailoff
killing the
discarded
creatures and, like,
into
messing up,
play.
You know, Oscar's
Coverage runs
was
out of
good
a
enough to
token.
put Chris in a position where he potentially wins next turn.
We do have
There's
Planeswalker
a
Ultimate.
few ways. I was thinking
Card with
for
7+ counters, most
recently,
popular deck
I
is
would
more than
suggest
20% of meta.
against getting your turn stolen if
Limited
you play
All-Star
if he doesn't
is
line
set.
up well for you. So Oscar can potentially get Haywire.
Wiltleaf Liege.
And
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round
make a spawn.
number
Oh,
9
they're back.
of the regional championships here in Ottawa, hosted by Face to Face Games. I am your host, Mason.
That scared
Clark. I'm joined by my co-host Andrew Ellenbogen. Andrew, we're here with round 9 of Modern, the last of the day. We're gonna have 5 more Swiss rounds to go tomorrow, then top 8. So you want to follow real quick, not to miss that. But this last round is a pretty interesting matchup here.
When is the next tournament for
Yeah, so,
Bob?
I mean, this
That's
is
such
kind
a
of
good
the
question.
archetypical matchup of the
Probably not till after Chicago.
Gamer Breach
Just
versus
given
Swiss.
schedules of
One
everything, because we have like
there's
Portland
weird
and Chicago
stuff.
back to back.
It's going to be the clean, consistent teamer deck. Maybe a bit less powerful, a bit less versatile.
I'm gonna
but
guess
that mana is going to be a lot
mid-March.
more functional. Playing against the old boogeyman, recently with banned
It's
cards,
tough
but
because I spent a
was it
lot of
correct me
time
if I'm wrong, is
shopping
Sal-
around
is
for
this the lowest
sponsors.
player we watched earlier in this tournament?
I
It's
believe
impossible.
So, yes.
It's fucking impossible.
And so
I'm just gonna do it out of my own pocket.
Only so many undefeateds. Ivan is
But that also
undefeated,
just
so as we
means
saw, I believe,
I just have to do it
outside,
whenever I have time.
Fedor here took a loss to Sean, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
In the Force Energy Mirror. So there are only so many undefeateds. In fact, Ivan might be the only undefeated.
I'll come back to this later.
Going into this round, I have to check the total standings to do that right now. But yeah, this is where we're at you know, the quote-unquote end of Swiss. And taking a look at the leaderboards, Andrew, that is the case. Ivan is our only
Drop stack while
undefeated,
shuffling is really
8-0
good.
with grinding
I'll
breach.
add that.
Everyone else is 7-1 or worse.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think Breach is maybe the best deck in the format. Not shocked to see it coming out on top here, although we'll see if it can come out on top on this match.
Face to face games, call
As far
me.
as this specific Breach list, I'll call attention to just some small facts about it. This list has no preordained.
I can
decks,
fix you,
none
baby
at all.
girl.
It's gonna make it a little bit harder to utilize that Mox Amber mana as it is only blue. In their place, it has some main deck Spell Pierces and some main deck Faithless Lootings. Faithless Looting, obviously pretty similar card to the Preordain, just helps you Goldfish quickly, do your deck's thing as hard as possible. Spell Pierce is more interesting. That, I assume, is something of a concession to the popularity of Eldrazi and their main deck Karns, but not going to be at its best against Boros Energy.
That makes sense. All right. Well, these inclusions, obviously, Ivan's at 8-0, and obviously you don't want to draw any too big things from that, but definitely I think says there's some more exploration to be had. Everyone really does just play a lot of Preordains, and when I play this deck, I found Faithless Looting to be pretty appealing. I switched over to play some more Preordains, but early on I had a couple of those and I found them to be quite nice. So Ivan sort of feels a similar way, and we've seen multiple times today where Edgar's had like Moxes just stuck in his hand.
Is there a crowd fund for Bob?
Definitely.
That
you do have a lot of redundant stuff.
You're not the first person to ask this. And I mean, the short answer is
here, but I do know this.
yes. Technically, like we do have links that you can like donate money to.
Unholy Heat and some
but like for the tournament specifically, it's just like, in my opinion, it is asking a lot of the community to support tournaments that are for them.
Two opals in there.
Yeah, I mean that's not.
I think it's tough. I don't know. It makes me feel weird to be like, you guys give us a bunch of money and then we will host a tournament and then give you whatever percentage of that money back.
So I'm maybe willing to keep some sort of marginal hands given they get.
It feels weird to me. It feels weird to me. I don't know.
I'm not sure who's on the play and who's on the draw. But
I don't know. We're trying to cook up a bunch of stuff for 2025. It's also weird because like
5 here in the case of Boros Energy.
I don't know. A lot has happened with Bop in the last like 6 months. Like behind the scenes stuff. Like a bunch of people came into leadership, left Bop.
I mean, I obviously don't
whatever.
But I will say generally, I think
Bobby got cancer. Obviously, that slowed things down.
You don't have a 1-drop and you don't have
I think 2025 is gonna be really good for Bop. But
even if you have a 1-drop, if the fall
I don't really know what it looks like yet.
You still are going to be mulling. So
if I had a Wolverine Secret Lair, would I build a commander deck with it?
I like it.
I have to re-look at the Wolverine Secret Lair.
Medium hand and you lose, well,
because I remember thinking a lot of the Marvel cards actually looked really fucking sick, design-wise.
And this deck can put up some really good. Yeah, you see here, Ragavan, Guide of Souls.
Wolverine, best there is.
That's a good way, especially on the play, to run over a game.
Double all damage he would deal.
We're seeing.
Which can I just say, double all damage he would deal, design-wise, so much better than fucking Double Strike.
Looks like we're thinking about keeping
Double Strike is a nightmare.
Instead. And it looks like this is a final answer moment.
Beginning of agent stuff, if Wolverine dealt damage to another creature this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on him, and then you can regenerate him.
And play
they did so good with these cards. It's crazy how good the design is on the Marvel cards.
So terrifying with this creature deck. The connection casts a spell so often gets so much value, and I don't think Ivan has an answer in hand.
I think the problem is,
I'm pretty sure there's an.
It's just awkward fitting the Magic world around it.
It does look to be a 1 red card. But
maybe you're right. Maybe
I think I probably would, but I think I would build it
I'm not 100%.
very
It
thematically.
looked a bit more like Heat than Looting, but yeah, that's Heat. We drew
and I would mostly just go with a lot of like forest and like alpine creatures.
Ragavan now, if we want, play the Saga and wait on the Rumble. You can also Rumble here and
All right, Dex, give me your 2 cents on it.
I mean, the rumbling line here is sort of appealing because what you can do is find some sort of land, make a construct on turn 2 to block the Ragavan, and you can just chump block with your spawn tokens so even the first hit won't connect.
Yep.
Looks like it's really a bummer how well Breach is doing in all these tournaments.
We know that Ivan has no more lands in hand.
Thinking about which land here, I assume?
Yeah, yeah. From our perspective, we know it's a matter of which land do we want, and Fedor is probably like, is this like you can go off and recast it moment, or do you need it in hand? Doesn't have all the information we have. And it looks like, yeah, we're actually just going to Legend Rule this Mox so that we can make sure the Ragavan doesn't connect and lose our Scion.
Oh, sure, that's totally reasonable as well. I guess if you can just then use the. Yeah, maybe that's just better, and the other line is too cute, to be honest.
Yeah, I think both make sense, and I think this is a very safe conservative line. Block, Unholy Heat before damage, bam.
Nice. Clean magic.
Looks like we picked up a Surveil land for the turn here for our Boros Energy.
Why is it a bummer?
And cast Guide of Souls, holding up Galvanic Discharge here. And now it's time to decide, do we want to discharge this Scion?
Mox Opal.
Answer's no. Take a
I was trying
here.
to figure out what
Land.
the fuck you had just typed. I was like,
Steam Vents.
loves
Okay.
X.
Breeding Pool's open information.
OP loves L.
Of note, too, currently, if you make a construct, it is bigger than the discharge can get. Obviously, a creature will change that equation, but for right now,
All right,
we have
Robin.
margin in charge.
Let me tell you this. I have
Look, I mean,
taught
making a construct on turn 2 is
an insane
totally
amount of
messed up.
people how to play
Okay,
Magic. Like I
I
have
think one of the strengths of Breach
I have
Deck is
spent
even when it's
so
not
much
something like,
time
you know,
teaching people
completely
how to
comboing,
play
killing you
Magic.
on turn 2 or turn 3, which is very capable.
I have no idea the
Sometimes
number of
Breach Deck
people
makes
I have
these
taught
insane draws
how to
where
play
they
Magic.
way too
The number is
quickly,
huge.
Way too quickly. And
Uh,
this is an example. I mean, activating
Every
Saga
single
on turn
time
2
that I
is
teach someone
obscene.
how to play Magic,
I agree.
I change my
Just
approach.
trying to figure out exactly what we want to do here.
Because
The
I
creature
know
may be another
once we get to
land. We're gonna
first strike,
revisit
they're
this
going to
Surveil
get
land,
tripped
take a
up.
little peek
And
see
every
here.
single time I iterate on it
We're gonna
to
bang
try and
that
make
down
it to where they
before
don't
that's
get
not really what the
confused
doctor
by
wrote
fucking
here.
first strike.
Yep, time to use our Mox.
And then we get
activate
there,
this,
and it's
we
confusing.
have this army of constructs.
You know
and we're
why?
also
Because
a
first
top
strike
deck
is
so we can
shitty. First strike is a
going.
shitty
So,
ability for creatures to
It's a
have.
pretty good spot to be,
Uh,
as we are
Yeah,
going to
I've been sitting pretty.
it's just
I mean,
dumb. It's just
also
it just
win
sucks
this game
from a
without
design
very
perspective.
easily.
yeah.
You have to teach
So a
someone
lot of things
like
going well here.
there's a new
We're
step
gonna be
to this
responding
multi-step
urge assign
game
trigger.
that we never talked about before, but has always
Looks like
existed.
We're gonna make another
uh,
construct.
You need
Makes
to
a lot of
understand
sense. They're fairly
how
big
this
and,
affects like
they're what, 6/6s
why
out of the search,
your
you
fucking
know, assuming you don't grab another Mox Opal.
1/2
Not out,
you know,
out of the
doesn't
realm of
trade with the
possibilities, see other
2/1.
stuff going on, but probably gonna get something different.
That
Yeah,
is like
and I
annoying
imagine
and it's
that
not
the
intuitive.
gap here is just gonna be
And
super
then
solid
I'm sorry, I have to
with
shut
the
these
typing,
guys up while I talk
depending
about
on
this.
if Ivan
And then you get them through all of that, and then you have to teach them these weird interactions with like first strike, death touch, fucking heaven forbid you have first strike, death touch, trample, like all of this bullshit. It's so bad. And then you have to teach them double strike, and now it's like, yeah, your creature hits twice, but also in the second time the creature is just hitting like normal. It is so hard to teach. It is such a hard part of Magic to teach. I think it's like one of the clunkiest pieces of design in Magic. I am a first strike, double strike hater forever. It fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. If they just said on the card, this creature deals twice as much damage, that'd be sick. It'd be so much more grokkable to be like, here you go. I'm sorry that I had to pop off about it. I fucking hate first strike.
If not, the best
All right, now I'm gonna
thing
read
to
Dex's comment.
see a Flood Strand played for turn. Gonna cast another.
I, as a
Dinosaur.
privileged
It was
member
a
of the
life, it was
community, want to
energy.
give back somehow to it.
I believe
I
people
also want to
actually
expand the
at
game
12,
and make a home for
3/6
non-cis-het white
expansion
males.
hit
Donating
last
buffs
turn.
supports both my goals.
there we
Granted,
go.
my goals are
That
probably
was
sadly
our
vastly
updated.
different from the Magic community at large, so I understand my take is a little sideways. No, I hear what you're
Yeah,
saying.
Now we got these.
Maybe
back
I just need to get over it.
That's something we can gain some life. Start making some.
I don't know. I need to like. Me and Bobby are gonna talk a
Yeah,
lot
if we
in
had
Portland
Johnny
and
right
Chicago,
here, it
and
would
we're gonna
be
come out of it with
Not unreasonable to win.
grand
you know?
plans,
It would be hard, but you could do it.
and those plans
Yeah.
might involve asking
Yeah.
for
As
community
is.
support.
Yeah,
But we'll
oh
see.
God, the pass. Oh no.
The last
Beer
card in hand,
Kovic.
yeah, it's discharge, and yeah, I think Ivan's thinking, do I want to draw cards? And he's like, why would I draw cards when these just kill you?
Yeah, your
So,
brain can
smart
process
play
it,
there. Shifting Woodlands is the pickup.
but I'm promising you,
and start turning our.
If First Strike
weapons
didn't
into cycle.
exist, if Double Strike didn't
Counters on
exist,
it,
and
and start
instead
attacking it,
I just
that's a
had to
lot of
teach
mana,
someone
you know.
Wolverine does
We'll probably
twice
also
as
do
much
it
damage when he does damage,
Turn
they would
it
get
on
it.
twice.
They would get it immediately. It's so much more
Ivan's
intuitive.
plans
It's
are
such a
measured
better
in
design.
decades as we attack
It's
for 12.
it's trickier for
And
you
we're gonna see a double up
because
with
you've
the
already
Souls
bought
down
into
to
so much
6.
of Magic's complexity
I mean, they might
that it
if
like
we simply rumble into creatures.
you hit the edge
That-
cases
that is
immediately.
fair.
Like as soon as
Yeah, I am
someone
curious,
says
I
this
just
creature
don't-
does
I
double
think this
damage,
one
you're
I've seen
like,
this super though, right?
what
And,
about
like,
trample? What about
what
this?
could
Blah
go
blah blah blah
wrong?
blah. You know,
I guess
like
also to be fair, if you rumble, you still just have
that
something
makes
to
it more confusing.
Exactly. Yes. I
Yeah.
think there's just no
But when you
downside
teach
to
someone
rumble.
Magic, they don't know the edge
So-
cases, so they
Right.
don't immediately
Oh, look,
jump to
on
the
the
edge
rope breach.
cases.
Look, you're
They
dead.
immediately jump to like, how do I
Yep.
make sense of this
And the
right
grinding
now?
station is in the
And it's so
graveyard.
much easier to make
We're
sense
gonna
of
get
this
a
guy
no
does
spawn.
twice as
We
much
have the
damage
red mana thanks
than
to
this
Lock
guy
in
does
Lane,
damage
and
in a
thanks to Swing
secret
Super.
phase that
That's
only he's
game
going to be a
Ivan
part
goes
of.
for it. Now, maybe
And then
there's a
also
world
does
we can
damage
bring
a second
some
time.
next
Oh, my
sideboard
camera,
card, but,
my camera
you know,
overheated. I'm sorry.
not really gonna happen.
I'm gonna turn it off for a
Covenant
little bit.
Discharge is gonna target the guy. and we're
He's
spend
gonna
0
fucking
energy.
do damage a second time
That way we
in the
have
regular
the
phase.
guy.
It's just, it's so much. It's so much.
I think Ivan's playing around Thraben Charm.
I fucking hate
Yeah,
First
I
Strike.
think so as well. And I
I mean, he's
perfect sense, right?
yeah. I mean, he's really far ahead on board. He doesn't need to combo by any means. Next turn, he can breach and maybe have backup with the Sync to Stupor if he needs it. And it's pretty hard for Mikovic to leave up.
Listen.
more
Listen.
mana. So
As someone who has
I think this
also
would be
bought into all of
patience
Magic's
improvements
complexity,
totally warranted here.
Yeah.
I love
mean,
Double
just
Strike.
Don't think
I
you could
love
ever
First
lose the
Strike.
game if you never tap out.
If I was
It's have
making
the same,
Magic,
so
if I
it's the
could
draw
take
card
a
tap.
time
If you go with
machine
top card, it's just a land, and we're gonna go to game number 2 here for Ivan. Impressive stuff. Yes,
and
again,
remake
every
Magic
single
when you would
set
never know that I had
is just
affected it,
so
I would take
impressive.
First Strike and Double
Let's take
Strike
a
out of
look
the game.
at the sideboard here of the energy deck to see what we could potentially bring it in. As you can see on your screen, you know, we have some Chain to the Rocks. Dogs,
Yeah, but
Showdown,
the
some
difference
Filter
is
Returns, a couple Ghost Vacuums, Orm Chant, Stonies.
it's
and
way
Charm
more
Bomb.
important
Anything here
for
jumping
it
out
to
you,
be
Andrew?
grokkable up front.
Well, yeah, I mean, I talked about this a little bit before, but basically
Because the
any card
depth
stuff that comes
is-
becoming
I have to
all
shut these guys up
Stonies, these
while I
chants,
fucking
these
talk. The depth of Magic is the hook, right? The depth of Magic is the thing that gets people invested. This is why I'm always very against when people are like, complexity creep is keeping new players away, or like complexity creep is hard for new players, you know, like whatever. New players take to complexity really well. They like complexity, and you have to give them complexity so that they can experience the depth that Magic has, and that can get the gears turning, that can get them hooked in the way that we are all fucking hooked. Complexity is the price that we pay for that depth. Right? Everything that they add is a price. Every complexity creep that we get is a cost to the depth of Magic. You know, the higher the complexity that we get, the more depth that we have, and that's like why we all love it. So when things are up front simpler, like on the front end, it's easier to digest, it's more grokkable. They get into the depth. It's like, you know, getting into the shallow part of the pool before you get to the deep part of the pool. And then by the time you're in the deep part of the pool, when you have these like complex interactions of double damaging creatures like fight spells, trample, you're already so in. You've already bought so much of the complexity that you can understand and parse those things, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's more complex than, because you already have the tools to digest that. Whereas up front, when I'm teaching people First Strike, they don't have the tools to understand First Strike because it's so fucking bad. And so it can keep people, it can be like one of those barriers to entry, one of those gates to getting into Magic, because they just like fall apart and their eyes glaze over when we get to First Strike and Double Strike. And I don't know, for me personally, I would rather get people in and then, you know, open the door to complexity than have it up front where it's like this thing that just makes it too confusing and makes you feel stupid. God. You think combat and combat keywords are the most skill taxing parts of learning Magic? Do I agree? Skill taxing is an interesting way to put it. I think combat is really tricky. I think keywords are really tricky when they are layering on top of each other. I think by and large, keywords aren't that tough. Flying makes a ton of sense. Haste makes a ton of sense. Trample makes a ton of sense. Reach makes a ton of sense. Like the vigilance makes a ton of sense. All these things are like super, super intuitive and like easy. But when they start stacking, you know, first strike, death touch, trample, all these things, then it gets pretty complex. I'm trying to think of what I think is like the hardest part for new players when I watch them play. I think it's really just like, I don't know. I guess combat is like a pretty big one. It's more just like they really struggle with managing the board, you know? Like the bigger the board gets, the more triggers there are, the more possible, you know, like the analysis paralysis of like all the things you could do in a turn, when you should do it, threat analysis, like all these things are basically impossible when you first start. So I don't know. It's all pretty hard. Learning Magic is really hard. Getting into Magic is really hard. A big problem I have with complexity creep is mostly manifests as a bunch of triggers new players just miss constantly. Oh yeah, well I mean that's basically what I just said. Yeah, I agree. Things that you just have to remember are like eyes glaze over moments. It's even worse than like eyes glaze over. It makes players feel dumb, right? Like you feel dumb when you missed a Shieldred trigger. And, you know, at a certain point, it flips, you know, where like you've bought into the complexity enough that it starts to feel good that you're not missing triggers. Like you feel smart when you don't drop any of that shit and you're just like playing clean all day. But that is like really hard to get to. The stack is really tricky. Yeah. I mean, damage doubling is tricky for seasoned Magic players. Sure. I guess I just don't care that much about seasoned Magic players. Because in my opinion, they can just fucking get it. You know? Like, with seasoned Magic players, I'm like, I'm willing to send you upriver to make it easier for newer Magic players. I just don't really care how grokkable it is to you because I know you'll put the time in. What would BOP need from a corporate sponsor? I mean, if people want tournaments like we were running last year, I mean, minimum bare bones to like skeleton crew one of those events, probably like $1,000 per tournament. Now, we don't have to do it the exact same way we did last year. You know, we could do things a lot differently. But I mean, mostly BOP just needs like actual factual financial support. And that's really hard to find in this space. It is something you can find, but it's like not easy. When I write code, I declare the variables I can at the top of my code, then write the code that actually does the stuff with those variables. And that part is where something goes wrong. I didn't account for. Slinger program combat feels like that part of the code. I don't know that I agree. Just because, like, until the board is like crazy big, I think players make good sense, like new players make good sense of combat. You know, like when it's just a few creatures, it's like not that hard to be like, I can't attack my 2/2 into your 2/3. But I mean, when the board gets big, it's just like all fucked. Yeah. I mean, things like remembering power and toughness is like, that's real. That is like a real new player struggle, you know? Yeah. The basic concept of first strike is harder than the basic concept of damage doubling. However, the complexities of damage doubling are way more confusing than the first strike step. You have a basic structure for first strike that you can fall back on, whereas damage doubling, you have to look up fairly obscure rules to kind of figure out what happens. I don't know that I like totally agree with that. Like, because it's not just about the existence of the first strike step. Like, you have that structure, but like Bob and Cheese pointed out earlier, that falls apart when you're doing a fight spell, you know? Because, like, the way we explain combat is, like, the creatures are fighting. Like, the girls are fighting, but then when the girls are literally fighting, it no longer, like, first strike doesn't apply anymore, you know? So, like, I think their complexities are similar. I think they're just, like... I think the level of complexity to first strike, double strike versus damage doubler is very similar. I just think it is about where you're putting the complexity. And I think first strike, double strike puts that complexity up front, and I think damage doublers put that complexity at the end. And I just think you should put it at the end because people are already bought in. I think I've done it. I think I've soapboxed. All right, boys, you can talk again. And they're not even talking.
And it does look like we're gonna rumble. I guess you could Nature's Claim the prison, especially at the end of the opponent's next turn. But
what about banding? Fuck banding. No more questions about banding.
all right, mill and 4.
Fucking banding.
Thundering Falls, Nature Claim, Unholy Heat grinding station. So either a station or a land, and we're just gonna take this.
So they are holding
Also
their
play
hand
Grand
at
Surgical a little
45
bit.
degrees.
Nice.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's better.
That's like 3 bingo
Rather
squares.
I think the station in your hand is definitely nice. Not always mandatory, but can make playing around various interaction much easier.
Yep. You have a spawn token who's hit. That seems to be on a TV.
What does
camera.
that spawn token say? Feature match? Oh, that's really funny.
Yeah, a weird looking spawn for sure.
Yeah, I thought it was a
That's
cat at
that's
first.
really
I was
good.
a little confused, but I can see now it's a little, it's a little Eldritch horror-y. As another Stony, I'm sorry, as the Stony Silence is still in hand here.
The Wolverine card is probably going to be a Voltron commander. Players are going to try to give that card trample. That's super simple. My 2-power Wolverine swings into a 3 toughness creature. How much do I deal to my opponent? I don't know.
Pass the turn. Back down.
I don't fucking know. 1 or 2 would be the 2 options that I see. And I would look that up, you know? But this is the thing where you have layered complexity to reach the same level of struggle that people feel on a French vanilla fucking creature.
I mean, I think Mikorvik is feeling good.
Sure.
I agree.
I'm not saying it's not complex. I'm just saying it's at the point where I'm not going to not play Magic because
that being said,
I had to look this
has
up.
the Nature's Claim in hand.
You know what I
that's a
mean?
Pyroclasm on top of the deck, Andrew. We're gonna leave.
I mean,
that
it's not
top.
like
I
that
guess
complex
we're
of a
gonna
scenario,
focus
but it
on
is.
something going on, and
You
we can, of
added
course,
something to the
play the
card,
station if we wanted
right?
to,
Like
or
you
end of turn,
changed
Nature's
this
Claim
card.
into Stony, but yeah,
I promise you, it's not easy to
Yeah,
tell with
prison.
first strike, double
the
strike.
pick up here, going down to 1 energy. All right, Andrew. Here's a crazy idea.
I promise you, it's so
Alright, I guess
fucking
one,
hard to
this deck
tell
prison
with
trigger,
first
yeah,
strike,
it
double
triggers an
strike.
upkeep, right?
On an even simpler scenario of literally just creature has double strike
God,
or
I knew
creature
that
has
card,
first
dude.
strike.
I think you're supposed to not pay because it mills them, and your opponent tops some card, and then you play the other one you drew.
Oh, that's a sick line.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. And I this might be a moment where I have caster vision, but yeah, like if you're going to play one to gain energy, You probably should have.
I know that my first strike and
Because it's
double
like,
strike
it's gonna be Underworld
opinions
Breach or a hate
are
card
my
that makes sense
hottest
for
takes
it.
in Magic.
And then also it would let you jump your
Because
dice
anytime
roll
I
if you
talk
wanted
to
you know,
Magic
take
players
that
about
risk as
them,
well, because you'd be at 4 energy.
they tell me that I'm
No,
wrong.
I'm with you. I think the question is mostly just, would
But
you rather just hold the
I
prison
also feel
for a
vindicated
sort of,
because
if you're going to cast it, then
anytime
cycle
I
through
talk
those
to
things.
Magic
Yeah,
designers about first strike,
I
double
don't know
strike,
for sure.
they're
but I
like,
can tell you
yeah,
right
no,
now,
that is
round 9
like
Mason would.
fucking
I can't tell you
shitty
what
and
this
impossible for
morning
new
video has
players.
had lunch Mason
And I'm like,
will tell you,
curious,
but
curious.
Right now I'm in. And it might be caster vision. But Pyroclasm is played. Sorry, say what?
I said luxury some can't afford. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And we can develop the station if we want. Makes going off
Thank
in the
you,
future
thank you,
turns
Claire. This is
easier
why you're
from our
VIP.
mobs.
Hashtag VIP.
Trigger.
What is this? There's not been music on this stream all day, right? Like, this is new?
suddenly Ivan has really cleaned things up. He's now under no pressure. He's removed the hate enchantment.
Am I crazy?
The static prison is ticking down towards returning his Emery. I mean, he doesn't have anything going on in an immediate sense, but he's kind of all set up to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and now it's just a matter of getting there.
I think maybe
We're
it's
gonna
too
play
quiet.
that
Hold on, I'm gonna turn it up for a second. Guard your
and
ears.
Picked up for Vidor. Looks like, yeah, we pointed to the energy. We just forgot to actually move it. So static prison is going to go away next turn.
Did you
I
hear
guess
that
we could play this one
for a second? I promise you it was not there all day. And then out of nowhere, they were just like, let's put some fucking DMCA free bops on here.
Yeah.
All right, well, don't fucking worry about it, Bob and Cheese.
Now, was it you earlier who was telling me this affects all tied to one thing? So if we were to target something and then Station got rid of it, we wouldn't get any energy?
Yes.
You're
that
in
is
law
correct.
trouble understanding that reach doesn't mean flying.
It is a
Yeah, some
weird,
people do get
weird
tripped up with
aspect of
reach.
card, But
It is very
all
rare
cards
in my
once you
experience that
exile
someone
the
gets
thing
tripped
and
up by
you get
reach,
so
but it is not
Aggregation
zero.
can essentially prevent the energy being gained in this situation, and I think very well.
Oh my god,
do
face-to-face
that.
games, call me.
Wow.
I will fix this glare. I will
What?
fix
Why
this
did I not
fucking
get the feedback
overlay.
that
I
this
will
card's
turn the
templated
music
also?
off.
Maybe I did. I don't remember. Right now, I'm just like, why is this card like doing in the beginning of the main phase and all these other weird things? Why is it like this?
Well, okay, so I mean I can explain part of it. I'm not trying to explain
Alright.
all of it.
I
mean,
agree that reach is easy. Reach
so
is...
the main phase thing
it's not that
does-
reach
they
is-
want you to
I have to
get
shut these
context
fucking
of
boys
what
up
you
again.
drop.
It's not that reach is easy, it's that reach is intuitive, is the important thing. Reach makes sense. It's literally like your creature is reaching and it can grab the flyers. First strike and double strike are not intuitive because until we introduce first strike and double strike, we're always like attackers are happening at the same time, right? Like damage is happening simultaneously. They damage each other. We never make it seem like the order of these creatures damaging each other matters. And then suddenly there is order and it does matter. In that, like, I know it literally doesn't break the rules, but it breaks the rules of what you have taught them. And I'm telling you, I've changed my approach every single fucking time to where, like, I'm like, maybe if I, like, word the initial things differently and, like, plant these seeds early, when we get to first strike, they'll get it. And it never fucking happens. Like, they always get tripped up by first strike and double strike. It's crazy. I'll try to turn my camera back on. See if she'll let me. I think we're back. We'll see. We're so back. All right, boys, you can talk again.
There are reasons to do it. I'm just not sure if it's right.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. But we're gonna go get this island.
So also, I want to call out something. I think this sort of texture of game is something that you
Yeah,
really
first
only
strike is
see
just so
for
fucking
sport
annoying to
on the
teach.
internet.
I hate it
Game
with
one,
all
the
my
game is
heart,
so
all my
proactive,
soul, all
its
my
cards are
strength, and
constantly
all my
killing
mind.
You would be unlikely to see a draw like this where the deck kind of just doesn't do very much after a single interaction spell is cast. But you know, you're spending cards on.
I think the
effects like
color
Silent
correction got a
Silence,
little
spending
fucked
cards on
up
effects like
somehow.
Static Prison
Oh, whatever.
Interact, and
We're not gonna fuck with it.
Suddenly, you're out of things that actually kill them. I mean, It is what it is.
Yeah, this is how it breaks down sometimes. As I believe we just drew a Sink into Stupor. And a passing of the
Okay.
turn.
Sync is interesting. He can like free one of his things, but they're gonna get freed on their own pretty soon.
Someone's asking what happened to
Either
Yawgmoth in this
Galvanic
meta. I am
Discharge.
saying
I guess there's a world where maybe you don't pay
it's good,
for
I
the
swear,
Emery
and then I'm
prison,
hitting them with 3
so that the
Wheezies.
station stays locked up more, and then you can kill the Emery, but obviously that could go sideways.
How do you teach First Strike? Robin, I've taught it 1,000
Right now,
different
you have a
fucking
weird part where you
ways. That's
can't
what I'm
pass
telling
the
you.
discharge because you
I've
have to
taught it
charge
so many different ways. I can't tell you how I teach First Strike because I change it
Rumble
literally
Bridge,
every
good
single
one.
time,
Land,
hoping
land,
that this time when I teach it, it'll
That's just
make
lethal,
sense.
right? 'Cause you can breach
However
the
you think to
flashback
teach it,
creatures claim on
I can
creatures like
almost
the
guarantee
station.
you I have tried
Yeah, I
this.
think if Ivan wants to, he can go for lethal here. I do wonder because we saw how like patient when Ivan in game 1 was when like we feel like we have it locked up, and currently if you don't do anything, the station will come back to you and you probably have lethal the next turn. So, and we saw him play around the Thraben Charm.
I literally can't answer the question
Now these
because
prisons
like
are gonna go away.
I
There's
change it
already
every
movement
time.
Speed. We do have a third.
I've
prison in
done-
hand, but Emery
I've
and
done
Jason
it
trigger
so
trigger.
many different fucking ways. I wish I could tell you this is how I do it because then I would have a method that works. That's my greatest failure as a teacher.
Me every time.
It's my greatest failure as a Magic teacher that I don't have this is how to teach First Strike nailed. Because it's a fucking stupid ability. It sucks.
I love that Ivan's pointing out I have an untapped trigger on my station. Would you like to try to kill it?
14 people brought Yogg to the RC. 3.24% meta share. Holy shit.
This Mox Amber is now online too because Emery's in play, so we don't have to sacrifice the spawn to use our Sink into Stupor.
Yeah, Bob and Cheese makes a really good point of
We have thoughts.
First Strike is just on a bunch of commons. Like it is complexity that's just like present.
Is the case with Surgical.
Whereas a lot of the other
Yes,
complexity in Magic comes from like
Okay, I guess what I
stacking
would
things
say
on top
is-
of each other.
If at the
Whereas
beginning
First Strike is just they're
combo
fucking born with
Frost
it.
Oracle is still in your deck, it is then possible to play around Surgical. It is a little elaborate, but it is possible. Basically, do you want to explain it? I can do it.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I pass the test here. So you would go for it, and then eventually you play it, and then it's on the board, and then you either unsummon it or unholy heat it, and then recast it after that occurs. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. But you have to ensure that each time the trigger of Grinding Station resolves, there's nothing else on the stack, such as an untapped trigger, so that you can instantly cast it the second hit your graveyard without getting the priority.
Makes sense. Now it does look like Grinding Station is gonna sack itself this time in response to the Static Prison. Mills the second Grinding Station. Dash a Ragavan.
Is it Ragavan? Am I a piece of shit because I say
Out
Ragavan?
of cards, Ivan knows that he has won.
Is my being
Yeah, the only
born
thing I can go wrong
from
is the
an
last card,
Oklahoma
Surgical,
showing?
which wouldn't make much sense with kind of how the game's gone. I mean, maybe he's just slow rolling, or maybe he just drew it. But yeah, let's see
Well, the
here.
Surgical might be beatable too. I mean, if you because what are you going to Surgical, right? You Surgical Thought Oracle, he still died to Jinx. If you
It's
Surgical
Ragavan?
Grinding Station, it's possible that Ivan can mill himself manually by going back and
Fuck,
forth with
I
Block
feel
Hammer and
so Oklahoman
Yeah, good
right
point.
now.
Yeah. This is not even
It's
that
not-
big a deal.
Right, assuming that the Jason's board it in, I don't even think he has to fear Surgical. I think it's just checkmate. I think it's a victory to Ivan. I think
Yeah, we
he's
got some
gonna
Ragavans out
cards
in the
around
back.
table.
That's how I feel
That's
right
speed
now.
comes from someone who knows
That's how I
victory
fucking
is
feel right
fast.
now.
Yeah, and once he gets the breach down as well, it's over because there's also the spell pierce, right? So it has to go down before. And yeah, Fedor extends the hand. Congratulations
Shoot,
to
Sugar, you
Ivan
hungry?
T.
We can whip you up some
Moving on to
Ragavans.
9-0.
Fucking
our
disgraceful.
only undefeated player here at the face-to-face RC.
What if you had a tiny little
Championship
spear that you
Cycle
tape
eight.
to a copy
Wow.
of Pikeman
What
or a
an
First Strike
impressive
teacher
showing
and you like
from the breach deck.
animatedly
Briggs and
ram the
also in
cards at
this
each
last
other
round
on the
here.
table?
Andrew, is there anything you want to say before we do the little wrap-up here?
It just, it's
No, I
not that
mean,
it's hitting
that was
first,
honestly
it's that it's
some
hitting
great stats. I know we
exclusively
saw some
a lot of the
really nice
time.
Plays, from mostly from Ivan's side, 'cause,
That's the tricky part,
really nice games
right?
to finish it out on.
Is that it's like, all right, he hit me first, now I hit him back.
As it's
Second.
a superior deck.
Mm-hmm. Breach, in my mind, it's the deck to beat. It's what you gotta do. It's what you see
Shake it
on
loose,
Kitty
GG.
on the camera right now. But yes, thank you all so much for hanging out with us today. It's been so great to have so
that was all
many
9
of you all
rounds.
watching with us. So
GG's Jamers. I did just make, it's true. It is. Listen, I'm not ashamed of my heritage. I'm, hashtag Oklahoma, whatever you want to say. But sometimes little ragavans get through, and that feels shameful. Oklahoma, that is, we love it. We love it. Everyone in Oklahoma, every Oklahoma queer loves saying Oklahoma. I think a better implementation of First Strike is this creature doesn't take damage when it's blocked. Yeah, I mean, like, if are they, if a creature was just like, invulnerable while attacking or whatever, that is certainly more grokkable, but obviously has like much different implications for the game at large. Oklahoma is a terminal? Fuck, it is. I'm afraid. Oh, it's so in my blood. The first 28 years of my life just straight in, Yeah, it's in there. It's in there. Do one for Tennessee. I can't claim Tennessee, Did we enjoy that last round? Honestly, I was popping off about First Strike, and I made you guys shut up for a lot of it, and I'm sorry for silencing men. But I was really getting on my soapbox. I was really, what the fuck, where are we going? That's me! Oh, Jesus Christ. Yo, thank you, Face to Face Games, for rating me into you. Please hold. Hello, welcome. All I was doing was watching the Canadian RC. Oh, that jump scared me so bad. Hello, everyone. We just got done having a little watch party of the little RC. Congratulations to the winner. And now we're going to go watch a little bit more prog. A little prog rock. Oh, jeez, that scared me. You got bamboozled into watching your girlfriend's favorite streamer.
Chris's?
Get tricked, Steve.
Yeah,
Get tricked.
I don't know, wait to stay alive for one more turn, but
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I guess maybe.
Thank you for the
maybe
follows
another
and the
one,
raids and the
but then
hangouts.
Chris gets your recast there for a call.
yeah, it's not good either.
Doesn't sound
Yeah,
like
the event
a
was really
good
fun.
solution. I mean, technically you
Is
get
this a
the
rerun? This is a
call,
rerun,
Chris
technically.
calls,
It
you
aired
can't
at
do
like,
anything, and then you just draw breach on your
I don't know, 3 a.m. your time?
Oh,
Were
there's
you
a-
up?
there's a Woodlands, right?
Were you watching
There's
it?
a Krypton play.
There was also a Krypton play, yep.
Yo, I would love the Canadian RC metadata. Do you have that? Can we look at it?
So it looks like Oscar is
I think you can post
activating
links.
the Woodlands to try to copy Urza, but obviously Chris says
No, thank you.
nope.
Yeah, I think it might just be going through the motions. Yep.
Computer, allow the Dullard to
Yeah,
post
The
links.
Matrix play, no? Was it
It's a
not
bad
enough to see
spreadsheet.
that one?
Computer, allow the Dullard to post a bad spreadsheet. Give me to the next game. Give me to the next game. Give me to the next game.
For this round.
Yo,
we have
hello,
everybody's been
Ryan.
waiting for.
Excited to see you soon. Get me to the next game. Hold on, we're gonna get there. Do they even play Magic on this stream?
His graveyard
Okay.
online, Etienne will be able to search out a
Here we go.
Soul Guide Lantern.
You did the top
I believe he has
decks.
a copy of that. Yeah,
Let me
that's
pull it
Soul
up.
Guide
Let me pull it
Lantern
up.
deck to affect the graveyard.
So Simon there attacked with that Tamiyo, making a clue. Now has 2 mana available.
And might just play passively, cracking the clear here, setting up.
I wouldn't say it's a
and
bad
it does have the
spreadsheet.
Tainted Indulgence just drawn for the turn. So that is one.
It's
that,
spreadsheet.
it lets you draw 2 cards.
One
It's not
Abzan
only,
combo.
an unassuming card, but the fact that
Hold
this
on.
is just like one of the better enablers for getting an Atraxa into your graveyard, as well as being a blue card, it's kind of neat. Oh, but it does seem like he's actually interested in instead just getting rid of this Emery, playing a Leyline Binding this turn.
Do we
That's the other
know
thing with,
Etienne?
Goryo's deck, because it's playing like so many different colors. You can play your
Fellow pronoun haver.
Leyline Binding to
I
answer
wish I could see that on the
what you might have.
screen.
And looks like that's exactly they're taking care
Call
of
me
the
ultimate
Emery.
guard. I can fix your overlay.
The bubble was cracked, and Etienne took a look at the top card of Simon's library.
Alright, so Etienne fully stocked with a ton of cards in hand, but
66 Boros synergy players.
Red mana at all.
No, and trying to preordain now into something.
14 Yoggers. Those are my people.
Oh, and
And there's
not
an-
fighting a land.
So I think this might be a second saga. Yeah, it is. So it's the Sinkin Sister.
Oh, hell yeah.
So we see both both.
All right, we're
Simon and
team
Etienne
Etienne.
playing with these checklist cards. Can you explain a bit what that is about? The ones that like have so the ones that like have
What
the
is
name
Charles?
on them,
Oh.
but it's not the actual card, and they have to
Oh,
grab the
yes,
card
yes.
from the sideboard.
Of course. So I think. it's
As I
because
was saying
there's
it, I
two
realized
sides
what
to
Charles
the
Entertainment
sleeve
Cheese
and
was.
sleeves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see Simon's sleeves being like
Chucky.
white, and so sometimes these sleeves are slightly see-through. And if you can see the backside of a card that is not a real Magic card, well, you know, that would be marked cards. So as a precaution, there's these cards that exist that have a normal Magic backside, and you could write the name of the card you're playing, and then, yeah, go replace. So you
Oh
don't
my
necessarily
God.
need to, like, you know, have,
I didn't
these
even
sleeves
notice.
like-
His name literally is Simon
Also
Nielsen.
Players in trouble in case there's like deck list.
And Simon is commentating.
Now we see here, so Simon like is missing an extra land here, but it's the
This is crazy.
Leyline Binding rather than dig for lands. This is a play that I generally recommend players doing. And we see Etienne like can finally use that Ursa Saga to.
It's
find a
Simon's
mark,
all the way down.
enabling the mana if they are also able to find an artifact, which it seems like they haven't, but instead they're going to, you know,
Oh my
play this
God.
tapped sauce and still leave up spell snare. Okay, that's the thing that's going on here. So Etienne has
Do
the
they have to
option
fight each other?
to make a construct, but instead decided to keep up double
What
spell snare,
happens?
happily countering that Tainted Indulgence right there.
And it looks like Simon drew Force of Negation. Now, I think Etienne knows about this card because...
It's like
of the
Highlander?
bubble.
Uh-oh.
True. Yeah, that's a good point.
No word of a
it's
lie,
gonna be, like,
this
huge
Simon
if
looks
you know
like he
about
could
Force of
take
Negation
other
being in
Simon.
Simon's hand.
I don't know. He just looks madder about the
Here,
Simon
Mishra's
situation.
bubble
And I think
as
that
a
will
top deck
motivate
for
him.
Etienne.
Yeah, Simon just like continuing to miss land drops and just play passively. Getting that Tainted Indulgence counters, which like
Oh, they compare ELA ratings? Okay, then other Simon clears.
and fix that hand, which is currently.
Have I seen the
not
one?
deciding to
The One
crack
Ring?
the,
That's
crack
banned,
the clear
Ryan.
response to try find
You
another
can't
blue card,
trick me.
to maybe be able to force this Malevolent Rumble. But since the only blue card in Simon's hand right now is that Atraxa, and you just drew a Glorious Vengeance, you're probably better off just letting things resolve and hope that you can find some other way to discard that Atraxa. and get your
Judge,
attention
that's
online.
not a card.
And
That's
it looks
literally
like
just a
the
piece of
rumble
paper.
Resolved here, milling 4 cards. There's 2 lands, the Mishra's Bubble, and also another Emery.
Yes,
Other
it's
Simon did.
It's
It's
going to
crazy that we're
be
calling him Other
Emery.
Simon. Other Simon did just win a Flesh and Blood
Yeah, exactly.
GP. in
and
Prague.
Just get that like card draw engine back online. Refill
He's
the deck a
goated. He's
little bit
unstoppable.
more. I don't even think Etienne has a breach in hand, right?
I don't think so. But
So, but obviously, you know, has these like rumbles and like other ways to dig. There is a breach.
There is the breach,
yeah,
yeah.
breach and the grape shot even.
Oh, Etienne's got this wrapped
So we're
the
probably
fuck
not that
up.
far away from Etienne going off here with having the Mox Amber and the Emery. They might need to find a second Mox Opal or a second Mox Amber. The reason this is important is so that you can get them into the graveyard via the legendary rule, and replay them. Oh, and here we see a nice, you know, fair grape shot. Just storm count is 3. Yeah, Malevolent Rumble, Emery, and grape shot. So you get to clear up that Tamio, which is, to be fair, not causing that much trouble here because it's just making a bunch of clues that Simon doesn't really have mana to pay for. But anyways, it's probably a nice thing to get out of the way, especially if Simon does find a way to flip it. And actually, Simon like really values this Tamio here and decides to force the negation the original copy of Grape Shot, which means it is exiled, because that is what force the negation does.
Oh.
Whoa. Whoa.
I was like, why?
Yeah, why
New
say-
Simon
I think-
clears old Simon.
but that
Holy
wasn't even
shit.
bothered, yeah. So, and now we get the Leyline
That was
Chain to
so
do the area
sick.
again, so the draw engine is offline, and yeah, now, you know, Etienne can do the breach and can dig pretty far through that deck. With like so many cards in the graveyard, they can replay baubles a lot of times. But
One calibrated blast
And
player the
this
day
Ursa
2,
Saga
that's so
is
sick.
that ticket to victory here.
And I have to say, I can see now how Simon was the only player to beat you in that event that you were talking about. Very well played there.
Simon literally clears
Showcasing
other
a lot of
Simon.
mastery with the deck as well. Okay, getting the survey land there. Survey lands.
What
I think
happened?
also add a lot to the
Etienne
I feel like a
grape
lot of
shotted
players playing these, survey
the
lands
Tamio.
murders at color manner.
Yeah, those are actually some of the
just
most-
for like
some of
3,
the
just to
most
kill it.
impactful cards for Modern that have been printed
And
in 2024,
Simon,
despite Modern Horizons 2
Force of
also coming out
Negation,
here.
the original grape shot. Tamio still dies because there's still like 2 hitting it, but it exiles the grape shot. So now Etienne does not have a win condition in their deck.
And actually has the full combo now with the breach and the
Oh.
grinding station, but it just doesn't matter.
Oh,
Because there's no way to like actually benefit of milling your entire deck into your graveyard.
And by the way, this is why open deck list is so important. Because if it was no
Can
open deck
Etienne
list, there wouldn't be
Mill
no way that
Simon?
didn't
Is
know
this
there's
is this a
another component.
possibility?
Why it's so important to exile this grape shot.
Exactly, yeah. I wonder if we will.
This
see
is the
this
Prague
again,
RC.
like, if
It's
we
the
will
one that
see a
aired
fair,
last night.
Grinding station milling Simon instead of
We're just watching it in
Actually,
America
the game
hours.
by milling out, but I think you need a lot more cards in your graveyard to make that work. So instead
And we're
it seems like just
skipping
playing fair
all the
here, maybe
lore.
just flashbacking a ton of Mishra's
Just
Problem.
watching games.
Each time, so for every 3 cards in your graveyard, you get to
Oh
draw
sure,
a
just
card,
really big
essentially.
constructs. Yeah.
So how many cards can Etienne escape?
What do they
Looks like
checklist? Tamio?
Etienne here seeing exactly that.
Yeah, so we're just gonna watch a bit here of Etienne going through the deck. They can even play this like Malevolent Rumble 1 or 2 times. Each time, of course, the spawn will help pay for another Rumble. Oh yeah, finding this Soulguard Lantern is exactly what Etienne wanted to do, because this is insulation against Simon's plan.
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
This game is so nice. Even gets to like play a Tamio here. Plays that lantern. Okay, maybe
It is a
actually, I
Tamio.
think Etienne has to decide between playing the
It was a
lantern or
Tamio.
activating the Saga, unless they
Bob
have
and
another way
cheese.
to make
Oh
the
wait, no, it
game
wasn't.
work.
You're right. Frick.
But
Sorry,
why
chat,
is
for
he deciding
swearing.
that it's just too risky to not have graveyard hate up, and also does have a second Mox Opal. Okay, so all is good and well.
Caught a
Simon
good amount of the
with Saga
people
to get
milling
that
about between rounds of the
pivotal
Canadian RC
construct
today.
token here.
So now what's the plan from Etienne's side?
Great content.
Well, I think you just use this turn to do a bunch of value. You can even play
Oh,
Microsoft
sink
a
into
couple more
stupor.
times,
This is why
and
Claire's
with all the
VIP'd.
resources you gain, you should have enough stuff to prevent Simon from really enacting his game plan and to grind through the few removal spells that Simon might have left. So then you're just trying to make a construct now.
I actually
and
don't
make
remember
another
why
construct,
I
and
VIP'd Claire, even though I did
assuming
it
that
like
will be good enough.
earlier this stream.
Of course, Simon does have
I've
two
already
removal spells,
ADHD
still have, like, some
mementoed
Leyline
myself
Bindings left in deck, still has
away
some more
from it.
removal spells.
That information is
And
gone.
can maybe also like Solitudes in the deck as well, and can maybe eventually break through, like, you know, delay these constructs and eventually set up some sort of some sort of
Yeah,
way
of
to
course. I
actually does
mean,
anything.
there's no question in my mind that Claire deserved. That's like tattooed. That is my memento tattoo. It said Claire deserved
To
it.
not die to a bunch of constructs.
Don't believe their
So,
lies.
like again, another game where the player tried to disrupt the Tamur Breach combo.
Yeah.
And,
First
the
strike
player
sucks.
Just won through these constructs. Are we going to get a repeat?
We could very easily see that. This is even game 1 with the most unexpected form of disruption that you could have seen. Oh yeah, so the Underworld Breach gets sacrificed end of turn here.
Oh, getting a ley line.
That Leyline Binding is a great find of this Falachi archaeologist,
Definitely.
the falafel archaeologist, as you could also call it.
Falafel archaeologist. That's really good. Oh, that's really good. I'm taking it.
And that is both a jump blocker and it is a way to like kill one of these constructs here. So that also makes the other construct worse, and you're gonna take less damage. And in general, like that is like one of the better outcomes Simon could hope for.
So looking there at the top card of Simon's hand.
Yeah, just looking at a bit of a, you know, your card, my own card. The information you gain from that sometimes not that relevant. The mainly important part is that you just get to draw 2
Another
extra cards.
mumble.
So on top of everything else that Breach did,
Hello,
you
Noor.
just like set up to draw 3 extra cards. And the
Yeah,
way
we're
this is
big. We're
sequenced,
big Etienne,
Mistress Bubble,
Etienne
encouraging
believers,
Simon's
supporters
choice is
here.
Etienne gets to draw cards on their upkeep. And Tamio says once you've drawn your
Unfortunately,
third card,
Grapeshot is
select-
exiled.
That's exactly what we see here. So now we have 2 different
Which is
game
tough.
plans of alternative win conditions going on at once. We have Tamio Ultimate and we have the constructs here.
So the Tamio's ultimate -7 draw cards equal to half of the number of cards in your library. Round them up. You get an emblem with you have no maximum end size.
Everybody popping
That is,
up on
Such a
YouTube.
beautiful card. Let's see here the backside of Tamio on screen.
That's where I'm trying to
Yeah,
steer people more and more.
That's great. That was not the one that.
Tamio Season Scholar.
Every time I see the little YouTube icon, I know I've succeeded.
And so the issue though is that like Tamio's ultimate just drawing a bunch of cards is not necessarily going to be good enough here because you actually also need ways to win.
Yo, Evan Fongart. Evan Fongart.
You don't have a Grapeshot anymore. You don't have Fastest Oracle in this version.
Oh, Ephemerate there.
Fair,
So
fair,
that's
fair,
another
fair.
beautiful thing here that Simon gets to do is that the Falachi Archaeologist also enables
Etienne versus
the
Kibler.
Ephemerate to be played, but so he
Hardly
gets to
know
jump block
her.
the Falachi and then use Ephemerate to blink it. But instead, Etienne has the Sink into Stupor. That's the card that, remember, Etienne is playing more copies of than normal Breach list to not to bounce the Archaeologist, but to bounce the Ephemerate to hand. And now this Falachi was like already committed to the block and has to die here.
Yes.
So that way Etienne got to like turn that like Ephemerate, which is a pretty good value tool here.
Why do I
into,
prefer
like,
YouTube to
big
Twitch?
card
Because I'm
to
trying
and now
to
I
establish
have to,
a
like, dig for
firmer
even more,
YouTube
another
presence.
way to like utilize that.
I'm trying to I'm
Also
YouTube
find these two
maxing,
constructs that are now in play on Etienne's side.
and
At some point
frick.
worrying about that Tamio ultimate.
I gotta get clear on YouTube.
And the pressure
I gotta get
from
clear
the
on
constructs
YouTube.
is,
She's fucking it
very
up.
much. I mean, this Urza Saga is such a great card. There was a time that people even were talking about ban.
Yeah.
I'm
obviously
YouTube
Ban Modern
maxing.
has also evolved, but it's still
Is basically really it.
a great card in Modern right now.
I'm trying to invest more into
Yeah,
YouTube than
We can
Twitch.
definitely see the versatility of this card. Oh, that's okay. We can definitely see the versatility of this card with like the with just the ability to like win games in other ways and
I did not do any of the Arena Direct events today. I've just been vibing, watching coverage. It's been a good time.
Any combo shenanigans just because it's an artifact and it pumps these constructs up to 7/7
Yeah, I
now.
don't
And
love
Simon at
the land on
that's
top
a
of the
lot damage.
checklist
Of
card.
course, Leyline Binding will deal with one of them. It'll be gone forever, but still 6 damage crashing through with that other construct.
I agree that it should be
And,
illegal.
Etienne picked up a second Saga. Like, when you're doing the Saga plan, the thing you want most is just more copies of Saga.
So Rumble there, we are going to get rid of those. Ooh, breach.
Yeah, just
the
get
choice
another
there.
breach. Again, you're not trying to combo here, but it's just good value.
And making that spawn as well from the Rumble. So now another Urza Saga. So there can be more constructs coming soon.
It's going to be a tough game for Simon. I think the really key thing here is the Soul Guide Lantern, because one of Simon's outs.
Triad Harbor with the
drawing a
lands
Tilted
vibes.
Indulgence and discarding an Atraxa, then bringing it back. But you
If
can
official
see that
metagame
position
results
and-
get posted by the
Simon has figured
TO
out,
or
backs it up,
Wizards,
remembers to not steal the opponent's
that's a
emerald.
really good question.
Pretty messy board that we clean up here, but
For a
it's just,
Canadian
you know,
RC,
despite the grape shot getting exiled, Etienne still found the win.
probably the tournament
Great
organizer.
match, and let's take a look here at our players' sideboards as well.
I don't think
You know,
WotC would
what
do it
exactly
unless
they are
it was like the
doing,
Pro Tour,
and what
in
options
which
do they
case
have for
they are the
game
tournament
number
organizer,
2,
you
now
know.
with Etienne a game ahead.
So Etienne, might see that, plan of trying to exile the grape shot and bring in a Jace
Sure.
as just an alternate win condition, or
Skip the lore, skip the lore,
be boarding in
skip the lore, skip the lore,
opals and whatnot.
skip the lore,
And
skip the lore,
play 2.
skip the lore.
Too. So when you see
The Evan Fong one?
Both
Where Evan
players-
Fong stands in
Crazy,
this house.
crazy
Alright, we
rated
skipped the
kills.
lore.
Yes, and we have here now game 2 with Simon having to mulligan.
Again, yeah. Remember last game was a mulligan to 5 from Simon, and we might see yet another.
Evan
one of
Fong,
those.
my queen! Whoa.
And looks like Etienne did keep. Now, Simon is
Conversion
going to be
rates.
on the play.
Mm-hmm.
Can do that math.
Yeah, and basically what Simon is looking for is just something that.
Of
is
course,
a
of course
proactive
we
part
are,
of the
Claire. Of
thinking,
course
right?
we are.
The issue with the last hand was that it was like, it was time.
But Evan
and
Fong
movement
is
start,
like
card draw, but never really presented something scary.
just a really
for the
nice
champ.
lady.
And the breach deck is super great at playing through interaction.
I'm homies with
It's
Evan
actually
Fong.
great
I'm not
at interacting with the
homies
Goryo's combo, except I see a
with
card
very
that
many
says
magic
there's a
artists.
Soul God Lantern in the opening hand already.
Oh, that's great.
I think we see a Psychic Frog in hand here, maybe, which is probably good enough to.
So I
keep.
have to stan every time I see an
Four
Evan
ley
Fong
line
art.
binding.
And here, Simon considering what to put.
Actual,
in the bottom,
factual
considering
homies.
this course
I
obligation.
think there's also a Thoughtseize for turn 1 even. Oh, it's a Goryo's. Oh, that's even better. So yeah, with that Psychic Frog, Simon just needs to draw like a big thing to reanimate, and we're off to the races here.
You can also get a survey land and just put an Atraxa in the graveyard.
Yes, that is definitely. one of the
Etienne's
ways
got
to
this
do it.
match locked up. I'm a
It's a bit more
believer.
difficult to attain, but sometimes it does happen.
Shoop.
When you saw Psychic Frog revealed for Modern Horizons 3, did you think it would have the impact in Modern that it has right now? Also playing the Mir Oculus.
Yeah, no, this card just I think it just looks very strong, and definitely makes sense that it would see play in a lot of spots.
So we have Tamio there, 2 Mishra's Bubble.
Yeah, okay, so another one of those starts where you can just flip Tamio immediately on turn 2
Yeah.
by waiting on these bubbles. That's exactly what Etienne is looking to do. But I think Simon had this Leyline Binding in hand, and actually doesn't care that much about a flip Tamio. And something awkward here is that in order to make this very powerful play from Etienne, they had to tap out a Spell Snare, which they have in hand, that could answer this
Lordy,
Psychic
lordy,
Frog.
look who's 40.
So I think if Simon knew the hands, I think he would be pretty happy with the way that this went. All right, Emperor
Etienne
Gold
looks like they have
the,
good
bubble just
vibes.
revealing that, Etienne getting maximum information. Ooh, and just playing out the Emperor here.
You know how some
instead
people,
of
it's like
playing
fun to play Magic against some people, and it's
Magic Indulgence.
fucking miserable to play Magic
And
against
so
other
the good thing
people.
about the Emperor of Bones is that every turn you get
Etienne
to,
looks like they would be very fun to play
exile a
Magic
card from a
against.
graveyard. So it's both partly a graveyard hate piece, but can also be a reanimation piece.
And there it is, the flip Tamio on Etienne's side.
Flip Tamio's so crazy this fast.
Going to plus. A lot of choices here as well for Etienne.
Yeah, a lot of cards in hand here.
Some
And
cards that we cannot really know what they
yeah,
are.
I guess they're the checklist cards.
Yeah.
And might be wondering if they're supposed to just play out the tap lands as a veil here, or play an untapped land to be able to go Soul Guide Lantern and hold up the Spell Snare.
Going for the surveillance there, keeping on top.
Oh, and playing a
Is that
second
another
Tamio out here. So this is
Tamio?
just double Tamio for Etienne. The advantage
That's
of playing on that second
crazy.
Tamio is that you get to protect your first one a little bit better from that attacker. Because the Emperor of Bones can become a 4/4 immediately here. Of course, it gets -1 when it is attacking because of Tamio's plus ability. And yeah, Simon says, I'm not interested in just like attacking into your blocker. It doesn't do anything. And actually, Simon drew a really important card here as well. He drew Atraxa. So finding just a way to get that into the graveyard. And I think actually it's a Tainted Indulgence in hand and not a Psychic Frog.
And I think that Simon also missing.
Etienne was my hotel mate in Vegas, and they are indeed fun to play Magic with. We danced to HT by Rose. Hell yeah.
Two lands, so it's not the worst thing. At least
The
as
good
long as
vibes
hand
and
is
the
good, which I
dancing.
do
Also,
think
hello,
Simon
men.
has here. But might risk running that Tainted Indulgence into
Of
a
the
spell sale
winds.
once again, which would be a complete blowout. Is there also an Emery picked up there from Etienne? Yeah, I think it is.
Yes, there is an Emery in hand.
Yeah, so they could play Soul Guide Lantern and then play the Emery. But the issue with that is, like, so it's definitely more mana efficient that way, but you also, like, kind of reveal your hand that you are playing with the Soul Guide Lantern. And that Simon will have to deal with that. And you see Simon with the Force of Negation in hand, doesn't even blink in the face of that Soul Guide Lantern. Has the Leyline Binding to answer it if need be. We see Emery here milling over a grinding station, but otherwise no artifacts.
And Tamio at 6 already.
Okay, so it's probably also not a Tainted Indulgence in hand. I have, maybe it is a Psychic Frog. I have no idea. There's this old border gold card, which looks like a Psychic Talk, but...
Oh, Nicole, what a
I do not know
queen.
what that is.
What a great
See
lady.
Simon here being able to play it.
So the Emperor of Bones is
Sabrina's
attacking
great.
Tamio, but it's only attacking as a 1/2. So technically Emery could block it if Etienne is keen to like sacrifice the Emery, because then of course the adapt ability of Emperor of Bones could be activated.
And looks like that's at the ferry, the old border, because there's
the old
two
border to
ferries on
ferry.
the sideboard.
Yes, that makes sense. Okay, so it's a Fairy Time Raveler in Simon's hand. That would make a lot of sense here.
3 fairy, but no 3 mana, so...
And can just run out this Wrath of the Skies. This one does nothing but clear a clue token and the Ursa Saga. But of course, it is a 2-mana card, so it can get hit by this
Wow.
incredibly important Spell Snare in the matchup.
Spell Snare, Wrath the
Let's see
Skies.
here.
Kinda
Looks like
sick.
Etienne draws Underworld Breach.
Oh, well, that is a pretty nice draw, but doesn't yet have access to red mana. But with that grinding station, I think, well, the grinding station was in the graveyard, but of course this Emperor of Bones keep just digging away
Yes.
at that graveyard. It removed 2 Mishra's Baubles and the grinding station already. So, on the other hand, we do see Tamio just ticking up to like 7 loyalty.
I promise you this, when I first qualify for the Pro Tour, it's gonna be listening to Divorced Dad Butt Rock.
Again, does have the leyline binding.
Mark
Can
my
you do
damn
combination
words.
with that? 'Cause you don't need to.
Actually, the ultimate is -7, right?
Oh, it is -7. Right, right. Normally it like takes up for an even amount of mana, but you're absolutely correct.
So that means that if Etienne wants and can, they will...
Am I going to Portland? I am.
Tamio next turn.
Are you going to Portland?
Yeah. Yeah, that could be definitely something threatening. Here we see tap out for a Sink into Stupor. Okay. So
Hell
this is-
yeah,
this is
see you
every
there.
turn, Leyline Binding on that Tamio. Etienne tries to save that with a Sink into Stupor, bouncing the Leyline Binding, but Simon responds with that Force Negation. Actually,
I
that
feel
was
like I'm
a
watching
quite
sleight of hand take
quite
place
well
with these
timed by
checklist
Simon there,
cards.
doing it on Etienne's turn. Because
What flavor? Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah. Judging Portland, let's go. What flavor? Divorced Dad Butt Rock?
And yeah, now Etienne is
All
back to,
kinds.
I wouldn't say square one
Nickelback,
necessarily,
Creed, Hinder.
as, they still have this buildup of clues and
I can think of
and
more.
resources here in the-
Oh, I have a
in the
whole
breaching game.
playlist. Eve 6.
If there was an advantage bar, where do you think it would be headed?
Some Pearl Jam.
I think the fact that Simon is struggling to get cards like to advance his own.
I've
team
seen the
side,
Divorced Dad
and
cards.
The fact that Of course, there's
No.
Breach, like, showing in Etienne's hand,
Nickelback
which
is
and the Soul Guide
rehabilitable.
Lantern, again, really, like, putting a
You should be on that
on
train.
Simon's ability to play from the graveyard. I think Etienne is, like, I would say a significant favorite here. But the Emperor of Bones is quite scary. And the really nice thing about that card is that it is an instant speed activation.
Are you East
So
Coast?
if you can
I'm God's
exile
favorite time
the
zone,
graveyard,
Mountain Time,
then
so it's
kill
like
the
basically
lantern. If
nothing.
Etienne responds by exiling graveyard, you can then respond by using Emperor of Bones.
Drawing a card here. Let's see what it is. Leyline Binding.
Well, that is
Floridian, I'm
that is
so
a way to
sorry.
answer,
Oh,
the
sorry,
Soul Guide
sorry,
Lantern if you
sorry,
need
I
to.
fixed.
So might just like rely on that.
Let me
There's also
send
Teferi
you...
now, which, 3 mana, you can just develop that here.
Looks like that's exactly what Simon decides to do.
Hold on, don't start playing, I swear to God. Share?
Deciding if going for the
Copy link
plus
to
or minus,
playlist.
minus on
Here's a
the
divorced
entry.
dad
So
butt
Simon
rock
goes back in and drawing a
playlist
card.
that me and a friend made.
Yeah, that's one way
If
to
anyone
do it,
wants
like,
a little
drawing
bit of
from
divorced
every-
dad
of
butt
course,
rock in your
drawing is
life.
not like that significant right now, but you could loop that Soul Guide Lantern to keep drawing cards there.
Claire,
Yeah, exiling here
I
another
want you to
card.
take this as the compliment that it is. You do not have the vibes of someone who listens to divorced dad butt rock.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it definitely is going to, like, make that breach less and less efficient for a gen as their graveyard gets depleted slowly. But the Emperor is also not putting on that much pressure. right now.
Liliana of the Veil has
Simon
one
is
specific
going
art
to
that is
attack
divorced
to attack
dad
for and actually, like, have a real
card
And
tier.
Etienne drew another Underworld Breach. Or I have
Guess
access to
which
2 now,
Lily
so
this
every
girl owns?
2 Veil of Summer, 3 Veils
Three
of
Veil of
Summer.
Summer with
Whoopsies.
1 Emery Mill.
Wow.
All right, well that.
Liliana only has
Simon
one
no
art.
longer has to worry about that
Crude.
card.
Yeah. Giving a lot of information as well.
The
Mhm.
anime
I
one.
wonder if Etienne is just cracking.
Look at this white
using
border
the
3
Flame
fairy.
Tamio once again.
Yeah,
That is a play that is available here.
Oh yeah, 3 doors
Of course,
down.
Second Tamio will also just run into another leyline binding from Simon. So, you know, we're
Yeah.
definitely in a bit of a holding pattern here. And yeah, Etienne decides to like not give up a second Mox Amber just to flip Tamio. Decides to be patient.
Papa
One
Roach,
nice
that's
thing
right,
about
that's
the theory
right.
is that, like, you know that your opponent can't do much in your turn, so you can play a bit more.
That's definitely true. Yeah, can still correct clues.
Listen, let me get you in the
Sometimes it's like
headspace. I'm
there's a
gonna
lot of, like, you
I'm
know,
gonna turn them down.
leave as the turn is back.
Let me get you in the headspace of this playlist before any of you start listening to it. First of all, you have to shuffle it.
Surveil as well.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the lore for the playlist. There's a man named Kyle. He doesn't really exist. He's a made-up man. Kyle with an I. There's a man named Kyle. He has 2 kids, Aiden and Brayden, with his beautiful ex-wife, Jessica. Jessica leaves Kyle because honestly, Kyle's a shitty husband. He deserved it. He just, you know, they were high school sweethearts. And he just, I don't know, he just never grew up, you know? He was the quarterback in high school, started the football team. He just never grew up, is the problem. This playlist, this is Kyle's playlist. That's what you really need to understand. And you need to understand where Kyle is, mentally speaking. All right, because he's hurting, for sure. He's also, you know, he's kind of mad, honestly. His Kyle's last name is not Kivers. I am not an analog for Kyle. He's kind of mad. And deep down, he doesn't even really fully get this. Deep down, he wants Jessica back. He wants the family back together. He wants to be a better man. The question is, can he be? And just as you're hearing songs on this playlist, just know that you're seeing little bits of all of Kyle's emotions. You're seeing his hurt, you're seeing his sadness, you're seeing his anger, and you're seeing the hope that he doesn't even see within himself quite yet. Then maybe he and Jessica could get back together. Maybe he can move back into the house out of his shitty little apartment. You know, maybe she'll forgive him for that time that he got drunk and drove the Toyota onto the lawn saying, "Take me back, Jessica, take me back." You're gonna feel all of this as you listen. All right, I'm gonna turn these guys back up. Thank you for coming to my TEDx talk.
But you're kind of resource rich at this point. It's not really the big deal here. The big deal is like, sitting there with your planeswalker, ticking it up to 4, and hopefully trying to go for an ultimate yet again.
Yeah, looks like Simon here getting a land as the card of the turn.
That might actually be a good draw because it allows Simon to develop the Psychic Frog and still hold up Leyline Binding.
Hoobastank is not divorced at energy.
And let's see here what's
You're welcome for the story,
I mean,
the
there are
storytelling.
several possibilities.
He does gamble, but it's all sports bets. It is all sports bets.
The Emperor didn't seem like it exiled anything, so yeah, that might have been another missed trigger from Simon there. Yeah, we see.
And the Knicks are gonna pay off this year.
Attack and make a clue. The Emperor didn't exile something. These this match has been like a lot of small.
Oh, it has
stuff,
bad
and
memories.
it's hard to be on top of everything
Tough.
all the time when the boards are this messy.
I'm sorry that you have
Yeah,
T
the
with
players are just
the
trying to,
reason by
take
Hoobastank.
advantage. But Etienne down to 9 here. I mean, at some point, life total is actually going to be an issue. And again, this Emperor is attacking as a 1-2 due to Tamio's plus. And so I think Etienne decided to block with the 1-2 Emery here, forcing Simon to activate adaptability of Emperor of Bones. This is an ability you can only activate once, or at least you can only get the counters once, making it a 4-4, so it will eat Emery in combat. But that also means that it doesn't get an ability of its trigger.
Etienne looks so happy with themselves. I'm so happy for them.
So all in all,
My first girlfriend sent me that song a week after she broke up with me. That's so fucking crazy.
non-issue.
Holy shit.
It's not as scary at
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, it's 4-4 and you're on
What did she mean by that?
threatening your Tamio, but it's
What
basically
did she
probably
mean?
Yeah, but while the Tamio is there, maybe it can be a 3-4. That's a bit less, but still.
That's so...
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
That's hot girl shit.
Passing of the turn there, but
I'm not gonna lie to you. That is extreme hot girl shit.
So now
That's
it's
so
next turn,
crazy.
potentially minus, for something.
Oh, thank you for sharing your Hoobastank tea with us.
Something else. Now we go for the Underworld Breach, and I think this is where Simon is being paid off for holding up.
It's
his
so
leg.
crazy. She did kind of get your ass.
But
Like,
of course, the way it works with the
I don't know. You kind of just gotta accept that.
is that Etienne gets to play something first as soon as the breach is in play, and then Simon can respond to that play, which in this case is an Emery, and play Leyline Binding, robbing Etienne of the ability to play more stuff.
So that Emery does enter the battlefield, it does mill cards. Now the Underworld Breach is gone. There's a Awarmite in end. for Etienne.
Hoobastank Hooburrito?
As well.
Is that real?
Yeah, so I wonder if Etienne is even going
Is
to
that
play the
real?
second breach. That is actually a play you can make here because you have a pretty stocked graveyard and you have multiple Mox Opals now.
That's
So if you have a
crazy.
breach
Big
there,
if true.
you just generate a ton of mana here. You also
Etienne's got this locked up,
you
right?
have a second Emery in the graveyard. Yeah, you do. So that's another way where you can you can basically pay 6 cards in your graveyard to play a Mox and play. Oh, the grinding station was there as well. Okay, yes, that is the full combo here. And because Etienne had drawn both of those Underworld Breaches, is able to win here through the Leyline Binding from Simon.
So let's see these in action. Sacrificing that artifact, milling 3 cards.
The breach deck is
So the only thing
crazy.
Simon wants to see now is basically see if Etienne somehow is going to mess up this kill, board it out a win condition, maybe can't generate enough Storm for Grape Shot, but with the Mox Opal generating mana every time, you don't need to you can
This is an amazing
play
divorced
Grape Shot
dad stream.
multiple times this turn.
Thank you.
And that should be good enough to take the victory here. I guess they're players are trying to figure out Storm count, but
I'm a huge Etienne stan all of a sudden.
And then it will be a 2.
I hope they are at
Simon
an event that I am
as
at
3
some point
0
and I
with
get to
Underworld
meet
Breach.
them.
So that is a pretty good score. Also setting you up in a very good position to make day 2. 6-2 and better will make day 2. Looks like
Let's go,
and
Etienne.
takes it here.
Is Etienne gonna be in Chicago?
Game by both
Hashtag
players.
qualified, hashtag pro?
Interesting decks as
Oh
well.
my god.
And what did it
Someone
do is,
introduce us?
First match of our round 1.
I mean,
round 3.
I love that we have these like really interactive matches where like the breach player really like has to like grind through, or people have to try and win through Emerald.
Huge,
Like,
huge, huge,
these
huge,
are the
huge,
type of
huge.
games we're seeing here, and that's just
This is
really
incredible
nice.
news.
I also can imagine that there was Simon actually told me when the two people walked onto the feature match.
Okay. I've been streaming for like 6 hours. Was there a good way for them to do that? You mean my Sunday Chicago meet and greet at the last possible time slot wherein you could have a meet and greet? Why, yes, Claire. Thank you for asking. I will be doing a meet and greet in Chicago where you can meet and or greet me. I've got life pads. I've got stickers. I've got mini games that I designed and we can play together. What a fun time. What a fun time. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Just watching coverage all day long. Before Thursday, I can hang out at the testing house. Tempting. I have not bought plane tickets yet because I am very, a lot of things. Oh, geez. That's tough, man. That's tough. I'm not going to lie. There's no other way to chop that. That's tough. Thank you, everyone, for following and watching and hanging out. This was a very fun way to spend a Saturday. Thank you, Face to Face Games, for rating the Twitch. Also, Face to Face Games, if any of you guys are watching, call me. We should talk. I can improve your production setup. I have the technology. I have the skills. I'm cheap enough, I promise. Call me. Yeah, Mason, great job with the commentary. You did great. You did great. As always. As per usual. Yeah, this was snug. Thank you for hanging out, Claire. Call me face to face. Okay, we're gonna raid. No one's really streaming. We're gonna raid Jim, I guess. Okay, bye. Love you. That's followers. That's fine. Whatever. LOL, lots of love. Peace out. Good night. Bye. Mwah, 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 mwah.